Chapter 1, 250,000 BC. The instant a species becomes sentient is the moment war is forever on the horizon. That was the conclusion Norcock's top scientist, Creek, had derived from the last 30 minutes of deep thought. He recalled thousands of years that his species, the Norcocks, had been at peace, centuries filled with new technology and scientific discovery with earlier advances, giving the Norcocks near immortality. Immortality at a physical cost, but preserving what was most important, consciousness after the body's death, effectively curing death. But even with that accomplishment, they could not cure themselves of the plague called war. Being one of the most talented of the Norcock scientists, Creek sat contemplating the work undertaken throughout the different periods of advancements, but every thought circled back to the last 100. Seemingly, all advancement during previous centuries had been nothing more than preparation for war. Creek remembered clearly when the leaders of the 4 planets of Norcocks agreed that war was the only way to solve their differences. Each planetary leader stood as one, leaning forward and touching foreheads together in a sign of agreement and respect, finalizing the meeting. He closed his large teardrop eyes, contemplating the pettiness of it all. Those differences had simply been over in which order resources from the use of the galactic corona hypergate system should be distributed. The hypergate system used their star's energy and gravitational well to travel from one solar system to the next within seconds, exiting at the targeted solar system's star. This was one of the oldest scientific breakthroughs. It dated before the Great Binding, which preserved consciousness after death, but caused loss of many memories. Due to loss of memory and records regarding the hypergate being mysteriously non-existent, no one planet could lay claim to it, but all wanted the benefits. Travel between planets within a solar system was simple due to Norcock's galactic cruisers having near light-speed capabilities from power of artificially created microsuns known as a Sorona drive. After thousands of years of industrial growth, resources in the Norcock solar system became depleted. Though many attempts were made for faster-than-light travel, it was never achieved. And with their solar system on the far edge of the galaxy, the nearest system was more than a 1,000-year journey. This made the galactic corona hypergate the most valuable resource in the galaxy. Opening his eyes once again, Creek had the same thought as many times before: destroy the hypergate. It would be so very easy to do. Yet again his thoughts turned to just how destructive it would be for every Norcocks, not to speak of the resources that would be confiscated from all to rebuild. Creek knew he just didn't have it in him to harm another Norcocks in any way. Nor did others, which became obvious on day 2 of the war. On that day, Norcock's armies from Ozon, Kiwani, Zilqua, and Equan faced off on a resource-depleted moon barren of all life. 10,000 soldiers from each planet assembled in a large square formation. Hours passed as one side looked across the field of battle at their newly declared enemies, yet none moved from where they stood. After many rotations of the moon around its host planet, with little more than a fiercely blinked eye toward the other side. Weeks later, it was decided war would have to be fought by other means. For the last decade, the means to conduct war had become Creek's only mission. Regrettably, he presented to the Ozon leadership an idea of genetically modifying other species to battle for them. Specifically, soldiers created from lesser life forms such as the fur-covered beasts of the Hoganlow system. The species were of no value to the Norcocks since they merely lived in large vegetation picking insects from each other with absolutely no notable evolutional progression. Then there was the fact that their planet was already virtually stripped of any valuable resources. With little debate, the Ozon leadership approved Creek's project, and within months, the first modified Hoganlow soldiers deployed. Ozon called for another battle to take place. It was proposed to take place on the same barren moon as the previous uneventful battle. The leadership of Kiwani, Zilqua, and Equan agreed. Days later, each planet, like before, placed their armies in the same square formation, only this time the Ozon side was empty. An hour passed with the Ozon side of the square formation unoccupied. 30,000 identical Norcocks pondered the thought. Perhaps the no-show meant they had won a battle. Suddenly, a large crate descended from the sky, resting equal distance from the current three sides. Puzzled by its appearance, many from all sides began moving closer to investigate. To those in the rear, it looked like any other energy-based shipping crate used for transporting resources. For the curious, it was abject terror. Within a blink of their teardrop eyes, the walls vanished, revealing large, hairy creatures. The creatures released a tremendous roar from mouths full of sharp teeth. The Ozon leaders believed they had won the war as they watched from the safety of their ship. Below, Norcock's bodies were torn in two and even used to smash those that couldn't move away fast enough. The gruesome scene made the stomachs of many churn, caused others to want to hide from the very sight. Still others, though, said that the ends justified the means in an emotionless state common to the Norcocks, and yet something lurked beneath that the others could tell, enjoyed the carnage more than they would ever let on. To this they turned a blind eye with the Ozon leaders, thinking that they would never have to deal with this again. Little did they know it would not be that easy. The infectious nature of war had begun. Months later, each planet had created their own version of the Hoganlow beasts, each having slightly different characteristics and looks than that of their enemies. With memories from the first days of war long past, Creek looked upon his latest evolution suspended before him. Creek was filled with sorrow knowing they too will be sent off, likely never to return, as the war between the four planets raged on. Each battle brought new Hoganlow creations as the thirst for larger, faster, and more aggressive soldiers spread. The competition kept many spectators, watching from floating observation stations, entertained. Now, looking at the creation suspended just inches above the table, it was obvious they had very little in common with the Hoganlow, other than a shared helix at this point. Creek was considered tall for his people, standing just 4 feet, while current soldiers now measured 15 feet near completion of the growth stage. Looking down almost endless rows, he noted once again that the male-to-female ratio of new embryos seemed to always maintain a 50% ratio. The other aspect of this ratio that fascinated him was that those who developed closely together seemed to remain that way to the end, something that comes all too fast for these Hoganlow soldiers. "When does it end?" Creek asked the unconscious soldier lying suspended in mid-air with a blank stare to the ceiling. He knew there would be no chance of any response since they had not been programmed with the level of intelligence for a warrior yet. That process was done in stages to prevent them from turning on their creators, as many earlier versions, now in storage, had done. Even that was irrelevant compared to footage from their deployment upon enemy cities. In many cases, it was enough to drive some Ozonians to self-destruction, essentially ending their physical bodies' operations, returning their consciousness to binding source crystals, and vowing not to take another body till the conclusion of the war. They were unwilling to deal with what had been unleashed upon a world that, not long ago, they had called their neighbors, not enemies. However, others enjoyed the entertainment, taking to floating stadiums for the anticipated pleasure of watching such carnage. For battle, soldiers received Norcox's best thorium-powered weapons. Being killed by the weapon was not the horrific part, but what happened after. The weapons produced a blast so intense it created large holes in the soldiers while leaving no organic material unharmed. For most Norcocks, the sight of soldiers blown apart was not troubling, but what happened when a Norcox was struck by this weapon terrified each of them. Norcox tissue was instantly roasted, often not killing the victims. The horrific body damage was only secondary. The smell of Norcox burnt flesh launched Hoganlow soldiers into a feeding frenzy, causing them to devour victims while they moved through cities. Many consciousnesses went insane, losing themselves to areas within the binding crystals few experienced. Creek felt something churning deep inside and feared the possibility of genetically altered soldiers from one of the other planets landing near his laboratory. Not that he feared his body being eaten after being killed. Rather, he feared becoming one of the less fortunate eaten alive once the frenzy began. Clearing his mind from wandering thoughts of past transgressions, Creek refocused his attention to one side of his lab, where genetically modified soldiers from the other 3 planets were held, having been captured and suspended in stasis for study. Creek believed Ozon's latest soldier would rival those of Kawani as he looked over specimens arranged by height. Kawani towered above most others at 12-15 feet in height, thick muscles, little to no hair, and black skin tone. Zilqua stood 10-14 feet in height and hairy with a brown skin tone. Ekwan stood 8 to 10 feet in height, little hair, small muscles designed for speed, eyes elongated for improved vision, and a light skin tone. Creek estimated his new Ozon soldier would grow between 11-14 feet in height, hairy with larger muscles than the previous soldiers, and with the pale skin that identified them as being from his world. With the soldiers now in their final stage of production, Creek knew within a day he could observe them in battle. The first 200 were heading to education processing, and then into battle where he could monitor them through transmitters grown deep within their brains. Though he was happy with the new modifications, Creek wished he knew how to remove the instinct to feed on the burned flesh of others. In the Norcock solar system, eating meat was something so far in their past that it wasn't even considered a possibility. Yet now they saw it during every battle waged. The consumption of enemy flesh was thought to be the cause for soldiers who lived through battle becoming difficult to control by their Norcock's commanders. Just as Creek turned to wave his hand over holographic controls, sending the newest soldiers to education, additional screens appeared all around with warnings flashing brightly. In Norcock's, it read, "Warning, attack in progress." Creek felt the fear everyone had of the war and immediately sent his new soldiers to education processing, adjusting the processing to shorten the time of transfer from an hour to minutes. He hastily began educating all soldiers with the basics of battle and the need to follow instructions. As he worked, the warning screen screamed at him while faint echoes of war penetrated the facility's reinforced walls. Minutes later, the first soldier appeared from education processing. Only then did he fear that he might have been naive in rushing the education program. He looked up at a pale, hairy soldier staring back down at him. Quickly, he began speaking. "I am Creek, your commander. You are soldier V-159. Do you comply?" Creek asked with a slight tremble in his voice. The large soldier replied with a deep voice, "Yes." Thankful that he was not being eaten by the soldier who just minutes ago lay unconscious in front of him, Creek's anxiety began to fade as he turned back to the holographic display. "Good, then you can lead the others," Creek sighed in relief. "Yes, it ends now," V-159 said with a powerful voice that differed greatly from the high-pitched tones the Norcock spoke. Creek's head snapped back to the soldier in front of him, shocked by the reply. Amazed by V-159's response to a question Creek had asked prior to education processing, Creek felt a scientific curiosity sparked in him that he had not felt in a long time. "Are you answering the question from earlier?" Creek asked, knowing that everything he understood about the production of soldiers said it wasn't possible. V-159 stared at Creek as if unsure how to respond. A second later, another soldier appeared from education, ending their conversation. V-159 turned to the newly educated soldier, locked eyes with her, and said, "I am V-159. You are V-160. Do you comply?" "Yes, it ends now," V-160 responded, then stood directly alongside V-159. Creek marveled at how very different these two were from all the others, seemingly working as one with V-159 taking command. Both seemed more intelligent even with a modified educational program, showing signs of understanding before education processing. Creek considered holding them back for further experiments, a consideration that was dismissed as explosions near the facility vibrated everything inside. As new soldiers emerged from education processing, Creek observed as V-159 and V-160 prepare them for battle. V-159 greeted them by their identifier, and V-160 presented each with body protective wear and weapons. Both exhibited greater leadership than any others before. Creek studied every movement, word, and interaction with the others as they prepared for battle. He noted them in his digital logs for future projects. With all the new soldiers ready, V-159 showed no hesitation leading them into the battle raging just a short distance away. "I hope you survive this, V-159 and V-160, Creek said as his most interesting creations yet took the lead into battle. Even with a strong desire to retain them for study, Creek watched as they and the others exited his facility. It had been a very long time since he had felt a true interest in anything. Moving his fingers in the air, Creek activated transmitters contained deep within the Hoganlow soldiers, hoping to obtain all data possible before their inevitable demise. Through the eyes of V-159 and V-160, it was quickly clear they possessed many traits that thousands before did not, the first of which was compassion for the other newborn soldiers. Creek watched as V-160 ran from her position, frantically dragging another soldier who had become wounded to safety, something that had not been observed during the entirety of the genetic soldiers' war. Further observation he was eager to log was that which he had spent years working to achieve. These new soldiers were not snacking on burnt Norcock's bodies, though the enemy soldiers continued to as they fought. "Yes, it ends now," the sonorous voice echoed in his thoughts as he attempted to process whether V-159 was answering the question posed to him before education processing or some other anomaly. It was not the first time he had asked the newly grown soldiers questions before sending them to education, but it was the first time one had answered. Losing track of endless days since the battle began on Ozon, his home planet, Creek continued to observe their actions while advancing attacks on Zilqua's genetic soldiers through cities that span more than 100 miles. While conducting his observations on the pair, Creek never allowed himself to get behind with his endless work producing new soldiers to aid in the fight. Each battle fought in this war was to the death. No defeated genetic soldier was ever retrieved from battle, and Creek wanted to give V-159 and his counterpart every opportunity to survive by producing more soldiers. Creek remained in his lab, not from the fear of being injured or killed in the war, but from fear of missing new observations from V-159 or V-160. A great majority of work was completed during data download periods when battles paused for both sides to retrieve data. Every 16 hours, when memory processors deep inside the soldiers' brains became overwhelmed, data automatically initiated downloads to history crystals, where all records were kept. These crystals not only stored what each individual did, but every emotion, thought, and sensory experience encountered. For Creek and the Norcocks, transfer time was all but instantaneous with information downloaded into their genetic doubles or binding source crystals upon death. For the more primitive genetics of Hoganlow soldiers, transfers could last anywhere from 1 to 8 hours. This was because of the limited capacity of their primitive brains and 2-inch organic transmitter located near its core, something resembling more of an eye than a transmitter. Creek also put soldiers' processing time to use on another experiment he was running with new pre-educated soldiers. After asking, "When does it end?" Several times the question had lost all the meaning it had once possessed when asked randomly to V-159. Now it was purely about duplicating the response. After soldiers returned from the education processes, Creek repeated his speech. "I am Creek, your commander. You are soldier V-Book. Do you comply?" Each new soldier replied, "Yes." "Good. Then you can lead the others," Creek stated eagerly, awaiting a reply to his earlier question, yet never receiving one. With every new soldier he tested, Creek was unsure how he felt not being able to duplicate the same response from V-159, though each time he did not receive a similar response, the more significance he placed on V-159 and V-160. Many weeks passed as the battle slowed. V-159 led the soldiers to eliminate the remaining Zilqua soldiers. The siege of his city was coming to an end. Apparently the Zilquas were no longer sending in reinforcements. Battles in this war were fought to the death, and no Hoganlow soldier had ever retreated from battle. They were designed this way. Creek watched the images he received from V-159 as he slowly closed in on their last Zilqua position. It would not be long before his most fascinating creation would be in his lab once again. What is that Zilqua soldier doing? Creek studied a box one Zilqua soldier held in the palms of his hands. They don't give soldiers devices like that. Creek watched a screen appear above the box, and another Zilqua soldier began tapping away at its symbols. Though it was not possible, Creek wanted to call out to V-159 or V-160 to direct their fire on the two with the box. He watched helplessly. Seconds later, he observed as V-159 put a large hole where a Zilqua soldier's face used to be, and almost as if V-159 had heard Creek's thoughts, he took aim at the Zilqua holding the strange box. Creek knew it was too late as he heard the soldier call out, "Zilqua is great!" Just before V-159 could fire his weapon, the soldier froze in place and crumbled as if he were a statue made of dust. The box screeched skyward, stopping near the far end of the city within little more than a blink of an eye. Creek pulled up new holographic images all around him in an attempt to get a closer look at what it may have been. Creek found one showing the box just as it divided into two equal pieces. From each of the two sections emerged what appeared to be micro-stars that instantly began spinning in opposite directions, creating a ring in the sky miles above the city. Creek could not believe his eyes as he began to receive data from the area. "It's the Sorona drive from galactic crushers." Beginning calculations for what it would do, panic took him over as the uncontained drive spun faster above his city. Even at its drastically reduced size, it would obliterate half the city. Before his computations had barely started, he witnessed its capabilities firsthand. Screens all around him flashed black, just as he slammed against a concrete wall along with every other loose object in his lab. Time seemed to slow down as his flesh attempted to meld with the concrete where he was held by extreme gravity. Just as his body had neared its limits, he was released from the wall and crumpled to the floor. He struggled to his feet and focused his attention on the surrounding holograms of the city. Every Norcoxan structure within the ring of the uncontained Sorona drive was now falling to ozone from the upper levels of the atmosphere. Everything around him was vibrating as fragments of the city crashed to the ground. Creek turned to a holographic view high above the city showing structures being pulled in the direction of the extreme gravity pulse. Knowing Norcock's lives lost to battle would be restored, Creek's true sorrow was for the loss of physical history. Much of what had been destroyed had survived from far before the binding and could never be regained. Creek's thoughts shifted to V-159. Did you survive? He quickly worked to assess their transmitters, and after reconnecting, he received images he couldn't explain. V-159 and V-160 stood extremely close, face to face and blinking for long periods of time. Out of concern that their bodies may have experienced fatal issues or worse, a hunger for flesh returned, causing them to devour each other. Creek sent out 2 retrieval drones. They arrived within minutes, and he was pleased to not see any signs one had been feasting on the other. But still, he had no explanation for the strange scene he witnessed through their transmitters. Unable to find any explanations, Creek decided to place them in stasis to prevent one from doing harm to the other. While others seemed to be on a fast track to end the war, Creek remained locked in his lab studying his creations. All 4 Norcox worlds had been devastated by the war. No one could or would believe they had caused it. Days and weeks passed without any new attacks launched. Rather, all called for the removal of current planetary leadership and formation of a new government. This new government contained not one from each planet, but one from every megacity with one high chair enacting their will. The greatest difference between the new and old government was not that of a larger group of members, but the risk to the high chair's concessions if something should go wrong. If the high chair failed to uphold rulings of the lower chair, that high chair's consciousness would be unbound from source crystals and terminated. It didn't take long before Creek received notification of the high chair's first order, one that Creek very much wanted to disobey. However, as the Norcox people could not personally do violence to others, they also could not physically disobey societal decisions. The order stated all Hoganlow soldiers were to be prepared for transport to a research solar system as soon as the current reptilian experiment is terminated and planetary conditions made suitable. Chapter 2. Princess. "Azita! Azita!" Cyrus called for his young daughter, who ran through the isolated Zagros mountain range of Iran with no fear of the dangers lurking around every stone. Prior to living in isolation, Cyrus had been friends and worked with the Shah, ruler over Iran. With the Shah's fall from power in 1979, Cyrus and his wife had no choice but to flee and be hunted or become imprisoned. As the years passed, that fear slowly subsided, but the birth of Azita sparked a greater fear in Cyrus than ever before. Again, his fear subsided as more years passed, and Cyrus figured that any search for him and his wife had long since been forgotten. He also had learned just how oppressive his once beautiful country had become toward women, and wanted no part of that life for his daughter. A daughter who was turning 6 in a few days and, with every year gained, became more adventurous and fearless than he had ever been. Cyrus loved his young daughter's spirit, but found it to be a real problem to keep an eye on her while tending to the gardens and livestock. "Azita," he called out once again as he looked out across the desolate mountain range. Instead of hearing Azita replying to his calls, all Cyrus heard were giggles from his wife inside their clay home built into the mountainside. Pretending he had not heard her, Cyrus slowly turned his head till he saw his lovely wife in his peripheral vision, but he was never sly enough to fool her. Soon as she came into sight, he heard her say, "You know where she is, Cy." "No, I forbade her from returning," Cyrus replied with confidence that his word would be followed. "Yes, you are right, my dear." Cyrus's wife struggled to restrain her giggling. Dropping his head slightly as he walked away with a smile on his face, Cyrus knew she was right. Since Azita was old enough to crawl, it seemed something had attracted her to the cave near their home. When she learned to walk, it became an even greater struggle to keep her from it. While walking away from their home, Cyrus glanced over to the storage area he had cut out of rock. He immediately saw his small spade shovel was not among the other tools. Supposing he should be angry with her, the thought of her trying to use the shovel always put a smile on his face. The side of the mountain was steep, and the very narrow path to the cave made it difficult for a full-grown man to travel. It was not so for Azita, who was just bigger than one of their goats. With the cave coming into view, Cyrus thought about all the times he had made trips to pull her from the cave. He wondered how she had found it in the first place. Only now was the entrance large enough for a grown man to enter because of all the times he had to go in after her. Those thoughts began to shift to how remarkable of a girl she was. He listened to the sound of his shovel in her little hands, scratching at rock, echoing from within. With a smile on his face, Cyrus almost sung her name when he called for her. "Azita." As soon as his voice entered the cave, the scratching noise stopped for only a few seconds before becoming more urgent than before. "Azita, I know you heard me," Cyrus chided. "Coming, father." He heard her voice from deep within the cave as the strikes of the shovel grew more urgent. Cyrus sat down the best he could just inside the entrance. He looked out over the valley and watched the little stream flowing in it far below. This is what life should be about, to be filled with peace. After a few minutes, he twisted back toward the cave. "Azita, it's time." The shoveling stopped, and he could hear her running in his direction, dragging the shovel behind her. Not only was he happy she was coming without having to tell her again, but this time he didn't have to go in after her. Cyrus wasn't claustrophobic, but small places weren't his favorite places to venture either. "Father, look what I found!" Azita shouted as she neared the cave's entrance. Cyrus could hear she was near, but with the darkness just inside the cave, he could only see the fat, oil-burning lantern she used when exploring caves. A second later, the light vanished, and Azita appeared from the darkness holding a large crystal. "Look, it's just like the painting," Azita exclaimed, referring to faint drawings she had first discovered on the cave walls, drawings her father took little interest in, other than his daughter found them amazing. With the crystal emerging into the light of day, Azita felt a slight surge of energy and warmth suddenly radiating from a once cold crystal in her hand. Almost blinded by the light reflecting from the crystal, Cyrus closed his eyes and turned his head toward the valley. He couldn't fight the feeling he had seen the crystal move, but figured it had to be the light playing with his eyes. With Azita moving the crystal closer to him and not wanting the reflection flashed in his face once more, he reached out, covering it with his hand, only to feel an intense shock. Pulling back quickly, Cyrus laughed and rubbed his hand. "You shocked me, Azita. Now put it away and hand me the shovel. Your mother will have our meal ready soon." Azita did as her father asked, and together they slowly walked the narrow path back toward home. Cyrus felt his daughter's disobedience should outrage him, but seeing her enjoying life and doing what she loved prevented such sentiments. "How did I ever become so blessed?" he thought as he watched her bouncing down a trail he struggled to stay on. His thoughts were quickly redirected to sounds of shifting gravel just above them, and none too soon. From behind a large boulder, a man slid down the graveled mountainside toward him. Instinctively, Cyrus stepped back, swinging the shovel in his hand and striking the right leg of what appeared to be an Iranian soldier. The soldier cried out and tumbled down the mountainside. He rolled end over end, breaking bones and soon becoming an unrecognizable pile of meat before reaching the valley floor. "Run, Azita!" Suddenly, Cyrus became as sure-footed as a mountain goat trotting down the steep trail. Halfway down, another soldier charged down to intercept them. Reaching out, Cyrus grabbed his daughter's blouse, pulling her back and stopping her just in time. The soldier, who was obviously unfamiliar with the mountain terrain, continued his path down, unable to stop. Cyrus listened to the man scream in agony for a short time as he tumbled to his death. With the soldiers gone, Azita tried to run home, but her father's hand still clutched her blouse, holding her in place. "Wait," Cyrus whispered as he spotted movement down the path near their home. "No!" Cyrus screamed silently to himself as he watched soldiers drag his wife out from their home. Fighting every instinct in his body not to run to her aid was the most difficult thing he had ever done, but he understood that if he did, they would all perish. "Run!" Cyrus heard his wife scream, only to be silenced with a bullet. Rather than freezing in fear and sorrow, a new set of instincts took over: flight. Grabbing Azita and turning with her in his arms, he ran back up the trail, taking the only option that was left to him. Past the caves, he ran with Azita in his arms along the mountainside. He focused on every foot placement, not wanting to follow the two soldiers screaming to their deaths. Hours passed, and still, Cyrus called up every ounce of strength to keep moving. Cyrus marveled at just how strong Azita was for such a young child. She never complained while they ran, but followed his every command. As night fell, Cyrus was pleased to have made it down the mountain near the stream. There they filled a canteen. Fortunately, Azita always had one when exploring caves. With their thirst quenched, it was time to move downstream. Cyrus knew just where it led, having explored escape routes years ago, and had chosen this stream for its access to the main river, which flowed into the Gulf. The waterways were the easiest and fastest way to travel, which was why he built their home in the mountains. Though the idea of needing to use the plan had faded over the years, it was always there. He had no idea how the regime found them after all these years, but this fast exit was exactly what they needed. Taking his daughter by the hand, he began walking to where he had hidden a small wooden boat many years before Azita was born. It had years since Cyrus had last checked on it, and now with the darkness, he wasn't even sure if he could find its location. For hours, they climbed and walked over rocks in the valley with nothing but the stream itself lending clues to the small boat's location. Though nothing was familiar, Cyrus was thankful that the moon was bright, illuminating the area even more so when he thought he recognized an eroded area along the hillside. There's where it should be. Yes, Cyrus thought as his heart began beating faster, pushing physical weakness aside as adrenaline surged forth. "Come on, one more crevice," he prayed. Finally, the crevice appeared barely visible in the moonlight. The boat was covered with rocks, a little dirt, and brushwood. "Help me get it to the water, Azita," Cyrus said excitedly. After clearing brush and digging around all the sides, they pulled it from where it had rested for almost a decade, Once it was placed in the water, Cyrus inspected it for leaks and satisfied himself that it could carry them both. He put Azita in the small boat and climbed in with her, and then he paddled down the shallow stream. Within an hour, they entered the deeper, swifter waters of the river. It was only at that point that Cyrus began to relax. He used the paddle to guide them down river to the open waters of the Gulf. Cyrus felt the events of the day catching up with him as his body grew weak. But at this point, sleep was not an option, not only because they had to keep moving. The sound of his wife's voice screaming out before being silenced by a bullet from the soldier's gun echoed in his head. Looking down to the floor, he could see the moonlight reflecting from Anita's eyes as she stared up at him. "Go to sleep, my little Azita," Cyrus said in a loving voice. Wanting to do what her father requested, Azita smiled at him. "Yes, father," she said, but still tried to keep a close eye on him. After a few minutes, she grew tired, and her eyes became heavy even though she fought to keep them open. Just as sleep began to win and her eyes fully closed, a bright light appeared over them as if from nowhere. Azita's eyes flew open and did not blink. A paralyzing feeling came over her entire body. For the first time that day, she wanted to scream, but she couldn't. She watched her father float up into the light from where he had sat on the boat. Tears formed in her golden eyes as he vanished into the light. Then everything faded to black. Chapter 3. New Squadron. Captain Monroe Drex walked along the pristine concrete sidewalk of Schriever Air Force Base as he did every morning, and each time his hatred for the place grew more intense. Not because it was a difficult duty station, but for the dull existence of it all. The yearning to once again spend his days running operations with the 3rd Ranger Battalion would have driven a lesser man insane. Drex felt it unnatural for an Army Ranger to be assigned to an Air Force squadron. Feeling so strong that twice a month since arriving at his new command with the 527th Space Aggressor Squadron, he walked to the personnel office to submit his request for transfer back to 3rd Rangers. Making the request had become futile, but it was one he needed to make regardless that each submission was merely denied the very next day. Drex knew from years in the military that he was stuck in his current duty station, because at no time in military history had paperwork moved fast enough to receive a reply within 24 hours. "Sergeant First Class Monroe Drex!" Drex heard someone call out from a distance just as he approached the administration building. He turned to face a familiar voice, one Drex quickly recognized as the man approached. "Jake," he responded, surprised. They had only crossed paths a few times in the 15 years since they completed Ranger training. Spotting the captain bars on Drex's uniform, Jake quickly stopped, went to attention, and rendered a salute. Drex returned his salute, stretching out his hand to shake Jake's. He was grateful to shake the hand of another Ranger. "Holy shit, man. You went commissioned? Last I heard you were running operations in Afghanistan. I actually even thought you had eaten the big one there," Jake said with a hint of excitement in his voice as they shook hands. After a year at Schriever Air Force Base, Drex thought, probably would have been better than this. "Yeah, after I finished officer candidate training, I did another tour overseas. Then I was stationed here." That was all the information he could relay or even wanted to tell Jake about his current duty station. What am I going to say? "Oh, I'm here training personnel to fight space aliens." Drex couldn't even laugh at the thought anymore. So, he quickly turned the conversation back to Jake. "So, I see you made Master Sergeant. Congratulations." Jake's chin rose slightly higher, causing him to look taller. "The added shit sucks, but it puts that many more people below me in rank. Not as many as the bars on your chest, but still an improvement." Drex couldn't resist his burning curiosity as to why Jake was here any longer and asked, "What brings you to Schriever?" Jake's lips puckered as if he had tasted something sour. "I had better check in and get to where I need to be, sir. This is personnel?" he asked, pointing to the building nearest them. "Yes," Drex replied. Recognizing the deflection for what it was, and understanding that their conversation was over, he turned slightly and reached out to the door for personnel administration. Get a beer later in town?" Stopping just inside the door with a crooked smirk on his face, Jake answered, "Now, sir, you know enlisted and officers can't drink together. But if you have a suggestion on where to get a beer and the best time to drink it, I'm listening." 1900, The Cave. "Sounds good. I'll check it out. Thanks for the suggestion, sir." Jake nodded his head slightly as he continued into the building. As he watched the ranger walk down the hallway, Drex's mind buzzed with curiosity. What was Jake here for? He watched as Jake passed the door to personnel and continued to enter operations. Drex looked down to his hand at his latest request form. This rejection can wait another day. Then he turned facing back the way he had come, feeling pretty good that they would meet again soon. Even sooner than 1900 hours. A few hours later, Drex stood watching his squad negotiate an obstacle course designed specifically for them. The course looked much like any other with the exception of an underground portion that held a wide range of obstacles meant to challenge the mind and body. Many of the obstacles were far beyond his technical capabilities, but Drex understood his role was that of combat logistics. He stood stoically behind glass in the observation room watching as his squad attempted to disarm a fictional weapon before it could strike them with an electrical pulse. On this obstacle, they experienced electrical shocks lasting 3 seconds every 2 minutes after the first failed attempt. Having run the obstacle with his squad many times, he knew just how intense the shocks were. On the occasions Drex accompanied his squad, he felt sure that his squad intentionally waited to disarm devices till after the first shock, allowing themselves to be shocked just so he was as well. They almost always succeeded before the first shock when running obstacles alone. "Knock, knock, knock. Enter!" Drex called out to whoever had knocked on the door while keeping his focus on his squad. Stepping in the room, Sergeant Spears went to attention. Her eyes shifted from Drex to those negotiating the course before stating, "Sir, they request your squad in Briefing Room C." Drex had felt the day would be different since his earlier encounter with Jake, and with no briefings previously scheduled for today, his suspicions were proven correct. Be there in 5 mics. Spears cringed as she watched the clock next to Drex ticking down closer to 0, knowing that a shock of electricity was near. Spears's body tensed even though it wasn't her that would receive the shock. 7, 6, 5, 4. The squad completed their task with 3 seconds to spare, signaled by a buzzer sound simultaneously opening a door for their next task. "I knew they were doing it on purpose," Drex mumbled. "What was that, sir?" Spears asked, a little disappointed she didn't get to see the squad become electrified. Drex dismissed her question with a wave of his hand and pressed a button on the control panel just in front of him. The corridor his squad was now located in lit up brightly, signaling to them that this training session was at an end. With his squad's attention now on the observation room glass, Drex pressed another button and said, "Briefing Room C, 5 mics." Drex knew these were probably some of the best and smartest soldiers he had ever seen. Even that didn't take away how strange all of it was to be an Army Ranger in command of an Air Force squad. A squad containing personnel from 4 branches of the armed services. "Oh yeah, I forgot we are training to fight ET." He finished the thought with a brief smirk. Seeing his squad had exited the lower training center, he turned to find Spears staring at the weapon his squad had just disarmed. It was easy to see that something bothered her, and his curiosity always needed to be fed. "What is it, Sergeant?" Hesitantly, she replied, "Sir, I know it's not my place, but they should have been shocked." Drex wondered how she could tell anything from this distance, especially when circuit boards had such small components, and figured there could only be one explanation. "Did you help design the test, Sergeant?" "No, sir. Those come from an unknown department. I am just great with patterns and connections. Those they made should not have worked, sir." This time, Spears spoke with more confidence when explaining her observation. After a brief explanation and description of her observations for which Drex had little understanding, he was impressed. It was something that would need to be followed up on. He asked, I don't remember seeing your name on the unit candidates list for this squad. Why didn't you try out?" Spears looked to the floor as she spoke. "Sir, you know in the Army your physical fitness score might as well be your IQ. I was disqualified for not maxing out the push-up section, sir." He knew just what Spears was talking about. It did not matter what you wanted to do in the Army. You had better have a 300 PFT score or others that did would receive the spot. He felt that the practice was not a fair way to evaluate everyone, but it was an issue for another time. Glancing down at his watch, he quickly realized more time had passed during their short conversation than he had expected. Without replying to Spears's explanation of why she didn't try out for the squad, he started walking. "Let's move, Sergeant." For most of the walk to Briefing Room C, Drex thought about his conversation with Spears, but the closer they got to their destination, the more his thoughts switched to Jake. After running into him this morning, he felt they would cross paths again before the end of the duty day, and this unscheduled briefing was most likely the spot. His hunch was confirmed the second he walked in. He spotted Jake moving toward him with a grin upon his face. Only this time he was wearing eagles on his uniform instead of sergeant stripes. "Captain, good to see you here. I figured it would be the case when I sighted a fellow ranger on an Air Force base," Jake said as he neared. "Full bird, Colonel?" Drex replied, letting that and his expression stand for multiple questions he wanted to ask. Jake knew exactly what was going through Drex's mind and attempted to quickly answer what he believed would be the biggest question, his current rank. "Been an officer from the start. My cover is enlisted, as you knew me before today. I'll cover the rest later." Jake spotted the last of Alpha Squad entering the room. "Looks like everyone is here, so let's get started." Jake turned back to the front of the room. Drex thought back to when he first met Jake as a young E4 specialist in Ranger training at Fort Benning, Georgia, and all the times their paths crossed since. Not once did it seem there was anything out of the ordinary about him, and that brought up many more questions that would have to wait. But for now, Drex wondered what new training scenarios they would introduce him and his team to, or if it was to be another theory of how they might be attacked by ET. It didn't really matter because he knew it wouldn't be any different from all the others during his 14 months as command of Alpha Squad. The second he heard Jake speak, boredom began to take hold, knowing how most of these sessions begin with the qualifications and background of the speaker. However, with the current revelation about Jake, Drex thought it would be great to hear what background he would share. "Hello, everyone. I am Colonel Jake Guerrero with the 75th Ranger Regiment, 2nd Battalion. We will forego the meet and greet portion today and move right into why I am here. From what I understand, this will be Alpha Squad's first official mission." Drex felt his body tighten, eyes widen, and ears perk up with the words, "first official mission." This wasn't the same crap as before. Drex felt the excitement take hold of him, just hoping for anything other than training. "I am afraid there is not a great deal of information about what you can expect, but here is what we know. In January of last year, satellites recorded high energy levels coming from a remote mountainous region of Afghanistan. That following March, 8 recon Marines were sent to investigate the threat factor. We lost contact with them a full day before they were to arrive at the energy location." "What about satellite tracking?" someone from the middle of the room asked. "Ineffective. Please hold all questions to the end," Jake stated with a look that made it clear that there would be no further interruptions. Satisfied he had made himself clear, he continued the briefing. "A few days later, we sent a SEAL team to investigate. They brought this back." He nodded to a soldier standing by the light switch, and shortly after, a video was projected on the wall behind where Jake had been standing. Drex watched intensely as he assumed the Marines walking in the video were those sent to investigate. The first few minutes of the video looked like most from the Afghan region, with a line of soldiers walking up a rocky mountain. Then it showed the radio man unsuccessfully reporting to command. It was clear from what he could see in the video that there was nothing wrong with the equipment. It was just not sending or receiving signals, not even static. The mission was well documented, even though the radio signals seemed to be botched. As he watched, the Marines located a small hole in the mountainside. That was where the energy source seemed to be strongest. Drex watched as the soldiers placed explosive charges around the hole, still not seeing any possible mission for his squad. The video shifted from the charge being placed to seconds after detonation. The first thing that caught his attention, and apparently everyone else's, was that of the bluish glow as dust floated in front of the opening created. Everyone was focused on the entrance as the video was sped up to a point where the dust had settled seconds before the Marines began their investigation. Drex could feel himself squinting and leaning forward as if it would allow him to see inside the cave a second sooner. For the first time since he had arrived at Schriever Air Force Base, he felt excitement watching the camera peer into the cave. It showed nothing but rock. All the excitement that had been building crashed back down to earth, and he leaned back in his seat, disappointed. A few more minutes passed as one Marine, then another entered, moving farther into the darkness with a few squiggle frames flashing before the video ended. Really? Drex thought. The only interesting thing about that video was a slight blue tint to some dust. The video ended, and the lights turned on. Jake studied the faces in front of him, most of whom looked as though they had just watched a bad commercial. Questions? Drex raised his hand. What happened to the Marines? Drex's first concern was always the safety of his soldiers. Jake looked to his fellow ranger before replying. Their whereabouts are unknown at this time. We recovered the video at the cave entrance. After giving his answer to Drex's question, seconds passed as no further hands went up. Okay, if there are no further questions, we will... I have one, Sergeant Spears said from the back of the room. Since she was with support and not a squad member, she was unsure if it was okay to ask a question but couldn't resist. Jake looked in her direction. Yes? Spears hesitated slightly, then asked, The last image in the video was that of a person in the glass. After hearing her question, everyone looked to her as if she had not watched the same thing they had, except for one. What is your name? Jake asked, with a puzzled yet intrigued look. Sergeant Spears. Well, Sergeant, not sure how you were able to notice what nobody else could until they enhanced the video and slowed it down, but you are correct. The last second of the video contained 30 minutes of footage. Jake had to stop and let the room settle down before continuing. The footage will only be provided in the team's security room. However, for now, here are some slides. With each one he presented to the room came awe and fascination, but no more so than when the image of a human-like creature encased in a blue shield appeared. Drex's excitement returned and magnified with each slide. It might not be combat, but this is some cool shit, he thought. He wanted to get his hands on the recovered video. The briefing carried on for another 10 minutes as mission excitement grew. He just could not wait to get dirt on his boots that wasn't from training. He heard Jake say, Alpha Squad report to your team security room at 1100 hours. That is all. Drex knew there was only one thing to do before leaving the room. Standing up and turning, he spotted the person he was looking for and headed over. Being close to the highest-ranking person in the room, when he walked by, people moved out of his way. It only took seconds before he was standing in front of Sergeant Spears, saying, Push-ups can't help people see what you do. Report to Team Room 1100 hours. Welcome to Alpha Squad. Chapter 4. Present Day. Focused on the earth beneath her as she gently waved her foot back and forth over tops of what little vegetation grew in sand just outside of Phoenix, Azita looked for any signs of anomalous activity. The more she searched among cacti, rattlesnakes, and scorpions, the more she felt the story would be just like countless other tips she had investigated, a dead end. Even with finding no evidence of extraterrestrial activity but plenty of teenage partying, Azita loved being in regions that reminded her of when she was a child. Standing with her toes to the edge of a drop-off into Scorpion Lake, it wasn't difficult to imagine the barren mountain range of Iran once she ignored the tree-like cacti towering all around. Taking in a deep breath and slowly exhaling, she could see her father standing next to her, telling stories of how wonderful their country of Iran had been and why they were to speak to no one about the past. At the time, she couldn't understand why he was so adamant about not talking of such things, but after years of education in the best American schools, it became very clear. She felt herself becoming lost in memories of her father. These memories were as clear to her now as the day they had occurred. Her remarkable ability to remember sights, sounds, smells, and touch helped keep her family alive after their death. Though their death was one thing she could not recall. The only thing she was certain of was that they had died. After spending another hour searching for signs of activity, Azita felt it was time to head back before the sun fell behind distant mountains, making it difficult to see in the low light. While continuing to search on her way back to the car, the only unexplained discovery she found was how partying teenagers could have forgotten a case of beer. This tip, like many others she had previously investigated, produced nothing, an experience she had become used to years ago. Glancing down to her watch, Azita began to pick up the pace back to her car. Her employer had sent her to cover Arizona's newly elected governor's swearing-in, but could not resist making a 2-hour trip from Flagstaff to Phoenix after receiving valuable information from her UFO expert regarding sightings of trioptic ships in the area. This wasn't an opportunity she could pass up since her job had placed her in the area, in the hopes that maybe, by some off chance, this one would be different. Now she found herself in a race to board her flight on time, something she swore would not happen since being warned by her editor about side trips and constantly missing flights. Driving down county roads to the interstate, her eyes occasionally looked skyward, always scanning for the slightest sign of something out of place. This didn't just feed her need to keep searching, but also calmed her nerves as she thought about how slowly traffic would be moving on the interstate as she approached. When she turned on the ramp to Flagstaff, she became thankful for the light, fast-moving traffic. She set the cruise control on 75 miles per hour, relaxing a little as she kept one eye on the road and the other to the sky. After she arrived at the airport, Azita hurried to turn in the rental car and sign what paperwork was required before moving to the point she feared most, being delayed by TSA agents who seemed to always find a Persian woman with a last name such as Curtright suspicious. She stood in line, her shoes in her hands and nothing but her ID in her pocket, and tried not to appear too anxious as she glanced at her watch once again. 10 minutes to take off, she thought as her pulse spiked. If she were to be pulled from the line now, there would be no making her flight. It was now Azita's turn to go through the checkpoint. She was placing her small bag, shoes, and watch on the conveyor belt for the X-ray machine when she saw the time once again. "Damn, 6 minutes!" she muttered, instantly regretting it as she turned and came face to face with the TSA agent working the metal detector. "What was that, ma'am?" the agent asked, squinting slightly. "Oh, nothing. Just thought I didn't have my driver's license. But here it is." Azita smiled and held the license up for the agent to see. She figured that answer wouldn't encourage any further questions. Fortunately, she was correct, and the agent waved her through. Now feeling more relaxed, Azita walked through the X-ray machine, quickly gathered her things from the tub, and rushed toward the gate as she struggled to slip her shoes back on. "Shit!" she exclaimed as vibrations from her small handbag startled her. Slowing her pace just enough to retrieve the phone, Azita had no doubts about who it was. As she pressed the answer icon, a familiar voice asked with a slight wisp, "Anything this time?" It was her personal extraterrestrial information center, Tyler. Azita had never seen Tyler or knew much about him, but every time she heard his voice, she pictured a heavy-set 23-year-old living in his mother's basement. She also knew from things he had spoken of that he lived in Texas, but could not pin down exactly where. "Just an unopened 12-pack of beer with a lot of empties nearby," she said disappointedly, hearing a slight moan from Tyler. "The video I received showed the trioptic hovering in that area, then shooting straight up. It had to be doing something," Tyler said, in what seemed to be an attempt to convince her it had really happened. Beep, boop. Azita could hear call, waiting, alerting her. "Tyler, I have another call, and I am sure this is my editor. We will speak after I land." Without waiting for him to respond, she switched over to Jason as she hurried to the boarding area. "Azita Curtright, how may I help you?" "Stop screwing around. You on your flight, and where's my story?" Jason responded. Azita quickly tapped at the screen of her phone. "Yes, Jason, at the airport now. Can't believe your call made it through." Click. Azita hit the end call icon, and then she quickly retrieved her report, sending it to Jason with one more press of the screen. With her story on the new governor emailed to Jason, Azita turned off her phone for the flight. Having stayed up the night before writing a story, then driving out to Scorpion Lake for her own investigation, she looked forward to the 6-hour flight home to Washington, D.C. Her nerves began to get a little jittery as she approached the gate, as no one was in the area. Just as she was about to raise her watch and look at it for the 80th time, she heard the announcement, "Final boarding call for Flight 118 to Washington, D.C. at Gate 6. With the announcement, she also spotted a person checking tickets near the boarding corridor entrance. Azita's body relaxed as she held out her ticket, and she was promptly guided down the corridor to the plane. With each step closer to her seat, she could feel the long hours without sleep catching up to her. "Your seat is right here, ma'am." The stewardess pointed as if she were waving her hand at a prize on a game show. Joy came over Azita as she noticed the seat next to her was empty. "Can I get you anything for the flight?" "Yes, a pillow and blanket, please." Instantly, the stewardess turned to retrieve the items as Azita fought to stay awake till her return. Only a few minutes passed between making her request and the items being presented, but it seemed like a never-ending fight with her head bobbing up and down like a drunk that had had 6 too many. Just as Azita covered herself with the blanket and rested her head on the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep. Within moments, movement from the flight caused her most recurring dream to seem more realistic. The dream always began with her looking up to blue skies above, as the sun beat down on her little body and waves rocked the boat beneath her. Azita could feel pain from extreme thirst and cracking lips as the sun did its best to burn through what little cloth she had to shield herself. All around her, as far as she could see, was water, but to drink it would only bring death that much sooner. She recalled stories her father had told her about men stranded at sea, and how some allowed their thirst to overtake them and drank the seawater. He would never go very far into details, but from the horrific look on his face, she understood it was not an option. Having lost all sense of time due to blacking out, little Azita woke to sharp pains from lying far too long on one side. Rolling to her other side in hope of relieving pain from the boat's hardwood floor, she felt something stick her. Believing it was just another splinter, she raised her leg to investigate, only to feel greater pain along with resistance. Wanting to scream from pain, but unable due to her dry throat, Azita curled up in a ball and quickly saw it was not a splinter, but a fishhook that had been lost between the wooden floor planks. Only now she had found it, or it had found her. With small, weak fingers grasping around the hook in her leg and where it grew from the floor, she tried to work it free. Slowly, Azita worked her leg back and forth, gritting her teeth as the hook sliced tissue beneath her skin until the hook came loose from the boards, along with several feet of string. With the hook free from the boat, her first thought was not of being thankful, but of catching a fish, one which vanished as she then thought, "I have nothing for bait, or I would have already eaten it." She could feel the barb of the hook digging deep in her skin each time she attempted to back it out, each time stopping due to extreme pain. Sometimes the pain was so great that she would cry out, but due to dehydration, no tears would fall. Now sick from pain and the hook not coming any closer to being free, Azita grabbed a tight hold and tugged as hard as she could. She screamed in pain, but only a scratching sound made its way past her lips. Never in her life could she recall such pain as when that hook ripped out a piece of her flesh as revenge for her attempts to free herself from it. Looking down at the bloodied hook, she wanted nothing more than to throw it out into the water where it would never be seen again. Then the thought occurred to her, "I am the bait." Pulling the string free from the floor and tying it off to the boat, Azita looked at her flesh and blood still trapped under the hook's barb. Before throwing it over, she thought, "Hope I taste good." The minutes passed with nothing finding interest in her flesh, causing despair to once again creep back over her. As her head lay on the wooden floor plank, her eyes opened wide as she felt a thud different from what had been made by the waves. Fast as she could move, Azita raised to see the string stretch tight, and then felt another thud as something on the hook tried to free itself. With excitement from a catch, she could feel newfound energy coming from deep within as she wrapped her tiny fingers around the string and began to pull. The string was only around 7 feet long, but it seemed a mile long as her little arms pulled at the large fish, fighting to get away. Fear of the line breaking caused strength from deep within her to spring forth as the large fish came near the surface. Spotting an opportunity to grab it in the gills, Azita plunged her hand into the water. The fear of losing her catch grew as she didn't make contact and felt the line slice into her skin. The fish now had another foot of line to fight with. But for Azita, the fight was not over. Pulling with every bit of energy she had, she brought the fish once again to the surface. Holding the string tight and braced to the side of her boat, she found rhythm with waves to make the next attempt count. Just as the wave began to drop away, revealing much more of the fish, she thrusted her hand down, clamping her fingers inside of its gill. Satisfied she had a good grip with her right and releasing string from left, she pushed against the boat rail for leverage to drag the fish from the water. Once again, timing the waves, she waited for the wave to drop the boat, using its downward momentum to pull her catch on board, where it still struggled to get away. Feeling exhaustion quickly taking over, she wasted no time and bit at the fish, but her small, dull teeth could not penetrate his scales. She looked around for something to cut the fish, but found nothing other than a bag containing her crystal from the cave. Just then her eyes widened and she grabbed the crystal from the bag and began to strike the fish till it was dead and easier to eat with chunks of meat revealed. Once the head separated, Azita pulled guts free and placed them in her dry mouth. It took more than a minute for the moisture to soften the tissue of her mouth, but once it had, she was not concerned about how awful the taste was, only relieved for the little moisture it provided. Night came and went, as did the little strength provided from the fish. The next day she felt all life leaving her body and darkness closing in. By the time Azita's eyes reopened, she was no longer in her father's boat, but in a room with shiny wooden walls, a room that seemed to rock gently side to side. Slowly, her eyes scanned the room from the wood to little round windows with sunlight shining through. Then she saw a figure dressed in white enter through a little door. "She's awake! She's awake!" Azita heard a woman call out, but she had no clue what was said, not knowing the strange language the woman was speaking. Still very weak but curious where she was and how she got there, Azita focused on the woman, who was pointing at herself saying, "My name is Ruthie Curtright." Azita pointed at herself and repeated, only to have the woman laugh at her. Feeling her body being bounced from turbulence, Azita opened her eyes from the dream to find the stewardess standing in the aisle next to her. "We are preparing to land, ma'am," she said with a smile. Still waking from her deep sleep, Azita acknowledged the woman and handed her pillow and blanket over to her while saying, "Thank you very much." Rubbing her sleepy eyes and buckling into her seat for landing, Azita smiled at the memory of when she met her family for the first time. Chapter 5. Team's First Mission. Locked in the back of a C-130 heading for Ramstein, Germany, Drex opened the dossier for new personnel they were to team up with upon arrival. Like most others in his position, Drex was greatly bothered by the mere thought of adding an unknown person to his team, but so had he been bothered by being an Army Ranger in charge of an Air Force Special Operations team. Just the thought of guys he served with in the Rangers finding out about his position ran chills down his spine. The jokes would be non-stop. Drex had come to the conclusion that the life of charging into battle was over for him, and now he was only a well-trained tour guide. The first thing to catch his eye while pulling files free from the folder was the word Nazi. "Well, at least this should be an interesting tour," he said when he saw that. He was not disappointed. Half an hour passed as he read through information on Otto von Cerny. information that both intrigued and confused him. The man in the photo attached to the dossier was in his 20s, but the man he was reading about was supposed to be the son of a Nazi scientist that headed up the Die Glocke project in 1942. Damn, his father had to be in his 60s or 70s when he was born. Pushing past the thought of Otto's father being so old when he was born, Drex continued reading and preparing his notes to brief his team. The back of the transport plane was large and mostly empty with the exception of their gear, which required very little space, making the flight fairly comfortable. Knowing they would be ready to land soon, Drex called his team together for a short briefing. Though the dossier had quite a lot of information in it, very little would help with the mission ahead. With his team all sitting in front of him, it was time to begin. Okay, this is where we stand. Shortly, we will be landing at Ramstein Air Force Base. There, we will be picking up a new member of the team, Otto Cerny. He had to stop for a second while his team came to terms with having a new member. No team that had trained together and grown close enjoyed the unknown of a new person. Yes, I know, but regardless, we will push through. Otto was a member of the Kommando Spezialkräfte. They are elite German military commandos, so we should not worry about him being able to handle himself. Now he is the son of Otto von Cerny, who was the lead scientist of the Die Glocke project, otherwise known as the Bell. Spears couldn't control her enthusiasm and interrupted. I read about that project. It was a top-secret project for the Third Reich. Supposedly, a man got inside and was transported in time. It took place at Der Riese, or the Giant. The only thing left are huge concrete structures they call the Henge. Drex raised his hand for Spears to be silent. Normally, he didn't like having interruptions during his briefings, but the information she had provided was helpful. With everyone once again focused on him, he continued, Yes, he is the son of a Nazi scientist and we are going into the realm of Indiana Jones here, but try and push through. We will be rendezvousing with Otto when we land at a local hotel. We are not to present as military, but researchers from the Smithsonian. New luggage and clothing will be waiting for each of us when we land. Otto will be the only person from here out that knows our true mission. Is that clear? Simultaneously, everyone in the team replied, Yes, sir. Satisfied his team had enough information, Drex closed the briefing. The next briefing will be at 1700 hours. At that time, Sergeant Spears will provide you with a copy of the mission. That copy will only be presented in the briefing room and will be destroyed before we leave the room. If there are no immediate questions, prepare for landing. Having no further questions, each person of Alpha Squad secured any loose items they had and buckled in for landing. Though she didn't ask any questions, Spears had many and could not wait to get her hands on the briefing material. After an uneventful landing, the team climbed into the back of a LMTV, light-medium tactical vehicle, that had already been scheduled to arrive, allowing them to remain unseen leaving the transport. Drex had planned the mission for the least number of opportunities for them to be spotted as possible to avoid raising suspicion. The mission security might not seem as imperative as those he executed during his time with the 3rd Ranger Battalion, but Drex had planned every detail as if it was. From the time they climbed into the C-130, no other soul had laid eyes on them. The new luggage and identification waited in a hangar where they parked the LMTV. Drex took notice of every corner of the large hangar as he climbed out of the LMTV, searching for anything out of place. He had ordered it to be clear of personnel and for all surveillance it contained to be removed. Satisfied everything was as requested, Drex slapped the side of the vehicle, signaling Alpha Squad to depart while he walked to the rear. Okay, from here out, we are researchers working for the Smithsonian, so act accordingly. Over to your left, locate your luggage and new ID. Men change on the driver's side and women on the passenger's side. Once that is complete, load up in one of the 2 cars on the other side of the hangar. Higgins, you will drive one and I'll take the other. Oh, and one other thing. Relax, you're supposed to be civilian researchers. Drex informed the team as they exited. Minutes ticked by as Drex slowly took his time locating his luggage and new identification. Jubal Hubbard. Who the hell creates a fake ID with the name of Jubal? Then a smile came over his face as he thought of who would have created their new identities. Jake. Over a half-hour passed with Drex still not ready while the rest of his team had already dressed, discussed their new names, learned their backgrounds, and waited by the cars for 20 minutes. Drex watched as they stole glances at him, putting on a light jacket he found in the luggage, then slowly adjusted it into place, before casually picking up his luggage and walking in their direction. This is the part you cannot create a training course for, the real world. When I said relax, I meant it. Just because you change clothes doesn't mean others can't tell you're military. Now load up. Higgins, follow me, but not too close, Drex explained as he threw his bags in the trunk. Sure thing, Higgins responded, unsure if it was the correct amount of relaxed that he was supposed to be with a superior officer. Fortunately, it didn't take him long to find out as Drex climbed into the lead car without saying another word. Seeing the exchange between the two helped others of the team understand just what was expected of them. Drex marveled how little the area had changed since his last visit years ago, while his unit passed through on their way to Afghanistan. With the hotel only 5 miles from Ramstein Air Base, there was not a great deal to see before arriving at the Landstuhl Hotel where Otto Kearney would be joining the team. Parking in a parking lot just to the side of the Landstuhl, Drex judged the building to be pre-World War II, but having a great deal of renovation work completed. Yeah, this looks like the type of place Smithsonian researchers would stay. The building was a light tan color and stood 3 floors high, with each window of the first 2 floors possessing troughs full of multicolored flowers. The 3rd floor, where Drex knew their rooms to be located, was what gave it the rustic German look, clay-shingled roof wrapping around the 3rd floor windows, giving the appearance that they were pushed through the roof. Drex's observation of the building was not just for its rustic beauty, but to give the appearance of interest that a researcher would have in such things. The real purpose was to locate possible exit routes if needed and locate areas to place one of 5 miniature surveillance cameras he held in his jacket pocket. Palming one of the cameras in his hand, Drex walked slowly toward the rear of the hotel as if he were admiring the hand-chiseled stone foundation that the hotel rested upon. "Can you believe the craftsmanship that went into building these stones?" Drex asked one of his team members, removing their luggage from the car. Quickly, Spears picked up on what he was up to and replied, "There's an old sawmill back in my hometown with foundation blocks just like this. Wonder if it could have been built by Germans migrating in the 1800s. From that point, each team member began discussing the block, other building materials, and history of the town. With the group now acting much like he imagined historic researchers would, Drex bent over and placed one of the half-inch cubes between 2 foundation stones with the best angle to cover the back of the hotel. Satisfied with the position of the camera, Drex joined in the conversation the others were having about how far Nanstein Castle was from the hotel, while retrieving his luggage and walking to the front entrance. He placed himself in the middle of the group with his luggage held in his left hand and 2 surveillance cameras in his right, and then guided the group with subtle cues. While they moved, he placed the 2 cameras left and right of the entrances, one more in the lobby and one in the 3rd floor hallway, covering all their rooms. "Natalie, come and see me as soon as you are settled," Drex requested as Spears was about to enter her room. Keeping cover and using aliases always came easy for him. Often he thought he might have even missed his calling as an actor. Drex always laughed at the thought of doing any other profession, feeling that deep down in his DNA he was meant to be a soldier. "Done, Jubal," Spears stated, flinging her bag through the slightly open door to her room. "Damn it, Jake," Drex thought upon hearing his cover name. "Great, come on in, and we'll get started." First thing Drex wanted to do was check the placement of the cameras. He couldn't imagine what kind of people would pose a threat to them. But security was what he was great at. "Even if it is against a pasty kid in his mama's basement," he said just under his breath. "What was that?" "Nothing," Drex replied. He had forgotten that Spears was in the room. It only took a few seconds to pull the laptop from his luggage. While it booted up, he turned his attention back to the folders and dossier for the briefing. While gathering the necessary material for Spears, he thought of how glad he was that Spears had become part of the team. She was the only one on the team that seemed more like a soldier than a professor pretending to be a soldier. With everything in order, He turned to her. "Okay, you'll find the conference room at the end of the hall. Inform the others it will be at 5 o'clock. Make a copy for each, including Otto. Before you do, ensure they have placed a shredder in the room for when the meeting is complete. Don't leave the room unsecure," Drex explained while handing over the paperwork. "You got it, Jubal," Spears replied with a smirk. She turned for the door, hurrying on her way. Drex shook his head slightly, but had to resist smiling. He liked that at least one member of the team could loosen up. For the first time, Drex looked around the room and noticed just how nice they were, rather than what he could use as a weapon or exit routes. "Guess the Air Force likes all the comforts of home." He laughed, thinking about how this room compared to the Connex containers the Army regularly used. Setting aside the differences in missions he conducted in the Army compared to now, Drex typed in his password for the laptop and began pulling up the necessary screens for the cameras. Happy with their placement and amazed by their resolution, he studied everyone that came into view. He glanced down at the time displayed on the screen, 4:33 p.m. "Where you at, son of a Nazi alien hunter?" He snickered at his own joke. The minutes ticked by with no signs of Otto, but knowing how well-trained the man was in these situations, Drex figured he wouldn't show up till 5 minutes before the meeting. 2 men did catch his attention instantly, causing the hair on his arms to stand on end, something that had not happened in a very long time, and never for no apparent reason. "Where did you come from?" Drex asked the screen, only noticing the men as they walked through the lobby. Both seemed to walk in perfect alignment side by side, matching each other's movements. They wore identical 1950s-style black suits and ties, black sunglasses, and fedora hats. Striking a few keys, Drex zoomed in on the men, but even with the high resolution of the cameras, he could not make out any facial features. It only made their skin look like a body that had been dead for more than a day. They looked very odd, but not in the least bit threatening. Merely very odd. It didn't even seem as though those they passed even noticed. Once the 2 men made their way through the lobby for what Drex assumed was the stairs, he began rubbing down the hair on his forearms as if soothing it into submission. The hairs sprung back to life with the appearance of the 2 men on the 3rd-floor camera. How the hell did they climb 3 flights of stairs that fast? Drex asked himself, reaching for the pistol hidden in his bag while keeping his eyes on the monitor. "Where are you 2 going? Did Otto send you?" Drex had many questions, but nobody to answer them as he watched the 2 men stop at his door. With his pistol in hand, he watched the screen while pointing the pistol toward his door. He watched on the monitor as both men knocked at the door, but all he heard was that of one person knocking. The hair on his arm stood straight up from his elbow to his fingertips. In Drex's mind, things didn't even place on the list of stressful moments, but the primal reaction he was having to it caused him to take notice. After a second round of knocks, the 2 moved as one to the next door, Higgins's room. Again they knocked together, sounding as one. Drex saw the door open on the first knock, and Higgins appeared. As he did, Drex stood ready to assist if needed, all the while keeping an eye on the screen. The 3 didn't say a word to each other after Higgins opening the door with, "Hello." Just 3 to 4 seconds later, Drex watched as Higgins stepped back into his room, closing the door. "What the hell is going on?" Drex asked, adding to many unanswered questions on his list. The 2 strange men moved to the next room, which was Spears's, and knocked twice with no answer since she was in the conference room preparing for the briefing. Drex watched his monitor as the 2 knocked at each team member's door, then said nothing when the door was opened. Looking to the lobby camera, he sarcastically commented, "There you are, Otto. Now we're all safe since the German Special Forces scientist has arrived." Drex looked at the time on the screen, 4:55 p.m. Just as I thought. Turning his attention back to the hallway camera, he was instantly surprised to see the 2 strange men were not in view. "Where the hell?" Drex exclaimed, puzzled by the quickness with which they vanished. Quickly he looked through the other 4 cameras for any signs of them with no luck. Returning to the hallway camera, he thought it a little strange nobody from the team was moving to the conference room. Again, he looked at the time. 4:58 p.m. There was no movement in the hallway till the top of Otto's head appeared on camera, exiting the stairway and walking down the long hall. Watching as the man walked, there was still no other movement till all but one of the team room doors opened, with everyone stepping out with pistol in hand, pointing it down the hall at Otto Cerny. All moved as one in perfect unison. Chapter 6. Earth Must Be Warned. The Earth must be warned! The Earth must be warned! Students watched as one of their most renowned and recognizable professors, due to the red-lensed sunglasses she wore, grabbed them screaming like a disturbed individual on the streets as they walked out of the Green Library building. Fascinated by what they were witnessing, each stood filming with their phones, jockeying for a position to achieve the best angle each time she grabbed a student and screamed in panic, "The Earth must be warned!" The behavior being displayed by Professor Alice LeBlanc was beyond unimaginable for a woman that had achieved so much. The crazed woman now in front of them had made 2 trips into space, first on the Mir space station in 1996 and the International Space Station in 2001. Both trips were reported to be for experiments in physiology, developmental biology, and fluid physics, but most of her students recognized her for being the forefront of human alien DNA, even though the college greatly persuaded her to keep it out of the classroom. All the greatness and brilliance were overshadowed by her current behavior, as the students turned paparazzi videoed every second. Campus security pushed their way through the sea of high-flying cell phones, emerging in the center just in time to witness LeBlanc snatching a student by the shirt collar, screaming loudly, "The Earth must be warned!" Instantly, the reason for the crowd was clear. "Ma'am, I am Officer Jones. Will you please come with us?" Releasing the student's collar, LeBlanc whipped around to Jones with hands stretched out to grab him as she screamed, "The Earth must—" A loud murmur erupted from the crowd as Jones tased LeBlanc, sending her into convulsions right before her stiffened body tumbled to the ground with her trademark glasses bouncing across the ground. Quickly each phone came down, and the crowd began to disperse as students raced to be the first to post their videos, unconcerned with the well-being of their professor. Slowly, LeBlanc opened her eyes to a world that made absolutely no sense. From somewhere, she could hear people talking but was unable to discern what they were saying, and around her bed she saw machines with one beeping at a steady pace. "What is this?" LeBlanc asked, barely loud enough for her own ears to hear. Feeling pressure and extreme dryness in her eyes, LeBlanc found that even though she was attempting to raise her hands to her face, she could not. They were bound to the bed. "What is this?" she said once again, only this time she caught the attention of a nurse just outside the door. "Good morning, Ms. LeBlanc. I am Diana, and I'll be your nurse till late this evening. How are you feeling today?" LeBlanc struggled to focus on Diana as she spoke, and approached where she lay restrained. Nothing seemed right to her, even with the clarity of her thoughts quickly returning, and with it, the feeling of 2 painful areas, one just above her right breast, and the other the center of her abdominal area. Again, she moved her hand to investigate the source of the soreness, only to be reminded of the restraints. Being an educated and well-disciplined individual, LeBlanc calmly raised both hands and asked, "Are these necessary?" "How are you feeling?" Diana again asked, while reaching out to place 2 fingers on LeBlanc's wrist and raising her left hand up to see her watch. "Well, other than the 2 spots that feel like I was hit by a paintball gun on my torso, I would have to go with confused," LeBlanc replied calmly. Releasing LeBlanc's wrist, Diana walked to the end of the bed, where she retrieved the chart to make notes while continuing to ask questions. "You do much paintballing, Ms. LeBlanc?" With a slight smile, LeBlanc said, "No, just a date I once went on with a very intriguing man." Still taking notes, Dina continued to ask questions not just to find out the physical well-being of her patient, but the mental as well before considering the removal of the restraints. "Ms. LeBlanc, do you know why you are here?" LeBlanc, being a very intelligent person, understood just what the nurse was doing and felt it would help to have the restraints removed quicker if she placed things on more of a personal level. You can call me Alice. My students call me LeBlanc. To answer your question, no. Before waking up here, I was sitting in my living room reading a book. She paused with a puzzled look on her face that Nurse Dina picked up on instantly. Something bothering you, Alice? Dina asked in a caring tone. No, it just seemed like there was someone at the door. Anyhow, the next thing I knew, I was waking up here with my eyes hurting and the two painful spots on my body. Can you help me out with why I am here? Alice asked, unable to hide her curiosity. Alice, the doctor will be in later to go over that with you, but for now I see no reason why we can't remove the restraints, Dina replied. Although she did not have any more details on why she was in this hospital in the first place, LeBlanc was very grateful to hear the nurse speak positively on removing the restraints. Soon as her left hand was free, LeBlanc brought it up and rubbed her aching eyes. Do you know where my personal items are kept? Before Nurse Dina could reply, a short, elderly gentleman walked into the room, heading straight for the end of the bed and picking up the chart hanging there. Hello, Ms. LeBlanc. I am Dr. Gowitrikar. It appears you are doing much better. He spoke with a strong Indian accent, in a way asking LeBlanc but looking for a response from the nurse. As she finished removing the last restraint, Diana gave him a slight nod of approval. Yes, I am curious, though. Why am I here? LeBlanc asked, anxious to receive an answer. It appears you have taken a large quantity of diphenhydramine. Do you remember taking the medication, Ms. LeBlanc? Dr. Gowitrikar asked, studying his patient's behavior to the question. Extremely puzzled by what she had heard, LeBlanc concentrated on what could have happened but came up with nothing. I have no memory of taking pills. The last thing I remember, I was waking up this morning and reading a book while having my coffee. Looking from LeBlanc to the nurse, Dr. Gowitrikar pondered his patient's response before informing her, Ms. LeBlanc, you were brought in yesterday morning. Dr. Gowitrikar only provided a little of the information he knew, checking for her response as the conversation moved forward. LeBlanc gaped at the revelation. Who found me in my home? Few people ever stopped by. She was normally so career-focused that she had few friends outside the lab. Believing his patient could handle the news of what had brought her to be in his care, Dr. Gowitrikar explained that she had not been found at home and described the events that had taken place at Stanford. When he had finished, silence filled the air as Nurse Dina and Dr. Gowitrikar studied their patient's reaction to the news. Okay, so what do we do moving forward? LeBlanc asked slowly and calmly, understanding that freaking out would just put her in the restraints again. Pleased with his patient's response, Dr. Gowitrikar stated, We have a few more tests we would like to run and should have you out tomorrow. I'll be back later to check on you. He returned the chart to the foot of her bed. One last thing, Doctor. Can I have my personal items? LeBlanc asked as he turned to exit. Stopping just for a second to look back at her and then the nurse, he replied, That will be fine, and then left the room. Reaching down and opening the bottom drawer of the nightstand, Dina pulled out a large, clear bag containing everything LeBlanc possessed at the time she was brought to the hospital. She handed it to LeBlanc and informed her, Not sure if anything was damaged. We simply bag everything and put it away with your name inside. Retaining her calm appearance even though she was very anxious to find her phone, LeBlanc took the bag and said, Thank you. LeBlanc waited for Diana to leave the room before shuffling through her belongings. The instant the nurse was out of sight, the contents of the bag poured out all over her lap, and LeBlanc quickly located her cell phone in the outer right pocket of her computer case. Without hesitation, she skipped by the 34 missed messages and typed Stanford into the search bar. She scrolled only halfway down the page before seeing just what she had expected. The video was labeled, Crazy Stanford Professors Freak Out. She could feel her stomach knot up as she pressed play. Earth must be warned! She heard herself screaming at some student without remembering a second of the event. The video seemed to go on, but abruptly ended as she watched a person strike the ground, unwilling to believe it was her. What happened? She asked. attempting to keep tears from leaving her eyes. To take her mind off the video that she knew would be out there forever, she pulled her suit from the bag. It appeared to have been cut in many pieces, presumably by the paramedics. "I didn't like that one anyhow," she mumbled, before moving a few more pieces of clothes to the side, revealing the red-lensed glasses she loved so much. Happy to see they were not damaged, she used the cloth of what was once the blouse she had worn in the video to clean them. Figuring they were sufficiently cleaned, LeBlanc raised them up to place them on her face. As the arms of the frame slid along each side of her face, panic and anxiety almost paralyzed her as she softly whispered, "Earth must be warned." Chapter 7. The 25. Cruising down Interstate 66 on her way to work at the Washington Navigator in Washington, D.C., Azita focused on the beauty all around her. Sleep was something difficult to achieve for any length of time. Each night always went the same way. Sleep for an average of 5 hours, and then wake after a dream that seemed to be out of focus. The only exception was the dream of her rescue and laying eyes on Ruthie, her mother, for the first time. To fill the many hours a night, she often traveled the streets of D.C., in fact, the streets of nearly every place she had visited for a story. However, D.C. was her favorite, as the Washington Monument glowed in the very early morning from a great distance away, as if it were keeping watch over the city. Each time her eyes laid upon it, her thoughts turned back to the crystal she held when rescued as a little girl. Even though the monument was white with only 4 sides and her crystal was a light purple with numerous sides, the crystal was still her first thought. Azita could always tell when it was time to start heading to work without looking at the clock due to the bad traffic becoming worse. This was her 3rd consecutive day reporting to the Navigator. She could feel herself becoming anxious to get back on the road. She loved chasing down leads and researching stories. Sitting at yet another stoplight, Azita could hear her phone vibrating on the seat and knew who was on the other end without looking. After years of working with Tyler on extraterrestrial research, they had become pretty familiar with each other's routines but had yet to meet in person. She had used her investigative skills to locate where he lived after he had let it slip, that he and his town shared the same name. Knowing the town name was Tyler, Azita prompted him to describe the weather where he was with phrases like, "It sure is hot here," or "Will this rain ever stop?" each time narrowing down where he lived until she settled on Tyler, Texas. Whether she wanted to meet him or not was still up to debate. There was just an odd sense of satisfaction that came from solving this kind of mystery. "Good morning, Tyler," Azita said with just a hint of her Persian accent showing. "Morning, Azita. I have a big one for you today." Another thing she had learned over the years while working with Tyler was every lead was big to him. But Azita also understood he was the greatest source of information she had yet discovered. "Well, don't keep me waiting. The traffic might suddenly clear, and I drive straight to work," she said jokingly. "Azita, this is linked to the 25, Tyler stated excitedly. The 25 Tyler had referred to had been cause for Azita and himself working together. Azita had started the story while working on her college newspaper at Harvard University, and even then, it seemed to be a story nobody wanted to print. The story was also one that she could not let go of after all these years. The 25 referred to the number of top scientists that worked on the government Star Wars project during the 1980s, with each being killed or committing suicide by mysterious means, such as one tying a rope to a tree at one end and the other around his neck before getting into his car and then wedging down the gas pedal and driving off. New leads rarely were found, and when one was, Azita ran them to the end. "Don't get my hopes up this time, Tyler. The last 2 had nothing to do with the project," she said, frustrated but still eager about what he might have. "You are not going to be disappointed. The video that was sent to me was of a woman that worked directly on the project. You're not going to believe it. I've already sent the attachment to your email," Tyler informed her, his voice full of excitement. He was very paranoid about being spied on and tracked, especially with so many ufologists also seemingly dying under suspicious circumstances. Each week, he created a new email address for her and deleted the previous account, The password always stayed the same, but the email changed by adding the calendar date to the last email address, with the old one being Reporter3682 and today the 14th. The new user ID was now Reporter3696. Each time the provider also changed, and it could be any one of 5 Tyler felt like using. It was up to her to locate which one. Even with the traffic slowly moving and the excitement of a new lead for a story consisting of years of work, talking on the phone is where she drew the line when driving. Checking emails and texting was something she never did, having reported on so many deaths due to the distractions. "I will follow up on it when I reach work. Anything new on the Scorpion Lake sighting?" Azita inquired. "Not directly, but Phoenix 10 News is reporting 3 football players missing. Not sure if it's connected, but the last time they were seen was on a security camera outside a truck stop." Tyler's tone had lost the excitement it had possessed moments before. Azita thought about how the two could be connected, but was also uncertain. "Can you send me the footage from the cameras?" Having anticipated her request, Tyler replied, "Already have." "Excellent. I'm not far from work. Thanks for the new lead, Secure Force. Good day." Azita always tried to end the phone calls with what Tyler called his group, knowing it made him feel official. The Washington Navigator fought hard to keep up on workings of the nation's capital, but also balance everything out with stories from around the country, and that was where Azita came in. Even with the number of local reporters outnumbering those that traveled 12 to 1, Azita's research and writing skills evened the field. For that reason, no one ever questioned her work or when she watched videos at her desk, having rushed from the parking garage to her desk to do just that very thing. After locating the email provider Tyler had used this week, Azita pulled up the video having to do with the 25 and began watching. Instantly, she noticed it had to be taken on an old cell phone as the person walked through what looked to be a house. With the poor quality of the video, she figured it to be at least 10 years old. From the tidiness and books that appeared, this had to be the home of one of the scientists. Walking through the home didn't last long before ending in the bathroom where a woman with bound hands and feet submerged in a bathtub appeared. Having played the video with the volume off, she pulled her earphones from her desk and began the video from the beginning, hoping to catch a name. Within the first few seconds, she figured out the individual taking the video was not with the police department or any other government office, but the landlord of the deceased. "I have seen many things through the years renting homes, but a woman murdered like this in a bathtub is a first. You were a great tenant, Kathleen Cienki. Damn, I could never pronounce your last name." Azita hit pause after hearing the landlord attempt to pronounce the last name. She clicked on the search bar and typed in Kathleen Cienki. After sifting through pages of academies and dog groomers, she finally came across the obituary for Kathleen Cienkiewicz, formerly of Chesapeake. The excitement built as she clicked on the link, but as she began reading the short article, it turned to disbelief. Kathleen Cienkiewicz, who was scheduled to speak at a local college this month, died today from an apparent suicide. The distinguished graduate from Oxford and Massachusetts Institute of Technology with multiple PhDs in fluid dynamics, genetics, and genomics. Kathleen was found having drowned herself in the bathroom of her leased home in Chesapeake, Virginia. No explanation has been offered as to why she might have killed herself. This, like many of the others, was a cover-up, but it still wasn't clear what for. All she had to go on was the fact all 25, now 26, worked on the same project. What is being covered up? Azita asked herself for the 1,000th time. Knowing it would not be long before Jason called out her name from across the room to join the meeting, she moved on to the video of the missing boys. Her mind raced with the possibilities of what the new lead might reveal, making it difficult to concentrate on the next video. Having made it to the next surveillance video and watching it for the 3rd time, she saw no new information. The video began approximately 10 seconds before 4 boys exited the truck stop with a timestamp of 8:27 p.m. The black and white video was from up high above the pumps facing back, covering the parking area in front of the truck stop, and to Azita's amazement, it was of very good quality. Now, though, starting it for the fourth and most likely final time, was the only thing she had taken from the video. Again she watched as the four well-built boys around 18 years of age exited, joking and pushing each other like young men do. Seconds later, just like all the previous times she viewed the video, 3 got in the front of the truck while 1 jumped over the side into the bed. Now that they were in the truck, she thought, now they back up, turn 90 degrees, and leave just like every other time I watched it. She was finding it difficult to stay focused on this video with so many questions floating around in her mind about the last. Azita knew the video would be over in about 5 seconds as the boys had backed up and were beginning to drive forward to leave, but it was just then that her eyes grew wide with excitement once again. Right before the truck pulled forward, she spotted what to others would probably seem like nothing more than a misdemeanor, 2 cases of beer sitting just at the back of the truck. "Tyler, you outdid yourself today," Azita exclaimed, not believing her luck. Dancing her fingers across the keyboard and making a few clicks, the address of the truck stop appeared. With just a few clicks, she had pulled it up on a map, and a smile spread across her face as she realized the station was the last one before Scorpion Lake, and the boys were heading in that very direction. "It was their beer I tripped over. But what happened to the 4th boy in the truck?" she said while thinking back to the area around the 2 abandoned cases of beer she had discovered in a known party area while investigating the Trioptic ship sighting. "What was that, Azita?" asked Kimberly, who was the top dog of the local reporters but always seemed to want both local and national stories. Pretending as if she knew Kimberly had been there and to prevent her from becoming interested in the video, she replied, "Oh, it is a missing teen story with 4 18-year-old boys. You interested in the story?" Azita asked it in a tone implying she really wanted to give it to her. Knowing Kimberly, a story about missing teens carried no interest. Appearing to curl her nose up at the idea, Kimberly snapped back, "No, I have a more important story breaking at the Department of Defense." Then she walked off for the conference room. No sooner than Kimberly had entered the room than Jason stepped out, gesturing with his fingers for her. It was time to join the others. Wanting nothing more than to refuse and continue doing research on the 2 intriguing subjects Tyler had presented her with, Azita forced herself to close everything on her screen and enter the meeting. The minutes raced by as her thoughts were so entangled with the boys and scientist that she had not even realized Jason asking her a question. "Azita! Azita! You with us?" Jason growled, notably frustrated at having to repeat himself in front of others. "Yes, I have a few things to follow up on," Azita replied, not sure what the question was, but figuring that was the most encompassing response she could give with this situation. "That's great, but which story do you want to follow up on, the Idaho Senate race or the Texas governor scandal?" Jason asked, knowing just which one she was going to pick by her reaction. "Texas will work for me," Azita said casually as possible, all the while not believing what kind of wonderful day she was having. Jason slightly rolled his eyes and pointed to the door for her to leave. "Get your packet from Laura. Your flight leaves at 11:30 a.m. No side trips." Azita walked quickly to the front office with a smile, mumbling, "No side trips, right? Tyler, it's time for us to meet face to face, buddy." Chapter 8. Out of Control. Sergeant Spears looked down at her watch, then to the folders she had placed neatly atop a large table in the conferences room. She had always found something soothing about organization and symmetry. One thing that bothered her most was running late, even in some instances arriving an hour early for an event of great importance. Glancing at her watch once again, it read 4:56. She found it frustrating that none of her team seemed to feel the same as she did about punctuality. She knew that couldn't be the case since they were all military, but something really important must be keeping them. Damn it! I can't leave the room to find out. Knock. Knock. The pounding at the door caught her off guard. Why the hell are they knocking? she muttered quietly enough not to be heard by whichever teammate was on the other side of the door. "Enter," she called out from the far side of the room. "What is going on?" she again said. Then, with a commanding voice, she demanded, "Enter!" This time, when nobody entered, she felt a great sense of urgency. Her first thought was of her sidearm, which, to her dismay, was located in her room, still hidden in her luggage. Disgusted at the thought, she quickly looked around for something to use as a weapon. It didn't take long since, other than a large table, copier, and steel-framed chairs surrounding it were items she had brought, which only added up to papers and a laptop. Picking up the laptop, Spears made her way around the table to the door. As she neared, thoughts of this being a test occurred to her. "Well, I'm not leaving the room if that's what you're trying to get me to do." Just as her left hand gripped the door handle, she heard what sounded like many doors opening at once. Then had the thought, maybe they're on the way, and where is the German? Spotting 4 doors on the left side of the hall open up with near-perfect synchronization set off alarms in Otto's mind that caused his instincts and training to take over. Already on the left side of the hall, he ran diagonally to the right side toward a room door still closed. Taking short, fast steps, Otto built up speed in just a short distance. With some quick calculations and previous experience, Otto knew he couldn't generate enough force to break through that door, but its recess frame would provide a great launching point for one on the other side of the narrow hall. Aiding in smooth transfer of momentum, Otto leapt up slightly before planting his right foot into the door frame. With his foot making good contact and energy from the short run transferred, Otto kicked off toward the door directly across the hall with not a millisecond to spare as all 4 Alpha Squad members fired. Drex couldn't believe what he was watching on his laptop. Nothing in his training had ever prepared him for this. Even with his body and mind wanting to jump into action, he had no clue what to do. His own team was firing on a person that was supposed to join them. "Guess they really didn't want a new member," he grumbled right before Otto came crashing through his door, stopping just inside the room. In a flash, Drex rose to his feet with his pistol pointing at Otto while keeping one eye on the hallway security camera. "Cutting it a little close, aren't you? The meeting starts at 5. Placing a hand over his stomach where bullets singed 4 red lines, Otto looked at Drex, perplexed. "They will be coming," Otto said, pushing himself along the floor deeper into Drex's room and ignoring the pistol Drex had pointed at him. "Shit, Spears!" Drex exclaimed, seeing Spears open the conference room door at the far end of the hall. Without hesitation, Drex ran for the door Otto had crashed through. He wasn't sure what needed to be done just 8 seconds ago, but seeing the 4 turning their pistols toward another team member had made everything clear. Drex heard all 4 pistols fire at Spears as he stepped just outside his room. Still not wanting to kill another team member, Drex fired at Higgins, striking him in the lower leg. To Drex's surprise, the well-built man didn't so much as flinch, even as blood ran from the hole. Unsure whether to fire again, one thing he did know was that the shot managed to get the attention of all 4. He was almost hypnotized by the synchronized precision in which they moved, at the same time creeped out as all 4 heads turned slowly toward him, with eyes almost void of any color except white and black. "I'm guessing it isn't going to do me any good to order you to stand down, right?" Drex asked, as the 4 together turned their bodies in his direction. "You son of a bitch!" Drex heard at the other end of the hall, right before seeing Spears smash a laptop into the nearest team member's head, followed by a knee to his forehead while falling. Spears's actions brought attention from the remaining 3. Before the nearest one could fully turn, her laptop was already picking up speed before bearing its edge deep within their throat. Spears almost froze at the sight of the crushed throat that did little more than cause one of his eyes to slightly twitch. She quickly leapt into the air, bringing her right leg up and kicking out with the toe of her boot to this Alpha Squad member's temple. With eyes rolled back into his skull, he fell to the floor with no further movements. "Glad I put her on the team," Drex thought as he watched his second team member fall. Taking his lead from Spears and discovering that they could be knocked out, Drex moved toward Higgins as he and the remaining team member raised their pistols toward Spears. Drex began moving in Higgins' direction, only to be surprised when both fired, placing 2 rounds into heads of the men Spears had knocked out. "No!" Drex screamed, striking Higgins just below his right ear and causing him to tumble to the floor. Drex watched the large man fall. Then a bullet passed through Higgins's head, fired by the remaining team member. Quickly, she placed the pistol to her forehead and without hesitation squeezed the trigger, sending a bullet through her own head and spraying brain matter all over a wall. "What the hell is going on?" Spears screamed, unable to process the gruesome sight that lay all around her as blood still pumped out over gray matter on the floor. Knowing that if Spears wasn't redirected, she would go into shock, Drex rushed over and grabbed her by both upper portions of her arms, making him the main thing she could see. "Look at me! Look at me! I am giving you a direct order." Drex shook her furiously and repeated himself. "Look at me!" Seeing he had her attention, he continued, "Spears, I want you to go in there and destroy everything. Leave nothing. Be ready to leave in 5 mics, got it?" Drex didn't let go till he was sure she was focused, and then almost turned her back toward the room himself before letting go. "Otto, you still alive in there?" Drex called out as he began picking up weapons and identifications from his deceased team. "Ja, mein Herr," Otto said, stepping out into the hall with the front of his white shirt covered in blood. Seeing the blood, Drex then asked, "You going to stay that way?" "Ja, it is only a flesh wound, 4 to be exact, 1 deeper than the next. I will live. We need to move." Otto picked up one of the SIG P320s lying on the floor. Knowing they couldn't move for a few minutes, Drex ran past Otto to the stairway door and began using the butt of a pistol to hammer coins all around the door seam. "What are you doing?" Otto asked, unable to figure out just what Drex was hoping to accomplish. Finishing with the last bit of change he had in his pocket and that he had recovered from Higgins's pockets, Drex turned to Otto. "What? You never played pranks on your parents growing up by wedging the door closed with pennies?" "9. As a young man I studied and read many books," Otto proudly informed Drex. Now, standing in front of Otto, Drex could see something had to be done about the bleeding. "Your loss. Go wrap your wound quickly. We'll be moving out in 3 minutes. Oh, and grab a fresh shirt from my bag. We'll be traveling light." Drex could hear Spears shredding papers in the conference room, and then he heard very loud banging noises. Stepping through the door, he watched as Spears raised a chair high above her head and then swinging it down on a copier. "What you doing there, Spears?" Drex asked. With the copier sufficiently crushed, Spears set the chair back down and slid it casually back under the table. "Sorry, sir, some of these machines store what they copy. Just wanted to be sure this one didn't." Watching Spears take 2 bottles of water and dump them into the shredder, he figured she must be close to finished. "We're traveling light, 1 small bag. My room in 2 mics, Roger." Dropping the bottles, Spears replied, "Roger," as she quickly walked around the long table, heading to her room. Bang, bang, bang. "Open this door!" The 3 of them could hear banging at the stairway door as Drex opened a window to his room. Taking one last look to the security camera he had placed, Drex could see police rushing into the building through its front door. The camera to the rear of the building showed everything was still clear. "Okay, follow me," Drex ordered, closing his laptop and throwing it into his backpack before swiftly climbing through the window, carefully stepping on clay shingles just outside his room window. Every foot and hand placement was done with great care, not out of fear of damaging the roof but from fear of having very old clay shingles break, sending them falling down to the street below. It only took a minute to climb over the roof to the rear, where Drex quickly spotted what he was looking for, the gutter drain. When they had first arrived, he had noticed they were made of cast-iron pipe. If the years had not loosened the fasteners from the wall, it would be easy to climb down to ground level. Drex turned, letting his feet move over the edge. He next slid his body over and allowed his feet to grab hold of the pipe. Then, with one smooth motion, he slid down below the gutter and made his way down the cast-iron pipe. Once down, Drex scanned the area while keeping a close eye on the rear exit. He knew it was just a matter of time before the police would break through the door and begin a broader search. "Do you have a car?" Drex asked Otto as the other man made contact with the ground seconds after him, spears close behind. Drex knew that there was no way to make it out of the hotel parking lot in their own vehicle without being stopped by police, but one thing he was sure of was that a German Commando Special Forces didn't use the parking lot. 2 streets over, Otto said while pointing in a direction away from the hotel. Drex gestured with a slight twist of his head for Otto to take the lead. Otto walked just slightly in front of them as they walked down alleys like old friends out for a stroll. They could hear emergency vehicles' sirens coming from all directions converging on the hotel. A walk that only took Otto 10 minutes earlier was now taking twice that in order to avoid authorities and surveillance cameras placed along city streets. Being a local to the area, Otto placed himself behind the steering wheel, Spears got in the back seat, and Drex took the front passenger seat. Once everyone was in, Otto wasted little time getting the car moving down the street. As they drove away from the hotel, he changed streets often, checking to be sure they were not being followed. "What the hell was that? We lost pretty close to the whole damn team. They just shot each other," Spears said loudly, unable to maintain her professional composure any longer now that they were heading out of the city. Drex, almost as desperate for answers, looked to Otto, but the other man remained silent and focused on the road ahead. "Well, how about it there, Bismarck? Got any info for us?" Drex asked in a tone that suggested he better like what he heard. Glancing over to Drex, Otto knew just what the tone and remark was meant to convey. He instinctively matched the subtle challenge for dominance with a response delivered in a German accent set in a respectfully firm tone. "I am of no relation to the great Otto von Bismarck. Furthermore, I believe you know what took place. You just have not come to grip with the reality of it because it makes you feel vulnerable. You feel that you can be turned into merely a puppet at any moment." Otto's reply told Drex everything he needed to know about the man's character, and with a slight nod, Drex acknowledged his passing of the challenge before moving on. "I take it you know what happened before you arrived?" Spears sat patiently as she did her best not to interrupt or fidget while the captain now asked the questions. Her mind raced with thoughts of what might have happened before Otto arrived. "Yes, I do. Stop me if I'm wrong, but from the synchronicity in which the 4 in the hallway moved and the 4 evenly spaced bullet marks on my stomach, it appears the real men in black arrived before my arrival," Otto answered without any doubt in his voice. "Men in black? Like the movie?" Spears couldn't restrain herself any longer. Otto could tell the lovely lady sitting behind him wanted to ask many questions. "Oh no, my dear. These are nothing like the movies. In fact, the movie was created to cover up for their existence. Little is known about them other than they appear from seemingly nowhere and vanish just as fast, usually right before an event such as what you witnessed today. Most of the time, nobody ever remembers seeing them." "Is that why I don't remember seeing them?" Spears asked, concerned that she might have lost time and could have done something. Drex decided it was time to regain control over the conversation. "No, they knocked on your door, but when you did not answer, they disappeared. That's when Otto here entered the hall. So, they were after you." "It seems so," Otto said, still deep in thought when he answered. "Who knew you were meeting us there?" Drex continued. Seconds went by before Otto replied. "That is irrelevant, since neither of us know how many people were truly involved with putting this mission together." "Well then, why did they just start shooting each other?" Drex asked, still not believing it happened. Otto looked straight ahead at the major highway they were about to merge with. "Herr Drex, there was nothing you could do. Once they are under control of the men in black, they are either killed, commit suicide, or go crazy. Ever wonder why there are so many murders around the world that end with the person killing themselves before authorities even arrive?" "Why don't they just come for you directly?" Drex asked. From what he'd seen, there was no resisting those sons of bitches. For the first time since they had met, Otto removed his sunglasses and handed them to Drex. "Put them on." Drex took the glasses and inspected them closely, but couldn't spot anything special about them. "Put them on," Otto again requested. only this time with a little stronger tone. Drex did, but still didn't see or feel anything happening. The lenses only seemed to be slightly colored. Are they supposed to do something? The only difference I can tell is that everything has a light green tint to it. That is it. The creatures transmit information by light waves, and my studies have shown that only 2 colors of lenses alter their abilities. Green, like those in these sunglasses you are now wearing, cancels it out. The other is red, but it is of no help. It simply causes one to go crazy, then typically commit suicide. Otto spoke proudly of his discovery. Removing the glasses, Drex once again looked them over as a question occurred to him. How do you know? Chapter 9. Unseen Lights. Looking out through the large window to what was mostly blackness and empty space, Jake never tired of the view. Each time he stood gazing out over the 23 ships stationed in orbit around Earth, with their large blinking signal lights blinking red, blue, white, bright, and repetitively, he marveled at the complacency of the human race. Each time he stood in this spot viewing what filled the space between him and Earth, thoughts of his 4th-grade elementary school teacher flooded his thoughts. Mr. Faulkner was the reason he now stood looking at Earth from deep within the moon. He remembered how it was around that time in his life he had a fascination with magnets and collected all he could find. Having the same interest, Mr. Faulkner brought many different magnets to class, and they traded like baseball cards. That was simply how their friendship begun. It was the telescope Jake received for Christmas the year before that led him down a path to where he now stood. Just a few months after receiving his gift and talking to his friend and teacher of the amazing things he could see in the night sky, he received a call from Mr. Faulkner just after dusk, a call that surprised his mother as well. "Jake, did you do something at school I should know about?" she asked, covering the phone with her hand to prevent Mr. Faulkner from hearing. Jake remembered being confused by the question and replying, "No!" dragging out his response, now unsure of himself. "Well, your teacher is on the phone and wants to speak with you." She handed the phone to her son. "Hello?" Jake said. The deep, raspy voice he knew well replied, "Jake, you have your telescope set up this evening?" Looking over to the corner of the room where it had been sitting for the last 2 days, Jake said, "Yes, I was just waiting for Mars to come into view." Jake could hear the slight excitement in his teacher's tone as he now spoke. "Great! Have you seen the flashing lights that appear to be stationary in the sky approximately 20 degrees up from the east?" Jake ran across the room and looked out a large picture window facing east in hunt for the object Mr. Faulkner spoke of, wanting very much to be able to say yes, but as seconds ticked by without sighting the object, he had to respond, "No." With a little more excitement in his voice, Mr. Faulkner said, "Let me speak to your mother." Handing the phone back to his mother, who had not left the room, Jake returned to the eastern sky, searching for the lights with no luck. Half an hour passed with no sighting of the lights he had been told of, but Jake soon recognized Mr. Faulkner's car from school as it pulled into his driveway. "Mom, that's my teacher, Mr. Faulkner," Jake said, excited to see his friend outside of school. Minutes later, after Mr. Faulkner introduced himself and his wife to his parents, both of them looked out the window to the east. "Have you spotted it, Jake?" Mr. Faulkner asked patiently. Frantically looking from one spot of light to another, Jake hoped to make the discovery, but after a few minutes he was forced to say, "No, I have looked since you told me of it, and nothing, just the same stupid lights I always see." Jake had never seen his teacher excited as he was now. "That is the strange thing about it, Jake. Mary couldn't see it either till I pointed it out for her. Here, let me show you." Mr. Faulkner adjusted the telescope to the object. Jake stared in the direction it was now pointing, but was still unable to see anything like Mr. Faulkner had described. Slowly backing his eye from the telescope to keep from bumping it, Mr. Faulkner said with a large smile on his face, "Okay, Jake, take a look." Still not seeing anything in the sky that even looked to be close enough for his telescope to spot, Jake slowly moved his eye into position. "Holy crap!" "Jake!" his mother scolded him. His eye moved from the end of the telescope to the section of sky that was once bare, but now boasted a bright object flashing blue, red, and white. Since that day, Jake had questioned everything and dismissed nothing. He searched the sky almost every night for new unexplained objects and tracked each with detailed maps as he discovered them. With each discovery, Jake wrote detailed reports and requested other information from NASA over the next few years. Having never receiving a response, other than an ink pen and stickers, to what he felt was valuable work, Jake continued to research on his own. All through high school, Jake sought to do his very best with a dream of one day achieving a spot on a space shuttle to investigate his many discoveries for himself. With never losing focus on his goal, Jake continued his research while achieving top scores at every class from high school, 4 years of undergraduate, on through his master's degree, looking forward to starting his doctoral program. That was when Jake discovered letters sent to NASA over a decade ago were indeed received and reviewed as a tall, beautiful woman approached him outside of his apartment. "Mr. Guerrero, I presume?" she asked, in a tone of voice that didn't quite fit the person speaking. Surprised by her looks, tone, and question, Jake stared, not sure if he should reply or run. After a few seconds, he had decided. "Yes, ma'am, what can I do for you?" All the while, she stood almost motionless. "We have followed your progress since you first made contact and feel it is time," the nameless woman stated, then stood as if waiting for an answer to her question. Confused, Jake replied, "Followed my progress? First contact? Time for what? Who are you?" With a look like everything about this was tedious to her, she responded, "You wrote to NASA for information on cloistral objects, and we followed your progress. You, Mr. Guerrero, have been selected to be Norcox's liaison in the United States military." Just then, Jake turned and began to go back into his apartment without saying a single word. Who put her up to this prank, and how did they know I wrote to NASA? Military liaison? I'm not even in the military. Stopping just inside the doorframe, another thought occurred to him. Norcox? What the hell is a Norcox? Slowly turning around, Jake looked to the woman still staring at him with little movement other than an occasional blink. "What is a Norcox?" Shortly after asking the question, all of Jake's questions to this point became answered simply to be replaced by larger, more important ones. Often Jake thought of how interest in little sparkling lights as a child resulted in him now staring at the ships that created them. It was such moments as this that he enjoyed most. "I see you often looking into space. Is there something you are hoping to observe? As you know, this area of space rarely changes." Recognizing the voice, Jake turned to the skinny, 3-foot-tall creator with a basketball-sized belly and long-gated head who had asked the question. "No, just thoughts of what might have been. But that is not why I am here, Bakla," Jake stated, moving the discussion forward. "You have recovered the crystals so quick?" Bakla asked in an emotion-free tone, just as all others of his race spoke. "You have been seeking these crystals for how long? Yet you think they have been recovered in a matter of days." Jake knew the Norcox race did not comprehend sarcasm, but it didn't stop him from using such language. "It is within the realm of possibility, yes," Bakla stated. Jake watched as Bakla walked over and placed both 3-toed feet on a platter-sized disc. It instantly glowed red as it began rising from the floor and brought the Norcox up to Jake's eye level. Each time they spoke, Jake wondered why Bakla felt it had to be done at eye level, but decided that was one question better not asked. "What brings you to the observatory?" Bakla inquired once again. Though he enjoyed the view, Jake never wanted to spend much time there, so he got to the point. "The second team sent to retrieve your crystal was ambushed, leaving 4 dead." "Who was responsible for this action?" Bakla asked. "I am going to investigate, but preliminary reports suggest the Simons." Simons was a name Jake gave to the pair of humanoid-looking androids Norcox often suggested Jake use but always refused, knowing the person they were used upon always committed suicide, if not killed by others. They appeared from nowhere and vanished without a trace, but only after programming others to do what they require. Raising his four-fingered left hand, Bakla used one finger to draw a circle in the air, and in that space, a holographic image of the moon appeared. Jake watched as Bakla cut back the layers, revealing the hundreds of layers and compartments built around what looked to be Earth's original moon. Blowing up one specific chamber, Bakla pulled up what Jake assumed was a manifest, one he could not read since it was in the Norcox language, something akin to an advanced form of hieroglyphics. None of the programmers have been in use for quite some time, Bakla assured Jake. Then we have a problem. 4 highly trained personnel don't out of the blue try to kill their team before committing suicide, Jake insisted. I will do further inquiries. Do we need to prepare a third group to retrieve the crystals? Bakla questioned. Having been told nothing of why the crystals were important or why Norcox couldn't simply obtain them themselves, Jake hoped those questions would be revealed once they had been located. 3 team members are still believed to be alive, and from what I know about Drex, they will continue on with the mission. Even with knowing Norcox could not be trusted, Jake understood just how bad they wanted these crystals and didn't see any reason they would jeopardize their own mission. Keep me informed. We must part for now. There are other matters that require my attention, Bakla stated just before the disc lowered him back to the floor. As was Norcox's nature, Bakla exited without any further words. Having become used to Norcox's social manners, Jake had ceased saying parting words shortly after having one of his first questions answered. What is a Norcox? Once again he stood alone, only this time he had decided to try something he had not before, to access sections of files Bakla had by retracing Bakla's screen navigation. Swirling his finger in mid-air, Jake managed to get the hologram to reappear and quickly navigated to an area dealing with the moon station. Access to the program was not restricted from him, and many sections even appeared in English when opened. This time was going to be different. Now he was going to attempt tapping on holographic tiled icons he remembered Bakla using. Prior to this, Jake had never activated any icons he was not familiar with for fear of setting off an alarm. Having made the same selections as Bakla, Jake was pleased to find the program had recognized him and translated information it contained to English rather than Norcox script, with the exception of main icons. Making the last tap he recalled, Jake now had the master list for the Simons. The information Bakla had relayed seemed to be correct. No Simons had been activated since being used to assassinate the Prime Minister of Israel 1995, an event Jake had already been familiar with from other sources. He had not doubted the information, but thought it to be a new area to search for information to many other questions he had. Jake felt that hours had gone by, but he always felt time moved faster when away from Earth. Knowing the information held within their system had to be vast, Jake couldn't understand why his search attempts provided little to no information. With his frustration building, he gave one last unknown icon a try, resulting in bold green type scrolling through the middle of the screen. Session will now be recorded for security review. At the same time, his image appeared in the upper right-hand corner of the display. That's new, Jake thought. Seconds after what he assumed was a warning, 3-dimensional images appeared from a single spot of light in the center of the room, and from it sprang what he soon recognized as the solar system. The images filled the room, and he felt as if he were a god looking out over his creation. Having seen and studied a great deal about the planets, moons, and objects in the system, he immediately realized there was something different when a bright Earth-like planet made its way around the large image of the sun. Instantly, Jake looked for Mars, believing this might be a historical recreation. "Wow!" he exclaimed as he spotted a planet with oceans, lakes, and an atmosphere. An image of the solar system he knew appeared in his mind as he spotted Jupiter and the empty space between the two where a large asteroid field should be located. Quickly, he looked back to the planet he didn't recognize, astonished by what once was. Walking around a large image of the sun, subconsciously fearing being burned, A speck of light off in the distance seemed to shine brighter than the sun while growing in size. Jake squinted till they were almost shut while blocking the light with his hands. He was still able to see enough to witness the mysterious planet break apart. Then, at almost the same time, the sun ejected a solar flare, reaching out and smashing into the moon where he now stood. Jake could almost feel the heat as he watched areas of the moon's surface turn red as it protected Earth from being scorched by the flare. Further out, Mars wasn't as fortunate as its beauty vanished into flames. "This information is of no value in your current mission, Colonel Guerrero," Bakla stated, just as everything vanished, leaving the room as it was. Disturbed by not hearing someone enter, Jake turned to face Bakla. "What was that?" Jake could sense the alien's reluctance but stood staring at the being, letting his body language say, "I'm not going anywhere." Being the high chair and primary Norcox to work with the human, Bakla understood his expression and began speaking. "The most destructive event ever recorded, a random pulsar burst 12,000 years ago, wiping out 200,000 years of research of your species. Destruction of EX-1, EX-2, and EX-3. EX-1 and EX-2 were a total loss. However, due to placement of this station you call Moon, we were able to save EX-3's magnetosphere by rotating this station, allowing its heated side to cool. Unfortunately, damage was too extensive for repositioning around another planet, therefore it was abandoned. EX-3, I do apologize, Earth was so devastated therefore it was declared unsuitable for research or mining." Jake began walking around the room as he thought about what he was hearing. "So you mean to tell me 1945 was not the first time your kind had visited here?" "That is correct, Mr. Guerrero. We disclosed all this to your leaders when we returned," Bakla replied. Knowing he had to return, Jake began walking toward Bakla to exit the room while he spoke. "I am supposed to have the highest clearance there is. How are they not telling me this shit? Guess there is taught history and then real history." Jake continued to mumble as he made his way over to the portal he had arrived in, marked with the number 5 above the short hallway leading back down to Earth. The trip between Earth and the moon was nothing more than that of walking from one room, down a short hall, and into another. The first dozen times it had made his stomach churn, but now he never gave it a second thought as he stepped out into the main room of Vortices 5 located in the heart of the Bermuda Triangle. Doing his best not to show his frustration, Jake continued through the base located on the ocean floor, stopping at a room marked Operations, where men and women worked diligently to complete their tasks. Spotting the person he was searching for, Jake hurried his pass across the reflective surface of the floor. The base took some getting used to, since it was not constructed from wood, steel, or rock, but energy, causing not only the floor to look as though it were a mirror, but the entire structure around them. "Montgomery, what do you have for me?" A little gentleman around 50 with a black mustache wearing the same blue jumpsuit as all the other civilians turned in his seat. "Nothing new, Colonel. It appears the remaining members of Drex's team simply vanished," Montgomery stated, surprised he had not found a trace of them with his connection to every electronic device in the world and beyond. Jake was impressed with Drex's evasion skills and frustrated with them at the same time since he had no credible information on his condition or location. "Do a scan for me, Montgomery. Scan the region where the Marines were and look for the same readings elsewhere. Can you do that?" Squinting behind the thick lenses of his glasses, Montgomery appeared vexed by the question. "Scans of the area were done for hundreds of miles and nothing out of the ordinary appeared, Colonel." "Well, search the rest of the world and see what you come up with," Jake suggested, seeing the discomfort expression his remarks brought to Montgomery's face. Feeling there was going to be pushback on the request soon as the scientist worked up the nerve, Jake turned and began walking away while mumbling with a light smile on his face, "Thanks, Mr. Faulkner." Chapter 10. First Visit. Much of Texas reminded Azita of the area she loved as a young child. Tyler, Texas did not. For the most part, it was green with rolling hills and a population near 100,000. Stepping outside of the airport terminal with her bag in hand, Azita smelled a sickeningly strong fragrance of cedar trees in the air. The smell brought up memories of when her family visited on a ranch just outside of Austin, Texas, when 2 days after arriving, she contracted cedar fever. For weeks after, she lay in bed with an extreme sinus infection. Cedar fever was something she intended on never getting again, and for the 5th time since leaving Washington, D.C., she checked her pocket for her prescription allergy medication. Pushing the memory to the back of her mind was difficult since she remembered every second of her life, with the exception of the time between finding the crystal and joining her new parents. It could be blessing and a curse at times. Happiness swept over her after she spotted a shuttle arriving to transport her to rental car services. She would soon meet Tyler for the first time. After almost an hour standing in line and then arguing with the attendant about the price of her rental car, Azita finally left the airport. The price of her car was of no real concern since money had never been an issue as part of the Curtright family. The Curtrights had accumulated a great wealth during America's push west, building railroads and opening banks along railway lines. Even in today's world, her father, Bill Bosco Curtright, continued the family's success by moving from railroads to building cargo ships that can be seen in almost every kernel port in the world. Bosco was a stickler on ethics and a person keeping to their word, which was something Azita admired about both her fathers. So, even with the excitement of searching for Tyler, she couldn't let an added $5 charge for her rental go without a very good reason why. It always gave her a warm feeling when setting things straight, but that feeling couldn't compare to thoughts of finding Tyler after his assistance in years of research and study. "Better start climbing out of your mother's basement, Tyler, because here I come," Azita said, starting her rental truck and dropping a heavy foot down on the accelerator. This was the point of a hunt that most excited her, the point where research over a long period of time came together to achieve the objective. Azita was satisfied with her vehicle selection while driving around in her rental truck, never liking how small modern cars made her feel, as others could roll right over her. Azita opened the GPS app on her phone, pulling up the first of 3 saved addresses she suspected to be Tyler's. She felt it was much too late today to surprise him, but wanted to be ready first thing in the morning. Every street she drove down and mile traveled brought with it high hopes, hope that one of these 3 places would be Tyler's. Excitement built as the voice of her navigation system spoke. "Your destination is on the right." There it was, the first possibility a friend of years could live, a friend she spoke with at least 2, maybe even 4 times a week, yet didn't even know what he looked like. This house wasn't quite what she had imagined since it was an apartment complex. It just didn't fit what Tyler spoke of regarding where he lived, and after years of writing news articles, she understood there to be many descriptive differences between 2 people. With excitement still building, Azita pulled up to the next address from her list. Driving through heavy traffic most of her way through town to the next location, Azita found it much easier in any city other than in Washington, D.C. For her, the differences had to be in the temperament of drivers. Rather than trying to squeeze in where there was no room between 2 cars, people here made room and did it with a smile. Azita never liked large cities, but knew that in order to work for large news companies, dealing with them was a must. Other than the story about the 25 scientists, her only other story that had not published was on the very subject of the dilapidated usefulness of major cities. Now, driving through town, she couldn't help but wonder for the first time, could they be connected? With that thought, the voice from the GPS announced, "Turn left in 1,000 feet." Azita's thoughts refocused, and her fingers twitched on the steering wheel with anticipation as the second address neared. Making the left turn, Azita saw a house a half-mile down the road and knew it had to be it even without the GPS stating, "In 1/2 mile, your destination will be on the left." She used her thumb to switch the GPS off without taking her eyes from the road, even though there was nowhere to park and observe the house without looking suspicious. She was thankful there wasn't any traffic on the road as her foot eased up on the accelerator. Slowly riding along, Azita studied every aspect of the house as she drove past. She then turned around just a little ways down the street and made another pass. "Now this is closer to what I had envisioned. Oh, look, it even has a basement." Azita laughed at the thought of her presumptions about Tyler actually being correct. Heading back into City of Tyler with the sun already vanishing below a hill-covered horizon, she decided it best to leave her third address till tomorrow. With a few taps of her thumb, the navigation system once again sprang to life and began giving directions to the hotel. The next morning, after 4 hours of sleep, a very out-of-focus dream, and catching up on the local news, Azita's day began just as every other. Driving around at 4 a.m. in the morning in Tyler, Texas, proved to be very uneventful as she went through countless signal lights flashing yellow for what seemed to be just her. Hours passed as she drove to all the major historical sites and places of interest her navigation system suggested. At 6 a.m., sunrise brought with it a flood of light and traffic. Azita imagined a dam breaking, except instead of water rushing from the other side came a sudden stream of cars. With what she assumed was morning rush hour for Tyler, Texas, now beginning, a tall sign in the distance appeared to her as 2 pieces of French toast, and not the IHOP sign it really was. Hours had passed since Azita sat down for her favorite morning breakfast of French toast, and the server filled her coffee cup for the 6th time with a smile. Today was a very important day for Azita, and she wanted to be on her game when speaking with Tyler for the first time face to face. Her fingers brushed across her laptop screen, flipping through folders filled with notes. Most contained subjects from research that she and Tyler had done over the years, and others had more current subjects. Coming to the end of her notes, Azita began thinking about which address to try first and saw no further need to wait. Putting everything away, she then pulled a $20 and a $50 bill from her purse before making her way to the front, where an elderly woman waited at the register. "Did you have a good breakfast, dear?" the raspy-voiced elderly lady asked. Glancing at her name tag, Azita replied, "I sure did, Miss Clara. Thank you for asking." Her father had taught her to always use a person's name when talking to them. While responding to Clara's question, she also handed her the $20 bill to pay. Spotting the waitress approaching the table she had occupied for hours, Azita kept a close eye on the waitress's reaction. The woman retained her smile while placing Azita's coffee cup in a tub before wiping down the table, knowing a tip had not been left for her hard work. Not once did she look in Azita's direction with a disgusted expression. "Here you go, sweetie, and have a nice day," Clara said with a shaking outstretched hand containing Azita's change. Smiling, Azita took the money and said, "You have a great day as well, Clara." She turned to her table, where the waitress was nearly finished cleaning. When Azita neared, the waitress turned, startled, believing Azita had left. "I'm so very sorry. I thought you had gone. Give me just a second, and I'll get you a fresh cup." Quickly, she went to retrieve a new cup of coffee, only to stop when Azita spoke up. No, that isn't necessary. I just wanted to give you this for your excellent service and patience this morning. Have a great day, Mary," Azita said, handing the $50 bill to Mary, who stood with an astounded look on her face. Azita raised her hand. "Thank you." Then she walked away. Ever since she had worked undercover in a roadhouse diner for 3 months, investigating a suspected human smuggling ring, she tipped well according to performance before, during, and after. Mary had been the first to receive a full 50 since starting the grading system almost 10 years ago, and it reinforced her belief that the day was going to be marvelous. With a smile stretched across her face, Azita cruised down roads as her navigation system called out directions. Having cruised by the final house on her list earlier that morning, she really didn't need the system, but it kept her from daydreaming and missing her turns. Excitement filled her with every passing second, and the closest experience to this was waiting for her prom date to pick her up, only this time her date didn't know they were going to meet. "Turn right in 500 feet. Your destination will be on the right." Azita turned and drove just a few hundred feet down the street, when her navigation system said, "You have arrived. Your destination is on the right." "Yeah, thanks," Azita said, placing the car in park and turning off her navigation system. Taking a few deep breaths and checking herself in the mirror, she was ready to meet her prom date. While stepping out of her car, she let out a deviant giggle saying, "Okay, Tyler, time to climb out of the basement." Walking down the sidewalk in anticipation grew, and now, as she was about to stand in front of what could possibly be Tyler's door, the thought occurred to her. What if he can't get out of the basement? By the time her thought was over, she had already knocked and footsteps could be heard. "Hope this is the right house. Otherwise it is going to be a long morning," Azita muttered right before the door opened to reveal a young woman in her late 20s. "Hello, I am Azita Curtright. Is Tyler home?" Azita spoke casually as if she had been there before, assuming the young, slender woman was possibly Tyler's sister. In a strong Southern accent, the woman cheerfully replied, "Well, hello there, I'm Sarah. I'll call him right up. He spends most of the day downstairs. Come on in. Can I get you anything? Coffee, perhaps?" Azita fought hard to keep from blurting out, "I knew it." Instead, she focused on the offer of coffee. "Yes, if it is not too much trouble, I would love some." It wasn't till after she had said yes that the thought occurred to her, "This better be the right house, or else I am just stopping at total strangers' homes to have coffee now." Sarah waved Azita into her home as she turned, walked over, leaned downstairs, and called out, "Tyler, you have a guest." Then Sarah turned back and, with a big smile on her face, walked over with arms extended at her sides. "I am so happy to finally meet you, Azita. I've read all your articles and followed everything you and my husband have worked on." "I'm sorry. It just seems like we've known each other for years. Let me get that coffee." Feeling she should reach up and close her dropped jaw, Azita wasn't sure if it had dropped from her first guess being the correct house, Sarah being so nice, or the fact this lovely woman was married to a man climbing up from the basement. As Tyler appeared near the top of the stairs, Azita realized all her stereotypical ideas of a ufologist didn't fit in Tyler's case. Now walking toward her with a bizarre look on his face was a clean-shaved, slender man with a nice haircut and decent clothes. "What are you doing here?" Tyler wasted no time asking. With that being the best reaction she had imagined receiving, Azita replied, "It was about time for us to meet. We've worked together for years, and I only knew you by a voice." "Come with me." Tyler spoke with what Azita assumed was his attempt of being assertive with her, though with his slight wisp and a childlike voice, it didn't work for him. As they headed downstairs, he called back to his wife, "Honey, we will be in my office." Even though Tyler didn't wait for a response, close behind Azita, Sarah's voice followed them with, "I'll bring coffee down when it's finished." While making her way down the stairs, Azita smiled as she thought, "Now this is what I had pictured." All along the walls leading down into the basement was a variety of swords. Once Tyler's office, as he called it, came into view, it completed her image with toy aliens, fire-in-the-sky posters, and many other collectibles. There was even a framed copy of the results for the tests done on the material found on Betty Hill's dress after her and her husband's 1961 abduction. Yet that was more impressive than nerdy, even Azita had to admit it. She could tell that Tyler also had what looked like a sophisticated computer system, as lights flashed on his personal server, 4 monitors, and a police band radio playing just loud enough to hear. Again, more impressive than nerdy. Walking over to his monitors and pulling up security cameras showing the front and backyard, Tyler began to speak after checking everything was clear. "You know how much trouble I go through to keep anyone from connecting us together? It wasn't just for the fun of it, I assure you that." Azita expected him to be a little upset by her dropping in, but what she sensed from him was true fear. Hoping to ease the shock from her unexpected arrival, Azita didn't answer his question, but instead asked him, "You remember when I investigated Scorpion Lake?" Tyler still glared at her but struggled to push aside her torching their non-existent connection as he replied, "Yes." "Remember the abandoned beer I found where someone had been partying and left?" Azita asked, setting things up for her big reveal. "Yes, and none of them in the video were old enough or purchased alcohol," Tyler stated, obviously frustrated with everything while retrieving surveillance video of them leaving the station. Silently, Azita and Tyler stood by his long desk full of monitors as the video played. Just as the truck backed up, Azita commanded, "Pause it." Tyler studied the video for signs of what Azita suggested was there. Just as his eyes made contact with it, he dropped into his chair and his mood visibly changed. Dancing his fingers over his keyboard, the image filled the screen, revealing 2 cases of beer. "It was them!" he exclaimed. Azita took a seat next to him, where she assumed his wife sat assisting in searching countless hours of videos and emails. Amazed by how clearly Tyler had enhanced the image and the speed in which he had worked, she became curious as to how much he might have found out about her with his computer skills. "What happened to the 4th boy? They said there were 3 missing. Where is the 4th?" Tyler asked. Once again smiling, Azita replied, "That is why we need to work together and find out. It's our first lead with possible proof of abduction." She could smell the aroma of coffee filling the air, and even though she had had a great deal that morning, Azita was already anticipating another cup. Tyler's fingers excitedly tapped even faster across his keyboard as if the tempo of music had picked up. "I should be able to find it fairly easy." Azita wanted to help, but knew from experience in situations such like this where she did not know the programming that the best thing to do was to be quiet. Fascinated, she watched images on the monitor change as Tyler worked with the only sounds coming from him, striking the keys, and a barely audible police scanner that caught her attention. "Central, we have a code on 02 at 1576 East Meadows." "East Meadows?" Azita thought as she pulled out her phone, opening the navigation app. As soon as she tapped its screen, opening up previous searches, her stomach knotted up. The address, 1576 East Meadows, appeared. "I was just there yesterday," Azita said, thinking Tyler might have heard the police radio as well. Seeing that he was fully engaged searching for the 4th boy, she nudged him on the shoulder. "I am almost there." Tyler didn't look away from the screen. "No, listen." Azita pointed it toward his police scanner. "Dispatch requesting more personnel for crowd control." Tyler asked, "What is it?" "Search for live news at 1576 East Meadows. I was just there yesterday looking for you." Just then, Azita heard Sarah making her way down the stairs, bringing them coffee, something Azita now wished had a splash of whiskey, or more. With a few strokes, Tyler found live news feeds, and they both turned their attention to the rumbling middle-aged reporter. "Mark Vandergrift reporting for KWLR Channel 4 News. Reports are slowly coming in of a mass shooting here at East Meadows Apartments, where suspect Tyler Hall executed 4 of his neighbors before turning the gun on himself. At this time, there is no known motive." All the color left Tyler's face as he heard their suspect's name and turned to Azita, who was still watching. "You were there yesterday?" he asked with panic in his voice. Azita turned her attention from the reporter to Tyler when something quickly drew her attention. With a gasp, Azita yelled, "No!" She was helpless to stop the horrific sight of Sarah swinging one of the swords from the stairway, striking Tyler in his neck. Chapter 11. New Plan. Drex studied the normal-looking sunglasses in his hands while waiting for Otto to answer his question on how he knew to wear them, but his response wasn't what he wanted. "No time to explain," Otto said, his German accent growing thicker in his heightened state of awareness. Having been in similar situations before, Drex chose not to press for answers till after they finished running from something he didn't understand. Up to this point, Drex felt he could trust the German commando's training, and he saw no reason to stop now. Every precaution Otto had taken had aligned with Drex's own instincts, including switching cars, which was what he assumed Otto was doing, pulling into an old factory outside of town. "We need to change. No cameras here." Drex noted that Otto's sentences had also become shorter, more to the point. It gave the German a tone of command that helped Drex to trust him, even if he was frustratingly enigmatic. Wasting little time after pulling alongside a sand-colored Land Rover, Otto exited from the driver's side and quickly walked to rear of the SUV. After one swift kick to its bumper, Otto bent over and retrieved the keys that had been jarred loose. Opening their vehicle's rear hatch, he reached inside, removing 2 gym bags while Drex and Spears scanned their surroundings for any signs of a threat. "Here, these will keep us from being spotted," Otto said as he peeled paper from sticky tape on the backside of a patch of skin-colored prosthetics before placing it over his cheekbone. As they watched Otto, Drex and Spears stole glimpses at each other and then looked back at Otto, who was placing another piece over his nose. At this point, Drex started to believe their training might have taken a less educated path when it came to disguising oneself. With the not-so-real-looking pieces Otto had placed on his face, Drex felt he had to say something. "You have anything more realistic? Those pieces are not going to fool anyone." Otto arched an eyebrow in confusion as he turned to Drex. "My friend, these are not meant to fool people. They will, however, work on the surveillance cameras, all over which operate with facial recognition programming. Have you not been informed of these?" Drex hated being caught out of the loop, especially when in a situation where he was speaking with another military special operator. Best to not directly acknowledge it and just find out what he needed to know. "So, you're saying they've placed surveillance equipment along millions of miles of road and nobody has spotted them?" Drex understood that in many cities, video surveillance equipment was prevalent, but outside of that, the main tracking could only be done with strategically placed cameras or aerial drones. Almost laughing as he spoke, Otto replied, the urgency in his voice evident. "I do apologize. Sometimes I forget how controlled information is in America. You see, there are not surveillance cameras mounted all over, but there are cameras everywhere. In order to control a world, you have to control information and track individuals. People are not going to just give mandatory updates on themselves, so a system of self-surveillance was created to keep man in check." Drex raised his hand to stop Otto as his mind flashed back to when he and Jake met for drinks just a few nights ago. "I was told." "And you just forgot?" Drex lifted his hand again. "No, not like that. The night our team was briefed on this mission, Jake, an old buddy of mine from the Rangers, met me for drinks. After 4 or 5 beers, he said something that at the time seemed strange. Friendly advice, Drex, don't use social media and be very aware of all cameras. At the time, I just figured it was the beer and a bit of Big Brother paranoia, but now I think he must have been warning me about the surveillance cameras I was planning on using." Otto nodded. "Yes, he was. What he didn't do so good of a job with was informing you that people surveil themselves. You see, surveillance cameras are everywhere. Each person has one in their phone, and every car with smart features has one in their bumpers and on their dashes. They say it's to assist with backing up and similar safety tasks, but it's all for surveillance on the cars around them." "Laptop cameras," Spears injected. When Drex gave her a puzzled look, she explained, "It's widely believed that the webcams and mics in people's laptops have been used to spy on them pretty much since their inception. That's why certain well-known figures have been known to cover theirs with tape while using their laptops." She shrugged. "I guess when you use something to spy on people, it's easier know when it's being used to spy on you." Otto tilted his head. His expression momentarily lightened with an impressed look of approval. Having heard enough, Drex picked up a prosthetic piece, pulled off the protective film paper from the adhesive, and placed it on his forehead. "Got any more of those sunglasses you have still not told me about?" "No, but we can stop and get some at the next gas station," Otto replied. "Gas station?" Spears questioned loudly. Drex narrowed his eyes at Spears. He had been about to ask the same question, but knew that now was not the time for them to lose their self-control. Seeing that her commanding officer didn't approve of her tone, Spears continued to apply facial pieces and again asked calmly, "You mean to tell me those are just everyday sunglasses with a green tint to them?" "Yes. All that's needed is for these invisible light beams those machines emit to be filtered. Green does just that." Otto finished his prosthetic applications before sliding the sunglasses over his masked facial features. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, machines? Those damn things are machines? Shit!" Upon seeing Drex glancing at her with a look that said, "Control yourself, Sergeant," Spears hastily added, "Sorry, sir." Still, from Drex's description, she never would have guessed that those things were even machine-like. Though the other two could not see behind his sunglasses, Otto rolled his eyes. "We have to move. I can explain in more detail later." Agreed. Drex knew that they were far from a safe distance away from the carnage that back at their hotel. With their facial dimensions and features changed, essentially camouflaging them from facial recognition software, Drex began contemplating completion of their mission. He also had to admit that after applying the final touches to his prosthetics, even individuals would not be able to identify them if they didn't look directly at them for very long. At last, they were ready to get moving. "What about the car?" Drex asked from the rear as Otto pulled away. Speaking with confidence of a man who has gone through this situation before, Otto replied, "It will take a long time for them to find it here." Satisfied with his new team member's decision, Drex thought it was time to put a plan together. "Otto, do you have secure communications?" Without saying a word, Otto held up a thick black pouch the size of smartphone. Drex reached forward to grab the pouch and then unzipped it, pulling out a phone with little bits of tape placed over the camera lens. "What's up with the case?" Drex inquired, not seeing anything special about either item to warrant such protection. Looking back to Drex through the rearview mirror, Otto replied cryptically, "You don't think cameras are the only ways they track you with personal devices, do you?" Drex was quickly seeing a world he thought he knew as simply not real. A world of 1984-level paranoia and conspiracy theories that he'd heard were discussed on what used to be the History Channel. "Great. We have communications. Now we need transportation to Afghanistan, and we sure as hell are not going to make it by driving. Any ideas?" "The only way is by ship, and it will take some time. We must stay away from any and all public transportation and high-populated facilities. These disguises will not last long." Drex liked the idea of ocean-going vessels, but also knew from experience that it would take much more time than they had. His fear with the plane was that after a few days they would be classified missing in action, and another team would be sent, one that would surely meet their same fate as those he left dead at the hotel. "No, it has to be faster. But I have nothing. I have been out of the loop, hidden away training the squad, and lost all contacts I once had." Up till a few days ago, Drex was sure he would never be operating in the field again since becoming an officer, and then being assigned to the newly formed 527th Space Aggressor Squadron. Who would have thought this shit would be going on, he thought, still in disbelief over everything that had transpired over the last 24 hours. Still new to the team herself, Spears wasn't sure if she should speak up with her idea. If she did, she didn't know how to address Drex. Were they still doing the casual thing as Undercover dictated, or were they back to Sir? After listening to a few ideas being batted back and forth, all of which were discarded, Spears decided to play it safe. "Sir, I may have an idea." Both men went quiet, having made no progress on a viable plan, and then Drex spoke. "Spears, when we are not at the base, address me by Drex. Now, what do you have?" Spears got right to her thought. "There was this officer I dated for more than a year, but our military careers took us on different paths. However, we are still close, and I am sure he will help us if possible." Drex looked at Spears with a small smile of disbelief and teased, "By the book as you are you telling me that you fraternized with an officer, Spears?" Spears sputtered. "Oh, no, sir. I mean yes and no, Drex." Seeing that his attempt at easing the sergeant's tension made things worse, Drex cut her off. "Breathe, Spears. I don't care about that. What's your idea? How can this guy help?" Taking a few breaths, Spears composed herself before beginning again. "He's a pilot at the German Air Force stationed in Évreux, France, at Fauville Air Base. He flies the Lockheed Martin C-130J Super Hercules with supplies to United Nations troops in Afghanistan. We met on my first deployment to the Middle East and been in contact ever since. We can trust him, sir. Drex. Drex looked to Otto for any signs of disapproval. Seeing none, he then asked Spears while handing her the phone, "Think he will answer?" A large grin stretched across her face. "Oh, when I call," he answers. The grin disappeared from her face as she almost instantly regretted how she had spoken, as though she were on a night out with the girls. Her instinct was to bury her face in her hands in embarrassment, but she resisted. Ring, 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 ring. No answer. "Shit! Is it okay to text from this phone?" Spears asked Otto, as she realized that her friend wouldn't know it was her since she was not calling from her phone. Even as brilliant as she was, something about handsome men caused her personality to change to that of a valley girl. She knew it was just an act she put on to not cause men to feel intimidated, but at times she worried the persona was too good. "Yes, the phone is fully secured. It's no problem," Otto replied. Lighting up the touchscreen with swift-moving fingers, Spears typed, "Hey, flyboy, it's Jacqueline. Why you not answer? I am in town #overnight winky face." After pushing send, Spears looked to Otto and then Drex. "Shouldn't be long," she assured them. Drex began to ask, "How long?" But before he could finish, the phone rang. Spears let it ring 4 more times while Drex and Otto both resisted the urge to order her to answer, understanding that it was a tactic. "I'm sorry. I was just booking my flight back to the States since my Garrett didn't answer," Spears said when she finally picked up the phone, giggling. Drex wondered who the hell this woman was sitting in the passenger seat, because it was not the squared-away, highly intelligent sergeant he had become familiar with over the last year. Many times he had to play a role on missions, but never had he seen someone that was able to transform so smoothly. He was also impressed with how she moved conversations along without giving away any details of her true reason for calling. Finished with her conversation, Spears appeared embarrassed for her performance on the phone and knew there were going to be jokes coming her way. It was just life in the military, yet another reason she enjoyed it so much. The camaraderie was something unlike that achieved with any other group, so she waited. Otto was first to speak. "Doesn't the name Garrett mean rules by the spear?" "Yes," Spears quickly replied. Shaking his head, Otto replied with one word, "Goot." Drex, on the other hand, stayed mission-focused. "We have a ride?" Now back to her squared-away self, Spears replied, "He flies out in the morning. We should have plenty of time to intercept him before he leaves for Fauville Air Base. You get there in time. I will get us on that flight. It won't be my first time stowing away on a flight with him." A smile crept across her face, but before it was completed, she realized once again she was not out with the girls. "Really, Spears? Damn, you are full of surprises. Let's get this girl to her flight," Drex said with a little excitement, slapping the back of Spears's seat, signaling a job well done. Spears smirked a little and sat back to get some rest while she could. "We are roughly 9 hours out. Wake me if you need me to drive, Otto." "Oh, I am sure he will, Gumma Bärchen." Drex grinned as he repeated what he heard Garrett call Spears when they were talking. He didn't know a great deal of German, but he did know that meant something like gummy bear. Spears was thankful for the darkness, so neither Drex nor Otto could see blood creating a warm rose color in her cheeks. With the comment from her superior officer, she felt the tension melt away and quickly fell asleep with her head braced between the headrest and the door. Chapter 12. Not-So-Secret Area, 51. Driving through the desert, Jake's mind played over the images of a solar system that once was and thought of the possibilities. 2 other planets in the solar system supporting life was something of science fiction. Jake snickered at that thought as he said aloud, "I live in science fiction." He wondered if there would be any traces of the civilizations that once lived there, or if all traces had been turned to solar dust with their destruction. Shortly after having that thought, it was pushed aside due to the Norcock's insistence of no new technology and that they most certainly had already scoured the solar system for any that remained since their return. From day one, Jake had felt there was something they were not telling him, even though they seemed upfront with information. But even then, you had to ask the right questions. Driving through this barren landscape caused Jake to once again reminisce on years after accepting his position as Norcock's military liaison. Time when he moved through military ranks as enlisted personnel while training, yet spending the majority of his time in the officer corps. It was during this time while finishing Ranger training that he discovered what he knew of human relations with other beings wasn't really a great deal. In fact, most of his knowledge was only partial truth, and his opened eyes were less open to galactic truth than he had thought after being approached by members from HDC, Human Defense Coalition. That was when he began life as a galactic double agent. At least, that's what he thought of himself when he needed a laugh. Jake still shook his head from the thought of the information contained in his first briefing after accepting his position with the HDC. It was then that they had explained to him the Norcock's true motives and their control of world leaders since 1945, as well as how, regardless of the platforms elected officials ran on or how they had voted on bills previously, they all changed after being voted into a position deemed valuable to the Norcock's. Many under their control were evident since even things such as health issues vanished. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt had been the Norcock's first attempt at replacing human consciousness with their own. However, it proved unsuccessful, resulting in his death. His replacement, Harry S. Truman, was much more excitable, becoming later known as a halfling. Only 2 presidents were capable of withstanding transference, and at first the Norcock's thought they would prove to be just a minor delay of the Norcock's agendas. Then, by the 3rd year of the John F. Kennedy presidency, it was clear he would have to be removed. With just a silent visit from the Simons, measures were set in motion for his removal on November 22, 1963. After JFK's destructive effects on the Norcock's agenda, it was decided to remove him shortly after 2 failed attempts at transferences. By 1963, the Norcock's had planned on World War III, but could only manipulate things into a war in Vietnam. Even with JFK's predecessors, Lyndon B. Johnson's, successfully transferred consciousness, and those who followed, they couldn't achieve World War III. By the beginning of 1970s, the Norcock's High Council had decided to redirect efforts and begin manipulation for their next attempt. All through the 1970s, they set things in motion for what was sure to be ultimate control of mankind. Between creating artificial fuel shortages and economic crises, everything was in place. Then in 1980, everything changed. Once again, they found themselves faced with another human-elected president of the United States that they were unable to replace. This time, they moved forward with elimination after a second failed attempt for transference, and the Simons visited John Hinckley, Jr. On March 30, 1981, Ronald Reagan, the new President of the United States, was shot by Hinckley in Washington, D.C., after a speaking engagement at the Washington Hilton Hotel. Severely wounded and barely holding on to life at George Washington University Hospital, something happened that the Norcock's could not have predicted. As doctors fought vigorously to prevent Reagan from certain death, areas of his brain that had been silenced by transference attempts began communicating with other parts. Though he stood at death's door, his mind placed him in space observing other worlds. Most importantly, he was learning how mankind was being controlled. Before he had even been cleared for release, less than 2 weeks later, Reagan began work on securing his office and presidency. Next, he began secret operations to find out just who could be trusted and how many other countries were compromised. But to his dismay, there were no clear tests to behold. The only clear way discovered was intense physical eversion, such as that experienced in Ranger training. Those who have undergone transference had become incapable of physical demands greater than a casual run. For this reason, he sought to create a secret organization to combat this threat to mankind's existence. Fortunately for him, there already was one within military ranks. Reagan also installed many vaguely concealed messages to others while giving speeches. I call upon the scientific community who gave us nuclear weapons to turn their great talents to the cause of mankind and world peace, to give us the means of rendering these nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete.
In our obsession with antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our peoples than war and the threat of war?
Reagan quickly discovered that the Norcocks had taken notice of Earth once again after what humans named the Black Knight satellite detected atomic detonations and came to investigate. Though they were not the only race to take notice, in 1952, many crafts were spotted over Washington, D.C., with newspapers reporting the event all over the country. The Norcocks used Truman Halfling to prevent knowledge of extraterrestrial information being revealed. Project Blue Book was created to seem as though reports were being taken seriously while simultaneously spreading disbelief by labeling those who came forward as nut jobs. The Norcocks kept this project operational till 1969, when they were satisfied that a sufficient culture had been created, dismissing anyone coming forward with such claims. The Norcocks High Council embedded many halflings with the project, filtering out any real extraterrestrial encounters from their human counterparts. What the Norcocks didn't plan for was a chance encounter with the creators that had originally evolved on the planet, known as the Horyu-G, the very race Jake was currently going to meet with at Area 51. Figuring he had taken way too many walks down memory lane for one day, Jake found himself rapidly approaching the gates to what everyone else in the world knew as Area 51. Jake pressed the button rolling down the windows on both sides of his car so that the two guards on either side of the road could have an unobstructed view inside. "Good day, sir. Did you catch the basketball tournament last week?" the guard on the driver's side asked. Nothing like a security challenge question in the guise of friendly banter. Jake knew the word of the day was golf, but protocol dictated the word be incorporated into a sentence. Without missing a step, he replied, "No, I was down enjoying some sun and relaxation on the beaches of Gulf Shores." Being waved on, Jake progressed to the next stage of security, which called for him to park in a precise spot before the gate, engaging sensors that deactivated the warlock. A warlock device scrambled all electronic communications in a given area, preventing others from opening the gate, even if they possessed the correct device. With the car positioned in the same spot as he had parked in countless times before, Jake retrieved his phone from one pocket and ID card from his wallet. Placing the ID card to the back of his phone with the RFID, radio frequency identification, chip placed precisely in position, a numbered keypad appeared on the screen. Without delay, he typed in his 6-digit code before the 5-second window vanished, locking him out for the next 24 hours, something that had only occurred once. After the paperwork that had accompanied that incident, every time that followed was flawless. After 2 more security checkpoints, Jake was finally in a secure area where men and women worked on an experimental airplane to provide cover for the real purpose of the facility. Half of the personnel working in the hangar were really aeronautical scientists working to improve new designs, totally unaware they were merely part of a cover, while others roaming the grounds were specially trained security. Most personnel lived on base for 1-year rotations in order to lessen any chance of a leak. Jake was one on a very short list of people outside the base from HDC with the ability to enter and exit. Each individual on the base was required to undergo quarterly intense physical training, a measure instituted by Reagan as a deterrent for halflings. "Good morning, sir," a guard said as he worked on a mechanical device that he most likely had no idea what its use had once been. "Good morning. Looks like we might be in for some rain," Jake said, laughing. The soldier didn't appear to even look up, but Jake knew the man had already assessed him. Otherwise, Jake would not have made it near the office door he was now entering. Inside, Jake walked through what looked like a well-operating office. In this case, it was. This is where all Area 51 business was handled, from security checks to ordering toilet paper. It was also how Jake accessed Area 51's underground, which was much larger than that seen on the surface. After walking down a few halls and making 2 turns, Jake arrived at an elevator with doors that opened only by retinal scanning. "Good day, sir," a feminine voice from inside the elevator said as the doors opened. "Shepard," Jake greeted the woman, his tone bright. "You're just the person I wanted to see. You on your way down?" Shepard hesitated for a second and then replied with slight confusion in her voice. "Sir, can I help you with something, sir?" This was the first time in over a year she had been sought out by anyone, but she just assumed it was due to her being part of the historical data collection team. Very few discoveries made of the past had an impact on the future. "I stumbled across some information while on my last visit to the moon station that will be helpful to you," Jake said, maintaining his serious composure despite his excitement over the discovery. By the time they made it to Shepard's lab, Jake had told her of all 3 habitable planets once in their solar system. Shepard had been informed of Mars years ago by others on her team. Little was known of its destruction, but a 3rd habited planet had never been recorded. With the excitement of discovery boiling in his mind, Jake rushed into Shepard's lab, walking directly into someone or something. Jake stopped instantly. Instinctively, he looked up at what he had run into and soon found his eyes meeting those of Kulak. Growling echoed through his mind. Jake's heart thumped erratically as he realized his mistake, and Shepard took many steps back as a precaution. Kulak was part of a reptilian race that truly evolved on Earth, otherwise known as the Horyu-G. The shortest of them stood over 7 feet, and all of them were very aggressive. Thoughts of the last major incident with Horyu-G rushed into Jake's thoughts. It had been before his time, but surveillance footage showed quite a horrific battle. That threat came from a new scientist mistakenly pressing the wrong elevator button, descending, along with 2 Special Forces soldiers, to the lower 8 levels. By the time they returned, 2 had been killed with the 3rd severely wounded. For 3 days, a war was fought in the underground facilities, resulting in a high death toll on both sides, all from pushing the wrong button on the elevator. Now, Jake had done 2 of the most offensive things he could to a Horyu-G: touch them and look them in the eyes. Knowing Horyu-G found humans weak and soft, Jake chose to challenge Kulak with aggression in order to defuse the situation rather than feed into their beliefs. With a commanding tone, Jake demanded, "Step aside, Horyu-G, and stop blocking pathways." Kulak stood motionless, staring down at Jake, who was now stepping around the Horyu-G researcher. Jake sensed Kulak tasting the air with his tongue, evaluating his increase in body temperature to determine whether it was from fear or aggression. Still feeling aggression had the best chance to neutralizing the situation, Jake continued advancing while giving orders. "Shepard, get in here. Kulak, pull up a hologram of our solar system." Jake stood facing a table located in the center of the room. He could feel seconds tick by, each one lasting longer than the last, till first the sun appeared, followed by a full solar system. Thank God that worked, Jake thought as Shepard came alongside him. Even though the entire event lasted less than a minute, he and Shepard felt as though hours had passed by. Happy to be focused once more on his reason for being at the facility, Jake looked to Kulak, ignoring the rules about eye contact. "Kulak, make adjustments as I describe them." He began explaining what he saw, and as he did, Kulak made the necessary modifications. "Look, it changed Earth's axis." Shepard pointed, unable to contain her enthusiasm. "Pulsar explains a great deal. First, why the Earth is tilted 23.5 degrees and why there is a large atmospheric hole over Antarctica." With a strong hiss to his speech, Kulak expressed an emotion that was rare among Horyu-G: excitement. "Oh yes, this must be time of the Great Orvok 12,000 years ago. Amazing!" Jake looked to Shepard to clarify, but when she only shrugged, he asked. Orvok? Yes, a time of great destruction killing millions on surface and below. It was a sudden change, flash freezing everything in the area you call Antarctica for eternity. It once was a thriving tropical land my people enjoyed greatly, till the Norcox took control of our surface, and my kind had to remain hidden. Kolok slammed his clawed fist down on the table that absorbed it with ease, having been designed to withstand beatings from Horyu-G. Flash frozen? Jake asked. Yes, but my people have not been able to travel there since the Great Orvok. Flash freeze ran deep, all tunnels filled with ice, and it is much too cold for my kind to survive, Kolok replied, his hiss becoming more like a snake's whenever the letter S was used. Shepard couldn't hold back any longer. It's all still there, she shouted out, anticipating the discoveries that would be made. Yes, it is, Jake agreed. Kolok's response was not so enthusiastic. How can you be sure Norcox have not already gathered its technology? Because they lifted off shortly after the Orvok, and if possible they would have retrieved these crystals they want so badly instead of having us search worldwide for them, Jake explained, with Shepard already pulling up hologram maps of Antarctica. Shepard was already in the planning phase for Antarctica. There aren't any vortices in Antarctica, but they are running along the 45th parallel. That will make transporting personnel, equipment, and supplies much faster. We could be operational in just a few weeks. Jake looked at the holographic maps showing a large ice-covered continent. We can't use the vortices, not enough is known about them, or if the Norcox can monitor their use. He could see the reaction on Shepard's face, raising his hand to hold back any arguments. They will not be needed. We already have a supply route in that area and a base similar to this one. Let's go, Shepard blurted out. Kolok had a much different take on the idea of finding new technology in ice-covered land. 12,000 years beneath ice, all has been crushed. What do scavengers, weak humans, hope to discover? Knowing that Horyu-G relentlessly insult them, Jake felt things might have returned to normal since his earlier mistake of walking into Kolok. Not all will be, and if there is a slight possibility something useful did, it is worth the effort. But I understand your sensitive nature to the cold. Having become used to insults from Horyu-G, Shepard became uneasy with the way Kolok and Jake were challenging each other and tried to redirect the conversation. Why do we already have a base there? After a slight pause, Jake replied, We're making progress on the craft that the Norcox crashed in Roswell, and this base was becoming too well known for testing. Thermal scans showed dozens of groups along the base's perimeter at all times, not an issue in a barren, ice-covered wasteland. When do we go? Shepard asked, her enthusiasm renewed. Tapping his fingers on the map, Jake replied, Where would you start? We know there is something there, but not where. Anything in the Earthier's historical record that can help? He turned his attention to Kolok. Information such as that was not of importance during early years of record-keeping. Till last few hundred rotations, only significant events were recorded such as the Orvok, ground shakes, and mega-eruptions. Kolok's hissing became lighter as his aggression toward Jake began to fade. Can you dig a little deeper and bring all the information on this topic to Shepard? Never know. It might be the key to having this planet to yourselves once again, or at least with a lot fewer humans. Jake watched as the Horyu-G left without saying another word. With the Horyu-G gone, Jake watched Shepard's posture relax before she spoke. Sir, you were very lucky he had his protective suit on. Had you bumped into him, making contact with the bacteria they carry, well, sir, we would be scraping a large portion of your face off right now. Jake didn't even want to think about what would have happened if Kolok hadn't been wearing the metallic scale-tight clothing the Horyu-G wore whenever above the lower 8 floors. Gather all the information you can from the Horyu-G, get up-to-date satellite imagery, and scan for any anomalous energy readings. Sir, how are we going to keep this secret from the Norcox? Shepard asked, almost timidly, her eyes shifting about as though searching for Norcox surveillance. From the crash in 1947, we know their bodies will not survive here. Any scan is rendered useless, and if they attempt travel through the vortices, they have such pain in their skulls. Well, let's just say they aren't going to come that way, Jake answered confidently. What about the Zoetarians informing them? Their trio craft made from diorite seemed to have no problem traveling anywhere virtually undetected. Shepard appeared afraid of even mentioning the Zoetarians' name. They are only interested in using us for protein, and as long as they don't collect too many people or allow themselves to be seen, the Norcox pay no attention to them. Now I have to make preparations with the Antarctic base, and I want regular updates. Jake finished his orders as he walked out of the lab, preventing any further discussion. Chapter 13. Reality struck. Staring into the dark, blank eyes of a woman who had greeted her with smiles and zeal, Azita couldn't believe what was happening. Instantly, she leapt into action as the cold steel struck Tyler's neck. She fought to restrain his sweet wife, Sarah, before she could swing the sword once again. This had been the first time Azita was thankful for her father, Bosco, insisting she take martial arts as a child when she had asked to take dance classes. Dancing will not save your life against an attacker, Azita, her father had stated each time she brought up the subject. At this moment, she agreed. Azita's instincts had taken control as she shoved Tyler out of her way to where he now flailed in pain on the floor. Now closing the distance between herself and Sarah, Azita clinched her fist tight and landed a right jab to Sarah's face, yet Sarah seemed to hardly notice. "What the hell?" Azita shouted in amazement as she watched Sarah raise the sword high enough for another swing. Azita gracefully slid underneath Sarah's left arm as her sword cut through the air where Azita had been standing. Running on autopilot as her training took over, everything seemed to slow way down as her right arm slid under Sarah's chin and around her neck, locking onto the bicep of her left arm. With her left hand placed on the back of Sarah's head, Azita began to squeeze, and within 4 seconds, Sarah had dropped the sword. By 6 seconds, her unconscious body fell to the floor. Azita snatched the sword, throwing it to one side of the room before checking on Tyler. "Tyler, move your hand." "How bad is it?" she asked, prying his hand from where Sarah had struck him with the sword. Azita prepared herself to stop the bleeding as his hand moved and blood flowed down his neck, but to her amazement, it did not continue. Pulling Tyler's collar up, she wiped blood away, revealing just a fine line where the blade had cut, looking no deeper than a 5-inch shaving cut, with extreme skin burn. "You're fine! Now get up and explain what the hell that was all about," Azita demanded, puzzled by Tyler still being alive after being struck with a sword to his neck. Walking over to where she had thrown the sword, Azita saw how Tyler had survived with such little injury. The sword had no edge for cutting, it was flat for decoration. "They're not real. Thank God," Tyler remarked, seeing Azita studying the wall where the remaining swords hung. Seeing his wife curled up motionless on the floor, Tyler hurried to check on her. "What did you do to her?" Propping the sword up against the wall, Azita could feel her heart rate noticeably lowering with everything under control. "She will be fine. Now, what was that all about?" "She was trying to kill you." "Not quite the way I saw this trip going." Rising to his feet while holding his neck, Tyler spoke with a confused expression on his face while looking around the room. I don't know. She won't even kill spiders in the house, even makes me carry them outside." His eyes turned back to his unconscious wife. Frustration began to take control of Azita, but years of experience had taught her that frustration does nothing to help. Calming herself down, she knew that in order to find answers, she had to get Tyler focused on something else, and then it came to her. "Pull up your camera. Maybe there's something there." Hesitantly, Tyler brought up his home surveillance camera after a few strokes of the keyboard. The two watched the video play in reverse and stopped at the point where Azita was walking backwards down the walkway. "Nothing. What is going on? She wouldn't do this," Tyler stated, not sure if he was trying to convince Azita or himself. Shots fired, 273 County Road 117, all available units." Azita and Tyler glanced at each other upon hearing the call on the police band radio. Don't tell me you were there yesterday as well." They both already knew the answer before Azita responded. Now very confused by today's events, Azita replied, "Is someone after you? That is the only possibility, since the only other thing each of these places have in common other than myself is you." Instead of an answer, she watched Tyler grab the top of his head with both hands and begin running his fingers back and forth through his hair. She could tell fear was taking him over and leading him to a state of shock. Azita stepped forward and grabbed a hold of his left wrist, pulling his hand down to expose his face to her powerful opened right hand. An echo filled the room as energy from her swing released into his cheek. Now before her stood a 5'11", thin, bug-eyed man who just had the wisp slapped from his speech. "What the hell?" Tyler yelled as he gingerly touched the glowing, throbbing handprint on his face. Without an ounce of remorse, Azita repeated in powerful voice, "Is there a reason somebody could want you dead?" Forgetting all about the nick on his neck, Tyler now worked his jaw while rubbing his cheek. "Yes, the research we do looking into UFOs and other mysterious things. That's why I didn't want to meet and changed phones numbers and emails so often. Though, to be honest, I wasn't that sure I ranked that important till now." The thought that he might be that important brought a smile to his face, only for it to disappear as reality hit him. "Someone wants me dead." "I believe that is evident. Now who?" Azita asked. "The 25 are not the only ones that have died mysteriously. Others like me who investigate and try to get information out have also been targeted. They were probably just waiting to get us both at the same time." Tyler almost shouted as he started to put the pieces together. Azita didn't quite believe her coming to Tyler, Texas, could be the cause of all this. "That can't be the only reason. What else were you working on before I arrived?" Tyler thought hard, but out of everything, only one thing came to mind. Professor Alice LeBlanc. "Who is that?" "She's on the forefront of human alien DNA. Well, she was before being dismissed from her research and left with only a career path in teaching. She worked as a professor at Stanford till a few days ago when she started ranting about the world needed to be warned. Here, watch." Tyler pulled up one of many videos that had been downloaded online from students that had watched and laughed. When the video stopped, Azita couldn't believe what she had watched. Her disbelief didn't come from the woman ranting, but the way those around her cared more about getting it on video than helping someone who clearly needed help. What happened to her? From the reports, she attempted to take her own life by downing a bottle of sleeping pills, but instead had a psychotic break. The next day, she took a swan dive from a hospital roof where she was admitted. The strange thing is that all videos have been removed from the net. You know what it would take to do something like that? Still befuddled by the last half hour of events, Azita stared at Sarah on the floor. She should be up by now. She bent over to check the other woman's pulse. Tyler hovered over his lovely wife, concern etched into his faint frown lines, and a tremble to his voice as he asked, "She okay?" "Yes, heart rate is good. Just keep a close eye on her and let's find out what happened. You have any cameras inside the house?" "Yes, one on the front door, but you're the only one to use the door today," Tyler said, pulling up the entranceway camera and starting the video from when Sarah had hugged Azita. Both watched as Azita went to the basement and Sarah headed to the kitchen to make coffee. "You were last to speak with her before she tried cutting my head off," Tyler said with a hint of disdain for Azita as he looked from her to Sarah on the floor. Azita gave him a slight glare for his tone, but before she could comment on it, something caught her eye. "Wait, where is she going?" she asked, as Sarah appeared once again on camera, walking over to open the front door. "Who are they?" Tyler asked with a small gasp. "Where did they come from?" In the doorway appeared two strange-looking men wearing black suits and fedora hats. "Quick, pull up the outside video," Azita requested, stunned that they had not seen them when viewing it the last time. Even now, with the two videos displayed on separate monitors side by side, paused at the same point in time, neither man was anywhere to be seen. "This is impossible. There's only 2 feet in front of the door that can't be seen by that camera, and they can't make it there without being seen walking up. Tyler quickly went to check on Sarah when he thought he saw something in his peripheral vision. Worried that she might be hurt or might still want to kill him, he asked, "Sarah, are you okay?" Azita turned to confront Sarah in case she still proved to be violent, but as she got to her feet, Tyler jumped in front of her. "She will listen to me," he assured her. Slowly, Sarah stood up straight with eyes showing no color other than black and white. "Sarah, you okay?" Tyler asked in a gentle and loving tone. Sarah stared at Azita with cold black eyes, then ran for the sword where Azita had propped it up against the wall. Pushing Tyler out of her way, preparing herself to disarm Sarah for a second time, Azita froze at what she saw take place. With no emotion, Sarah held the blade midway up, placing the tip directly between her chin and neck, then dropped to her knees. With a whooshing sound followed by a few crunches, blood rushed out in all directions and down Sarah's face from where the tip of the sword had exited through the top of her skull. Chapter 14. Real History. Observing his sergeant negotiating their ride to Afghanistan with her German acquaintance after surprising him outside his apartment building, Drex was more thankful than ever that he had placed Spears on the team. After driving non-stop for a little more than 9 hours, ensuring each person had an opportunity to rest, Drex and Otto kept watch from the other side of the street. This was always Drex's favorite time of the day, right before sunlight began breaking over the horizon and pushing back the darkness. Taking in a deep breath, he savored the crisp air filling his lungs. "Drex, we have to move," Otto said in a soft enough tone to prevent his voice from traveling down the empty early morning streets. They walked casually down the street to where Spears stood. As soon as they were close enough to hear her without her raising her voice, Spears updated them on their transportation. Shaking her head slightly, she started, "That is one upset Kraut. He's flying 2 trucks and other boxed supplies to Bagram Air Base. The thing is, he said he wanted no part in this." "No part in this?" Drex growled. Hearing his tone and feeling the frustration behind it, Spears rushed to add, "But the trucks are running late on a train that will be passing through soon. He wants no part in what we are doing, but he won't be checking inside the transport after the trucks are loaded." "I know where these tracks are located. We must hurry." Before he had even finished speaking, Otto was on the move. Just behind him, Drex and Spears followed, keeping a close eye on their surroundings, especially when rounding corners. Drex had seen how little time was required for machines in black suits to take control of people, and still without green-tinted sunglasses, he was not taking any chances, even with Otto in the lead. After a few blocks, they cut down a narrow alleyway between 2 old buildings that appeared not to have been used in decades. Exiting the other end, they faintly saw a large open space full of tracks. "Now we wait," Otto addressed Drex and Spears while each of them listened for the sounds of trains approaching. Little less patient than the others, Drex walked out to the tracks and bent over to press his ear to the cold steel. At first, he heard nothing. Then, his eyes widened as he clearly heard a rumbling in the steel. A big, goofy grin stretched across his face at the realization that the trick had actually worked, but he wiped it off his face before he stood up and faced the others. "Here!" he called out, waving them over. "How do you know to do that?" Otto asked. "Boy Scouts," Drex replied. He wasn't about to tell the German commando that he'd really only seen it done in a couple of movies. "Well, I'm not sure how many trains you 2 have snuck on, but they still have conductors watching the tracks up ahead. If they see us standing here, that'll be the end of the line." Spears suppressed a smirk at her own use of railroad lingo. Looking around, they could find little to conceal them. Hoping there was still enough darkness to obscure their outlines, they each lowered to the ground, lying along the tracks running parallel to the approaching train. They lay motionless with as many natural objects as possible between them and the conductor. Drex was the first to spot the light from an approaching train. Get ready. Here it comes." For some reason in his mind, Drex imagined they would have to run in order to board, but as it took 15 minutes to travel the short distance, that thought quickly changed. Rising to his feet as the engine slowly passed his position, Drex looked back and saw the others follow. This should be easy, he thought as the train cars passed with one carrying German military trucks approaching. "Great! They have covers on them!" Otto shouted over the clanking of the train. Without replying, Drex was the first to grab hold of the chains binding the large truck to the train, quickly pulling himself up, and one after another, the other two did the same. Already running late, the train was swiftly unloaded of supplies needed for the flight to Afghanistan. Drex, Otto, and Spears remained silent and motionless, where they had wedged themselves between boxed cargo already in the truck. Fortunately, everyone was so rushed that little attention was paid to what the cargo was but a great deal when it came to securing it for flight. After what they thought was the fastest loading job ever witnessed, they were airborne heading to Afghanistan. Having listened for sounds of crew members talking or moving about for the last half hour and hearing none, Drex felt it was safe to relax. He slowly made his way to the truck's rear and peered over its tailgate, seeing nothing but a second truck loaded onto the plane. Watching for movement as he climbed down from the tall truck, Drex was ready to neutralize any crew member he spotted. "There isn't anyone back here, sir." Slightly startled by Spears's announcement at such a loud volume, Drex slowly turned his head to where Spears stood on the truck. "How do you know?" "Oh, sorry, sir. Garrett said his crew hardly ever came back here during flight," Spears informed him, now feeling sheepish for not saying something sooner. Even though it was information he could have used earlier, Drex was just happy to be on a flight that would take hours to get there rather than by sea, which would have been at minimum a week's travel. "Okay, it's a long flight, so let's stay in this area in case someone does come back to check on things. While we do, I think we should get to know each other better. How about it, Otto?" Knowing that this time was coming, Otto had been preparing himself from the time he had received the mission. "Colonel Jake Guerrero, or Master Sergeant Guerrero," Drex added, followed by Otto raising his hand to Drex, just as he had done to him earlier that day while making their escape. Otto continued, "Master Sergeant is his cover. He is really Colonel Jake Guerrero with the HDC Human Defense Coalition." "Human Defense Coalition? Never heard of it." Drex's voice strained from exhaustion, just a minor physical representation of the frustration and disbelief he had for the last 24 hours. "If you will allow me to finish, I can explain," Otto stated while looking to first Spears, then to Drex to agree before continuing. Spears nodded without hesitation, and Drex reluctantly did, wanting to get answers more than he wanted to speak freely. "This is the briefing originally planned for your team yesterday. The world you believed you were part of does not exist. Mankind lost control of its destiny in the 1930s, when research into nuclear fusion first began activating what is now known as the Black Knight satellite. It was placed in orbit by the Norcocks. After some unexplained reason, they left their research station in Earth's orbit and our solar system over 12,000 years ago." Otto paused, then looked to Spears, who was shaking in her attempt to remain silent and refrain from asking a question. Picking up on Otto's signal, Spears sighed with relief and asked, "How come we've never found this station circling overhead?" "We have, and you have seen it almost every day of your life. The moon." Otto was amazed at how well Drex was accepting the information he was presenting. Spears, on the other hand, looked as though she could ask 1,000 questions on just information provided up till now, so he would allow her one more before continuing. He nodded at her, motioning for her to ask just one more. "So, they have a base on the moon?" Spears asked cautiously. "This is the last question till end of my briefing. No, the moon is their station. Meine Freundin, you should know with your obvious intellect that Earth does not have enough mass to hold a moon of that size in orbit, much less one in perfect orbit with only one side always facing Earth. Spears' eyes widened at this revelation, but she did not interrupt again. Now, since receiving information from the Black Knight satellite regarding nuclear testing, the Norcocks have returned. They were unconcerned with our bucket weapons, but that all changed with the first detonation starting our nuclear age. Since then, mankind slowly lost control of Earth as the Norcocks secretly took over all major governments with the exception of one, Russia. United States was first to become controlled with Britain, Germany, and France close behind. Since then, mankind has been manipulated into endless wars. It seems the only interest they truly have is keeping mankind battling each other and finding these crystals your team was sent to retrieve. Unfortunately, that's not all. The most valuable commodities in the galaxy are our body's production of insulin and proteins. Many alien races produce drugs from these called zyme. As it appeared that Otto was finished, Drex asked, "How does your father connect to this?" "Herr Drex, that is why I am here today. It was my father that once told me of help they received for a short period of time. During a trip to Antarctica, a research team discovered a strange cylinder slightly exposed under the ice. After recovering it and shipping it back to a lab in Germany, they studied it extensively for years but did not have any results. That was till Otto von Czerny, my father, opened the metallic cylinder, revealing a Norcox in very poor condition. The creator spent only a few weeks outside the cylinder, where it had survived for thousands of years before succumbing to a brain aneurysm. During that time, scientists gathered a great deal of knowledge in an attempt to save the being. But technology of those days proved to be inadequate, Otto explained, as he looked around for something to eat and drink in the cargo boxes. "We can't dig through the cargo. It will give us away when we arrive," Drex said, even though he had thought about doing the same thing. "No, it would look suspicious if nothing had been opened. Things go missing on these United Nations supply runs all the time. It is simply expected," Otto respectfully informed Drex. Spears, who was already eating a nutrition bar she had retrieved from one of many cargo boxes, jokingly asked, "What about this protein bar? It has 13 grams of protein. What's that worth on a galactic market?" With sadness in his eyes and tugging at the corners of his lips, Otto replied, "Nothing. They can synthesize protein, but that which other races want comes from human fat and organs." Spears continued chewing on her nutrition bar even with thoughts of humans being harvested and sold for their meat throughout the galaxy bombarding her mind. How do they get away with that? Liposuction, amputations, war, abductions, even embalming the dead, which serves no purpose, but people are led to believe is necessary. The more fat on a person when they die, the better. This is why everything has sugar added, and people are encouraged to drink it from a can. Drex had listened to enough of Otto and Spears go on about people being sold as meat. The churning in his stomach agreed with him. "What about this HDC? Where are they based, and what is their purpose?" Otto refocused, having found himself trapped in conversation with only Spears. "Well, like I said, there is only one major country not controlled by the Norcocks, Russia. Though the majority of our research takes place there, we have bases all around the globe. You may have heard of Area 51? "Guess I should have expected that," Drex thought before saying with a hint of sarcasm, "Yes, I think the world knows about that base." "Well, what you don't know is that it has an extensive underground network and labs hidden from even those in the U.S. government. Remind me to tell you about the Horyu-G later, but for now the mission." Great. More secrets, Drex couldn't help but think. He had never cherished the feeling of being kept out of the loop, and he'd just about reached his limit on it since entering this mission. Otto continued, "The HDC was created shortly after creation of the CIA in 1947, which was merely a Norcox organization to begin their manipulation of our world through use of their halflings. The organization didn't really begin till President Eisenhower created Project Blue Book. That is when everything began to change, and we have been searching for a way to be rid of our controllers ever since. We even regained control of the United States government with election of Kennedy till he was assassinated in 1963. Since then, we have worked covertly as a second government throughout 32 nations." As I like to tell people, there is history that has been written, and there is the history that is. Otto felt that he had answered Drex's question to the fullest, only to find that there would be no rest for the remaining flight. Instead, it was full of questions and discussions with both of his companions. Questions like, what are halflings? Chapter 15. High Council. President Howard, do you know why this meeting of the High Council was called? Asked Xi Jinping, the leader of Communist China, while looking around the large room containing all 32 halfling leaders. Not sure, Xi, but these humans are very suspicious of strange occurrences, and this many world leaders vanishing at once will send them into a frenzy if discovered, Howard, the President of the United States, replied. Don't worry, boys. This climate change conference cover is just what we needed for such a gathering. The humans think it is a good thing we all come together for one goal, blah, blah, blah. I just cannot stand these Hoganlow bodies. How was our race ever so disgusting? Elizabeth, the Prime Minister of England, added. We do feel the same, Elizabeth, but at one point these Hoganlow did serve a purpose. Had it not been for their creation and the battles they fought, we may have destroyed the entire galaxy. Xi Jinping interceded on behalf of the humans. Oh, Xi Jinping, I remember your thoughts on subjects of the Hoganlow from our time in the Source. In fact, everyone that had their flesh eaten by those beasts remember your loving thoughts of them, and could not wait to get into a new body just to be separated from you once again. I even took position as a halfling, knowing I would end up in a lost source crystal that may never be recovered. Elizabeth held nothing back when on the ancient science station humans called the moon. Having been one of the last scientists to use the facilities 12,000 years ago, mention of that simple label humans used to describe such a magnificent creation caused her human emotion of anger to overtake her. We must enter the grand chamber. Unlike the Hoganlow back on Earth, we can't be late for council. Howard addressed the others in a calm monotone, missing the days when he was pure Norcox. Each agreed without saying a word and began walking toward the tall, heavily engraved dual doors of the grand chamber. With all 32 halflings seated, the council entered from each side of the room through doors that were also much taller than needed, but were intended to show respect for those entering. No Norcox thought anything of their size till they were placed in human bodies, causing them to tower over others of their race. With all the lower council members present, Bakla descended from above on his glowing disk, stopping a few feet above the round table where the 14 council members stood. Bakla, the High Council of the Norcox, identified by a golden electronic crown, conducted meetings and possessed final say of all matters not resolved by the lower 14 gathered members. Without the aid of any noticeable devices, Bakla's voice filled the chamber for each to easily hear. The council has been called to address some important matters. You, as volunteers, know what is asked to keep control of the Hoganlows. We, as Norcox, can no longer descend to the surface of Earth in our current state of being. Therefore, we must have a consciousness consent to alteration in the Great Source for placement inside a Hoganlos vessel. This is how the process has gone since our return, but now I need to report that, due to the rigorous changes one must go through, we currently have no further volunteers. With Bakla's opening announcement, a slight murmur echoed through the chamber. What does that mean for us? One of the halflings shouted, displaying more of its human half than its Norcox in that moment. With that question, the room suddenly fell silent. Bakla raised his disk higher above the council table to get the attention of those around him before speaking. As we all know, tragedy suffered by this solar system was directed by we who are not there. We who are not there, a reference to their future selves. We who are not there sent this warning seconds before enacting their plan for Hoganlow termination. Before I answer your question, Kim, allow me to play that message. Bakla nodded to the halfling put in control of North Korea. With what appeared as a few strokes to the air in front of him, Bakla activated a large holographic screen near the center of the chamber. Even with everyone seated in a circular pattern, Each saw the screen as facing them while the message played. I am Voss, the High Chair of the Norcox Alliance. Actions taken are for the survival of our race and to prevent destruction of the Alliance by the Hoganlow. Those on the worlds we have destroyed only brought wars due to the addictive nature of not just their insulin and proteins, but other chemicals derived from these abominations. Worlds became aggressive and began conquest of other peaceful civilizations due to these enzymes. So it has been determined that the humans must never be allowed to survive. Please note, that was the point signal was lost as the space lab otherwise known as the Moon was struck by a large solar flare created by the pulsar. It was obvious to the Norcox there was an error in calculation when the message was sent followed so close by with a pulsar striking. After extensive study, they believed the largest error had to be with the amount of solar radiation released, something made evident as the Norcox on Earth died and all the others becoming ill, before quickly leaving the solar system and abandoning many source crystals on Earth. Turning on his glowing disk to face Kim's direction, Bakla answered, A search is now underway to retrieve the Hoganlow source and our binding source crystals lost during the destruction by we who are not there. After this has been completed, the Hoganlow will no longer be a threat to the galaxy. Your mission will have been accomplished, Kim. Unlike discussions of councils filled with Hoganlow representatives, there were no hidden meanings when the Norcox Council spoke. Where do we stand on their discovery? Elizabeth asked in a smooth, steady voice. Balka turned his disk slightly to face her direction before speaking to ensure her that he showed each volunteer respect. As most of you are aware, we sent another group of Hoganlow to investigate a possible area. What you may not be aware of is that 4 of them were taken control of by programmers, or Simons, resulting in their deaths. All programmers have been accounted for on this station. Logic says they must be controlled by others. Find out who and report. There has been an increasing number of Zoetarian trioptic craft harvesting around the planet. We should focus on them for now. They have the most to lose when these Hoganlow are eliminated, Howard stated. So, we are just going to waste all the benefits derived from the humans? President Arneson of South Africa asked a little aggressively, catching the attention of those in the chamber. They dismissed his actions as part of his Hoganlow persona. Lowering himself to inches above the council table, Bakla listened to the discussions of the 14 members regarding the question presented. Each member looked to Bakla as they spoke to show respect for the high chair and prevent any others from feeling disrespected. Minutes passed as one member spoke, then the next. Not till each lower council had spoken did Bakla once again rise above the table to address the halflings. In regards to the Zoetarians, monitor and do not impede. In regards to the question asked of the council on destruction of Hoganlos, to ensure their complacency, there will be an increase in distribution of barium and lithium into the planet's ionosphere. Once the source has been retrieved, we will then activate programming and send all for processing of rare proteins and insulin. As a contingency plan, we hold battle cruisers programmed for immediate elimination if sprays become ineffective. No attack on a Norcox will be tolerated. With the Council's decision, a smile spread across Arneson's face. Once Bakla finished speaking, the disk he stood upon rose slightly while each lower council member and the 32 halflings watched till Bakla's disk merged with the ceiling and its glow was no more. At this point, everyone knew all discussions were concluded. Soon, the lower council members retreated in the reverse manner in which they had opened. You know, since I have been in this human bio platform, I have begun to really disliking this process. Oh, shut up, Arneson. It is you, isn't it? You're the one stopping the Hoganlow from finding the source, Elizabeth snapped. Arneson's face tightened up, causing endless wrinkles to rise from the corners of his eyes before he spoke in a powerful voice with a hint of aggression. I believe you forget your place and who you are, Elizabeth. We are Norcox, and though we may not provide all information at times, we do not lie and plot against our own kind. Breaking out in laughter as they exited the great chamber, everyone focused on her just as the laughter was cut off and she stared into Arneson's eyes. You're a Zymer. I can see it in your eyes. You don't want anyone to find the source because you are using. Don't be absurd. I want off this planet the same as you. You think I want this body to die here and get stuck with a lost source, or, worse, the human's source for all of time? No. Now, if you will excuse me, I must be getting back. With that, Arneson exited with all eyes scrutinizing his every move. He is right about one thing, Elizabeth stated, then waited for someone to show interest in what she had to say. What is that? Xi Jinping asked, giving her the attention she desired. None of us want to be joined with either of the source crystals. I do wonder, however, why he insists on calling them humans when among his own kind, she asked, keeping the thought of Arneson's possible deceit alive. Growing tired of listening to this topic, Howard tried moving the conversation to something more productive. How are we going to increase our spraying of barium and everything else? These Hoganlow are already heavily questioning what they are calling chemtrails. My dear Howard, what does it matter? Soon as we have the source, all of this will be nothing but a memory, and we will be reunited with those we have lost. Elizabeth thought about her companion she had not seen since the pulsar struck Earth, creating a catastrophic reaction on its surface. Hinsa was the only reason she had volunteered for the mission to Earth, having lost him there 12,000 years ago. On more than one occasion, Elizabeth found the loss of Hinsa to be unbearable, giving up new life visuals to remain in the source where concept of time passed quicker, with thousands of years feeling more like a month. They discussed the possibility of their mission coming to an end while making their way to the vortices. Each had new ideas on how to achieve their goals sooner, but all topics always seemed to come back to why someone was trying to stop them and who was using the programmers. Where do you think someone acquired them? Elizabeth asked as she and Howard entered the hallway marked with a 7 above it. They were heading to Earth, where meetings were already in progress, so the conversation continued. I really cannot see how they would have survived on the planet after the pulsar, or over the many millenniums since. They almost had to have come from here no matter what the records indicate. I still think Arneson has something to do with it. Well, if he does, we have plenty of resources to find out. Hey, I was also thinking we should increase the number of troops in the Middle East. It will increase our chances of someone finding the source or at least providing leads to one, if the Afghanistan mission turns up nothing. I'll be sending another team to investigate that one soon, Howard added, knowing she was not going to have any issues with his idea. By the time Howard had finished speaking, they had walked from the moon station down the hall to the exit near the Algerian megalith, where their planes awaited. Yes, sounds good. The sooner we find them, the better. Also, I suggest getting those fools in the CIA moving. If we don't have anyone to fight in the Middle East, then there will be no need for increasing the troops. Sometimes I think they had more of their consciousness removed than half. Elizabeth laughed. Will do. See you back in London for our meeting, Howard called loudly to Elizabeth as she began walking up the stairs to her plane. Elizabeth simply waved with the back of her hand without turning around or slowing her climb up the stairs. Relieved to have the day over and time to herself, she signaled to Jared, her assistant, that she was ready for takeoff and made her way back to her office. Just before closing the door, she glanced back, spotting Jared walking her way, but with a raise of one finger before the door shut, he stopped. Now in the one place she knew nobody would bother her or interrupt, she took a seat behind her desk, sitting with perfect posture with both arms resting on the chair as her fingers curled over the end, staring forward motionless. After a few seconds, she reached over with her right hand and opened a secret compartment molded perfectly into the corner of the desk. As it opened, a long, white, pencil-sized device appeared with a metallic cube just below it. Calmly removing the two objects, Elizabeth placed the pencil-sized object to the cube, and as they met, little lights appeared down the side with multiple geometric shapes and symbols. After pressing once on each of the objects, she heard a light hissing sound. A smile stretched across her face in anticipation. With the long white cylinder charged, she placed the metallic cube back in its hidden compartment. She slowly brought the tip of the long device up to her nostril and slid it in till it stopped. With the device now in the position she desired, she pressed another symbol, causing it to hiss once again. This time, her eyes squinted tightly as her body began to vibrate as sadistic smile crept across her face. Chapter 16. Down South. "We're almost there, Shepard," Jake informed the still baffled researcher sitting next to him. "Tell me again how this works?" Shepard asked curiously while staring at her own reflection everywhere she looked, except for what appeared to be a water shield to her front. With a light, audible moan, Jake slightly dropped his head. "I told you, I have no idea how this works, just how to operate it. The alliance with the Norcox allows us to know how to use it, so long as we don't try to study how it works." Shepard gasped as she quickly changed her focus from her reflection to the equipment that was running in her lap. "Sir, I should have been informed earlier. I have been running multiple scans." Jake looked over with a light smile and shake of his head. "You didn't think I noticed when you turned them on right after the vessel formed around us?" Still in a panic, Shepard replied, "No, sir. What is going to happen?" "Nothing, Shepard. We have hit this thing with X-ray radiation, even attempted to blow it up. Whatever kind of scan you are doing will not affect anything. What the Norcox are concerned with would be if we disassembled it to study." Jake pulled a credit card-sized device from a pocket made into his sleeve. Holding it for Shepard to see without straining, he began swiping the screen just like a smartphone, revealing many different icons that resembled Mayan and Egyptian script. Fascination overtook Shepard as she took hold of the device, looking it over from one side to the next, careful to not activate any of the icons. "Oh, sorry, sir, is this okay?" she asked after she realized that she had snatched the device from what amounted to her boss. Jake shrugged. "Certainly you can't do any harm. Once it has been locked onto a location and put into motion, it can't be changed till you arrive. We didn't even know about this location till a few days ago." Shepard glanced at Jake, the concern showing in her eyes. "How do we know this is going to a Norcox base and not just going to dump us out among the ice a mile underwater?" "Well, we'll find out in a few minutes," Jake replied nonchalantly. From the way Shepard stared blankly straight ahead, her mind obviously far away on unconfirmed dangers, he knew that his words had done nothing to ease her fears. She reminded Jake of young privates in the military going out on their first combat mission. "Shepard, you see the symbols on the screen?" "Yes," she replied hesitantly. "Press 1." Shepard looked from Jake to the screen until her scientific curiosity overcame her and she pressed a random symbol. Almost before she felt her finger make contact, the screen flashed up a geometrical symbol. It seems to work on infrared wavelength to detect when and where you are going to push, much like the holographic systems on the moon station. The symbol you just saw is the most common we come across. Best we can figure, it means we do not have access or that area is no longer operational, Jake said, knowing it was going to be followed up with many questions. Shepard pressed another with the same symbol appearing. The action repeated itself multiple times till one brought a huge smile upon her face. With the activation of the last icon, she pressed a small holographic Earth that appeared in front of her, with the same icon appearing over the country of Vietnam. Vietnam? Having a great sense of time, Jake knew they would be arriving soon. "I'll explain it in more detail later, but most areas on land have been made active, and many of times it was only after fighting a war created by the halflings, mostly for no other reason than they want to move around on Earth without the use of our slow, ancient technology. It is part of the reason we created the HDC. People around the world are manipulated into wars and other distractions by the CIA and United Nations in order to push the Norcox agenda or to make the halflings' existence here easier." Before Shepard could ask any questions, she heard an indescribable voice speak. Was that the Norcox language? With the majority of her research focused on historical relics and events, she was one of few scientists that knew of the Norcox yet never heard them speak in their native tongue. "Kinda pierces the ears, huh?" Jake asked, his brows furrowed in annoyance. "Does that mean—" Shepard's unfinished question was answered with a burst of cold air. Instead of continuing her question, it turned into "oh shit" as light from their transport vanished, leaving them shivering and in total darkness. "Yeah, a little cold here. Kinda takes your breath away for a second." Jake pulled up a portion of his metallic-looking suit over his nose and mouth. "You got that right, sir. Thank God these Horyuji suits work as advertised. Now I understand why they wear them so often," Shepard responded, as she too pulled the neck portion of the suit up just below her eyes. Crack. "What was that?" a panicked Shepard whispered in the darkness. Suddenly, light shot in every direction from the chemlights Jake shook in his hand. It reminded Shepard of the parties she attended in college. Too bad she had to suffer through this anxiety without any alcohol. One by one, Jake tossed the chemlights all around before either of them took one step from where they were. Caution was the main thing on their minds, having just arrived at a facility that had not been used in 12,000 years. Slowly, their eyes adjusted to the new environment, while Jake rifled through the backpack of supplies he had brought. "I know they are in here somewhere," he muttered to himself. "Ah, here they are. I moved them to the other side." "What is that, sir?" Shepard asked, rubbing her eyes in an attempt to help them adjust to the low light. "This," Jake replied while tossing two objects into the air that lit up the area in a matter of seconds. "Sir!" Shepard exclaimed, now able to see clearly but unprepared for what appeared before her. Jake twisted around and quickly spotted what had startled his travel companion. Along the wall to their rear, ice flowing from its wings, stood a 12-foot-tall eagle with its wings straight out to its sides. In its claws, the bird clutched the largest swastika either had ever seen. "Well, I guess we're not the first to find this place," Shepard said as she marveled at the frozen World War II time capsule. "No, it appears not. I knew there had to be more here than what they found. They must have found this chamber and not known what it was for. Let's see if it's still active." Knowing a great deal on how Norcock's technology was used, Jake waved his finger in a pyramid pattern, but nothing happened. Slightly disappointed, Shepard remarked, "That would be asking a great deal, not just after 12,000 years, but also after being hit by a pulsar. There is no telling what that did to the equipment." Jake tried the activation sequence once again with still no results. "Yeah, you're probably right. That is a lot for anything to go through. We should figure out where we are in relation to their on-base. These suits might regulate our body temperature, but I am not about to dig myself out of here." Just then, a thought occurred to him, and he reached for the K-bar knife attached to the side of his backpack. Seeing a spark reignite in Jake's eyes and energy return to his movements, Shepard asked, "Sir, we are going to need more than that to get out of here if you have changed your mind about digging." Jake shook his head enthusiastically and held his knife by the blade, presenting it to Shepard. "No, take this. I need you to open my suit." Shepard arched a brow at him and hesitated to take the knife. "Sir, you know as well as I do that they can't be cut." Jake smiled as he pulled the fingertip of his right pointer finger over the steel-back transport seat they rode in on. "No, but they can be smashed. Now, use the back of the knife and hit it while I pull it tight." Shepard wasn't sure at first, afraid that she would be more likely to damage Jake's finger than the material protecting it from the cold. But as it became evident that she wouldn't, her strikes became stronger and more assertive. With strike after strike to the metallic fabric, they began to see signs of damage. After a few more, Jake pulled his hand back from the edge. "Did it work?" Shepard asked, finally having a slight idea as to what he was up to. Pulling the material tight, Jake forced his finger through the small hole they created and held it up to show Shepard. "Let's see." Swiping his finger in the air once more to bring up the Norcock's holographic screen, both of their eyes lit up when it appeared. It only took a second for their enthusiasm to dissipate, though, after Shepard spotted a blank look on Jake's face and asked, "What's wrong, sir?" Moving from one icon to the next, Jake tapped those he slightly recognized. "It's not the same. Everything is in what looks like the Norcock script, but slightly different and in different arrangements. I can't make heads or tail out of anything on here." I would imagine there were a few changes and updates in the last 12,000 years. This system has been disconnected from the main since then. Sir, that means they can't detect our use of it or if we investigate how it works. We already found gold, sir, Shepard stated excitedly. Calm down. All we found is something we cannot understand. Nobody has been able to locate the source of the hologram screens to examine them. Reaching back into his backpack, Jake decided it was time to try and radio "They're on base." Sir, isn't there anyone in the HDC that can read this? Shepard asked, desperate for the answers. With the radio free from the pack, Jake pressed a few buttons and began speaking. "They're on base. This is Advancer 1. Come in." He allowed a few seconds to pass for a response, then repeated, "They're on base. This is Advancer 1. Come in." Still no response. "Sir, we might be under too much ice for the signal to penetrate," Shepard offered. After a few more attempts, Jake turned off the radio and placed it back in his pack. "Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. To answer your question, no. Linguists have been working on it for decades with very little results. The only two they have been able to make any headway on is the Inca and Egyptian-looking part of their language, but they are just half of it. They have gotten nowhere on the geometric-style writing or that squiggly writing. The crazy part is somebody had to have been able to read it back in the 1400s since they wrote the Voynich manuscript. Too bad we don't have them here now." Jake laughed. "Yeah, I studied that book in college. It is simply astonishing. What do we do now, sir?" Throwing his pack over the back seat of the Norcock's vessel, Jake replied, "Now we go back. We didn't expect to find this much, so now it's time to let a dig team come here and find their way to the surface." With a disappointed look, Shepard walked toward her transport seat only to abruptly stop. Intently, she stood facing the hologram screen, unable to look away. "Let's go, Shepard," Jake commanded, annoyance in his tone. "I want to get the team in here, ASAP." "But sir, it's changing. It's learning our language." Jumping up from his seat where he had just sat down, Jake rushed over to where he had activated the hologram. "Well, damn, it's not just opening up the same areas we have back at Bermuda Base, but the others that the Norcock said wouldn't translate. We have full access to one of their computers. Let me try something." He began jumping from screen to screen. "What are you doing, sir?" Shepard asked, practically fidgeting from her excitement. Before he could respond, sheets of ice began to fall from the walls all around them, revealing a mirror-like surface. This cavern was created by the energy field holding back the water. It must have frozen around it and shut off at some point, Jake explained. "Now, let's see what we can do about opening a passageway to the surface." With that statement, Jake tapped an icon that said "Ascend." Everything began to vibrate, and Jake pulled Shepard down just behind the steel seats of the transport, placing his body on top of hers just seconds before a large sheet of ice from high above shattered inches above them. "What's happening, sir?" Shepard screamed over the crunching of ice building up around where they lay as more and more piled up on Jake's back, pressing him closer to her. "Not sure, but I hope it is over soon," he said in a strained voice as his arms trembled in an attempt to hold back the weight of the ice on his back. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. Nearing the last of his energy, Jake pushed with all his might on trembling arms. Noticing him struggle, Shepard placed her hands on his chest and attempted to push, but only found her wanting the ice to win so she could feel his chiseled chest once again pressed against hers. Hopefully, he didn't notice the rush of heat to her cheeks in the freezing cold. Breaking through the ice and feeling the weight of it roll off his back, Jake grabbed Shepard's hands as he rose, pulling her free. Everything in the room sparkled as sunshine fell upon it. Standing only inches apart, they looked around and began to laugh. "We are going to need a big broom and a new decorator," Shepard said, as she looked around at Nazi flags waving in the sunlight alongside the eagle. "Well, we are going to need to be careful with the on-screen translations. I wasn't planning on the entire thing ascending to the surface," Jake observed, taking in the sight of glacier-sized sheets of ice that now rested in broken fragments against the energy dome around them. Chapter 17. What now? Standing motionless, staring at the scene in front of her, Azita could not wrap her mind around what she had just witnessed. How could such a sweet woman, who had just earlier that day welcomed her, an almost complete stranger, into her home with a smile and a hug, now be propped up by a decorative sword through the skull? Azita's eyes went from Sarah to Tyler, who was on his knees screaming in front of Sarah, burying his face in the carpet just inches from her pooling blood. The seconds ticked away, but time had no meaning to anyone in the room. It was merely a concept to judge their life by, and for one of them, it had ended. Azita felt fear begin to creep up the back of her legs, slowly making its way up her spine. Then, in a flash, she was no longer in the basement, but a young child back in Iran once more. The fear climbed even higher. Looking back, she smiled at the sight of her father, and then came the sound of thunder drawing her attention down the hillside to their home. The fear she felt climbing her back reached the base of her skull, sending chills all through her body just at the point she saw her mother fall with men pointing guns at her. "Maman!" Azita said in her native Persian as the long-suppressed memory flooded her mind. "What have you done?" Tyler cried out. His scream of agony was the slap Azita needed to snap her back, pushing her rediscovered memory to the side for a later date. Now it was time to focus on the situation at hand. "Well, this isn't how I expected our first meeting to go," she thought as she looked around the room. Azita knew the first thing was to prevent Tyler from seeing his wife in her current gruesome state. Spotting a black sheet hanging from the ceiling that, from the looks of it, had been used for a backdrop when making videos for his online channel, she reached up and gave it a strong jerk. With it free, Azita walked around Tyler and over towards Sarah. "What are you doing now? Haven't you done enough today?" Tyler screamed. "Okay, so the question earlier was directed at me," Azita thought, stopping beside his deceased wife. "Stop! Stop! Don't touch her!" Tyler demanded while stumbling to his feet. "We need to cover her up, Tyler, and figure out what is going on." Azita spoke in a soft, caring voice. Standing unsteadily with tears streaming down his cheeks, he choked out, "Why? Why did she do this?" His eyes never left Sarah as he spoke. Azita's heart ached for him, and she wanted that same answer. More importantly to her, though, she had to know, is it my fault? That was not a question she dared ask aloud. "Help me cover her, and we will begin looking for an answer to that question." Tyler reached out a trembling hand and grasped the sheet corner Azita held out to him. With it in his hand, he just stood there, his eyes fixed on the sword tip sticking out the top of Sarah's skull. "Tyler," Azita pressed gently. "Tyler, move over to the side." With a little coaching, Azita and Tyler were able to cover up Sarah, but it was of little help as blood crept its way out through the carpet. Hating to rush Tyler with his mourning, she stood silent for a few minutes, during which time she ran through her memories of the prior day's events. First thing she thought about was the anticipation of meeting Tyler for the first time, but that was not the type of thing she wanted to recover. Starting at the beginning of her trip, Azita had watched as nearly all the passengers had boarded when she made her way on board the aircraft. Whenever flying out of D.C. or back, Azita enjoyed scanning the crowd for anyone she might recognize. On more than one occasion, she had acquired breaking stories from politicians or their staff by doing so. That is, when she had the time and was not rushing to board due to being held up by TSA. This flight, like most, had nothing of importance, nor did anyone in the crowd at the airport. As she retraced her steps with going to the rental car booth and driving around the city of Tyler, nothing stood out to her. Eventually, memories lead her to just outside the first place she checked for Tyler, the apartment complex where the other Tyler had been taken down by police earlier. Even with her near-perfect memory, she could not see anything out of place or faces she recognized. Satisfied there was nothing out of the norm, she decided to move on. Pulling out from where she was parked, Azita focused on the driver of a car passing. Still nothing. Maybe there is nothing, she thought. Then she recalled the turn she made leaving the apartment complex when something in the rearview mirror caught her eye. With a gasp, she blurted out, "They were there yesterday!" With a look of disgust and a voice full of hate, Tyler faced Azita and spat, "I am out." Knowing people say things they don't mean while in a state of shock, Azita decided to move forward in the hopes of pulling him from the edge. "I know this is horrific, but she wouldn't want you to give up and die. Sarah would want you to find out what happened and make things right." Azita braced herself for the worst after using Sarah's name, but she needed him to hear what she was saying. Tears continued to speed down Tyler's face, followed by sniffling as he stared at the black sheet. From what Azita knew about psychology, these were very important minutes and would decide which path Tyler would follow from here on out. Even though she wanted to prod him along for a response, she waited patiently. Then he began to speak. "I said I am out." Azita felt her heart sink and stomach tighten hearing those words once again. But before she could offer a rebuttal, he continued. "I am not sure if, like you said, Sarah would have wanted it, but I sure as hell do. If the search for truth is with you or not depends on you." For the first time since he realized she was dead, Tyler took his eyes off his wife for more than a glance and stared at Azita. She understood he was talking about her surprise visit and whether or not it had something to do with what had happened. "Tyler, as you know, I have what is known as an eidetic memory. They were already there yesterday." With slight hesitation, Tyler responded, "Where?" "At the first house I visited in search for you. As I was pulling away, I saw them in the rearview mirror standing at an apartment door." "These same two men," Azita stressed, walking over and pointing at the monitor with two men standing in the doorway of his home. Tyler slowly turned to face her direction, looked at the monitor beside her instead. You can't be sure it was the same two. "Not many people dress like they're from the 50s with fedoras." Azita felt she might have pushed too far with the sarcasm as Tyler stared intently at the screen. With a more natural-sounding voice, he asked, "How do you explain you showing up the same day they decided to come after the same 3 Tylers in Tyler, Texas you chose?" Azita had no logical response and wanted to say, "Shit happens," but thought it inappropriate. "Look, we are not going to get all the answers now, and soon we have to call the police. They will lock all this down, including your computers. What could you have been working on that would have brought them here?" Tyler stood there with a blank look on his face as he continued to stare at the 2 men on the screen. "They are identical." "Hey, we have to get moving," Azita said assertively. "What have you been working on? We need to gather it up before the police get here." Looking from the screen to Azita with slightly drier eyes, Tyler took his seat and began typing. "I need 15 minutes to send everything to my other system." "Other system? He has another setup like this somewhere else?" Azita asked herself, and then wondered how he could have paid for it all. At that point, she figured she would just leave him alone, seeing as he was finally focused on something other than Sarah. 30 minutes later, after notifying the police, Azita listened as one of the officers spoke. "This has truly been a strange day, miss," the last of the officers that had exited Tyler's house stated while applying crime scene tape to seal the door. Azita couldn't help but study everything around her as people gathered to see what was happening. She also ensured that Tyler had remained in her sight as much as possible over the last few hours of police questionings, questions for which she was not able to provide a great number of answers, at least none they would believe. "Yes, it has," Azita responded while scanning the crowd once again. Deep down, she felt great sorrow for Tyler and prayed she truly had no influence on the day's tragic events. The ability to compartmentalizing her emotions during times such as these had always been helpful, and apparently in some cases, such as her mother's death, it worked a little too well. "About time," she remarked when she noticed the officer parting ways with Tyler. The last time they had spoken was right after making the call to 911. It just so happened that there was a squad car in the area, and it responded within a few minutes of making the call, much less time than they thought it would have with 2 other major events happening just hours before. With so much time having passed, Azita had no idea what state Tyler would be in as she walked toward him. She hoped he was still on board with finding out what was happening, but knew a great deal could change in a few hours after such a great loss. Just then, her mind wandered what had happened to her father the hours after her mother was murdered. Could it be possible for that memory to return now also? That, too, is for another time, Azita thought as she approached Tyler. Stopping a few feet away so as to not seem pushy or overbearing, she waited for him to speak first. Watching him, as he stood still with his head down, not acknowledging her presence at his side, she felt he might have lost the drive to move forward. They stood there silently as the last officer slid into his car and pulled away. Then, just as the police car turned the corner, she witnessed what could only be described as a light switch of emotions being flipped. Quickly, Tyler turned to her. "Where is your car?" This was clearly a Tyler she had not heard before, speaking clearly and with purpose, something much more than she had counted on. She pointed in the direction of her car. "Where are we going first?" Azita asked. "I'll tell you in the car." Tyler grabbed the bag the police had allowed him to pack before sealing the house up. Azita could see reporters in the crowd waiting to speak with Tyler about his wife's death, and neither of them wanted that. She smiled over to the reporters, waved, and then pointed to the other side of the yard where a picnic table sat. With their attention all on her, she held up all 5 fingers of her right hand and mouthed the words, 5 minutes, while giving the thumbs up. Having worked as a daily reporter for many years, she knew they would seize this opportunity and fight to be first to the location. "We need to go now," Tyler said impatiently. Slightly holding up her hand, motioning for him to freeze, Azita watched as a crowd closed in behind the reporters, blocking their line of sight to Tyler. "Okay, follow me," she said, waving Tyler to follow with the same hand. They quickly crossed the yard, made their way through the crowd, and crossed the street to her truck. With keys ready, Azita jumped in the driver's side as Tyler ran to the passenger's side. They were moving down the road before even one reporter could make their way back through the crowd. "We have to change trucks before going anywhere," Tyler said in a demanding voice. Azita knew there was no chance of driving a new truck to where they were going, not with all the electronics it contained. Before she could agree, Tyler began listing all the reasons. "This thing has it all. Fully integrated computer system, GPS, OnStar, phone, and Bluetooth. Did you know they started installing a box in all vehicles that can track every mile you travel in anticipation of taxing you for every mile you drive? Just another way to get people off the roads and pushed into big cities with public transportation they control." Something about what he said clicked with her old article on the dilapidated usefulness of major cities. Azita's mind began to wonder about the possibilities of the two being connected, but after a few seconds decided now wasn't the time. "I have an idea. Till we change, no plans are to be spoken." After driving around Tyler, Texas for half an hour, the sun beginning to set on the horizon, Azita found what she was looking for. Pulling into the parking lot of a country bar, Tyler began nervously looking around. "What are we doing here?" he asked. Azita opened her door and looked over to Tyler. Somebody is getting ready to enjoy a test drive. With a smile on her face, she shut the door and made her way into the bar. 10 minutes passed as Tyler watched people entering the bar, a place he never imagined himself entering till today. He felt a change take place within himself once he made the decision to investigate what happened to Sarah. For now, he just wished he could envision something of her other than her plunging the sword through her head as it played yet again in his thoughts. "What is she doing?" Tyler asked himself, thankful for the distraction as he spotted Azita exiting the bar, followed by an older, rough-looking man. "Why is she bringing him over here?" Azita walked the man from the bar all around the truck, showing him many different features before opening the driver's side door. "Henry, this is my partner Kevin, the one that I talked about inside. Remember when I told you about our truck hunt letting die-hard Chevy drivers like yourself test drive the latest model for a week?" Surprised but quick on his feet, Tyler played along the best he could. "Henry, you are going to love this model. It has everything to keep you from getting lost." Winking at Tyler for catching on, Azita directed her attention back to Henry. Now, Henry, all I need you to do is sign this user agreement stating you will give us your thoughts of the truck, what can be improved, and what was most useful to a hard-working man such as yourself. Reaching into the center console, she pulled out a document and pen. I sure will, ma'am. Nothing like this has ever happened to me. I never win anything, Henry said excitedly, not reading the paper Azita presented to him, but signing where she pointed. With a big smile on her face, Azita finished the deal. Well, Henry, I hope you enjoy it. Now we just need the keys to your truck so we can get back to the dealership. We will just meet back here next week, same time. How does that sound to you? Not saying another word, Azita held out the keys to her rental truck and exchanged them with a very excited Henry, who looked at Tyler as he climbed into the truck and said, If you're not coming with me, you might want to get out now, son. Chapter 18. Mission Go. Du wachst auf, bitte. Wake up, Otto said as he nudged Drex and Spears sleeping between pallets of supplies. The last 4 hours of the flight to Fauville Air Base in Afghanistan was allocated to getting 3 hours of sleep each, with one person awake at all times. Otto was very grateful when the decision to rest was made, and he didn't have to answer questions about the HDC for countless hours. Being open to others and revealing everything he knew was not something he was used to. In fact, he had never experienced it before and found it more taxing than charging into combat. He swore to never experience it again. Welcome to Afghanistan, Otto said with a smile as Spears rose up. Shit, I hate this place, Spears groaned. Hearing Spears's comment, Drex found it curious. Having seen her service record said nothing about engagements with the enemy or other negative situations while she was deployed. Why is that? Spears rolled her eyes, threw her head back, and dragged out her words as she said, It was so damn boring. I did nothing but sit in front of a computer for 11 months. The same damn job I could have done from my apartment? She stopped, almost embarrassed, as she thought about other soldiers' experiences in the same country. Sorry, sir, I didn't mean to. That's quite all right, Sergeant. I understand, Drex replied, holding the palm of his hand up to stop her from apologizing. Any thoughts on how to proceed from here, Major? Otto asked as they all bounced from the large and heavy aircraft making contact with the landing strip. Waiting till the craft was firmly on the ground and everything had calmed down, Drex replied, Yes, we walk right out the back. That is absurd. We will be stopped. Then this will be all for nothing, Otto said what he and Spears both were thinking. So, as a member of the Kommando Spezialkräfte, you never flew into a place without people there knowing you were coming? Drex asked, knowing the answer to his question. Ja, Otto answered, still not quite sure where Drex was going with his plan. Ja, just pretend this is one of those times. Nobody asked questions when unknown me gets off flights, only when they try boarding, Drex replied. Ah, ja. Very good. We should also take this truck as well, Otto added, patting the truck behind him. You will have to do all the talking. Neither of us speaks German, and since this is a German supply run, they will most likely be unloading, Drex suggested. Ich spreche sehr gut Deutsch. I just have not added it to my military records yet, sir. Didn't want another reason to get stuck inside on deployment, Spears stated, her mind stuck on the uneventful deployment. Drex nodded, wondering what other secrets Spears could possibly be keeping up her sleeve. Okay, I will not be speaking. Now, get out and remember say little as possible. He knew that was not something that he had to tell Otto, but Spears had never been in the field quite like this. A few minutes after the German transport troop climbed down, the C-130's rear cargo hatch began to open. Damn, they don't waste any time unloading, Drex said as he moved to the rear with Otto taking lead and Spears behind him in case they ran into German-speaking company, a plan that was quickly tested as Otto surprised an air crewman operating the hatch. Who are you? Where did you come from? The surprised crewman asked in German. That is not for you to know, Otto replied, looking straight ahead out the plane's rear hatch as it opened and never in the man's direction. Following close behind him, Drex and Spears silently came up and stood alongside him, mimicking his every movement. None of them stood stiff but relaxed, as if they were right where they should be, and nobody was to question that. "Sehr gut," the crewman said, shaking his head slightly and going on about his business. Slowly, the door lowered, revealing waiting soldiers and equipment to facilitate unloading supplies. The three stood silently waiting as the rear hatch became a ramp. Right before it made contact with the ground, Otto stepped forward, still never looking at the man to his side. "Get this truck unloaded quickly! I need it in 15 minutes!" he shouted while walking down the ramp. "Sir, I'm Captain Shatman. These trucks were sent for the 371st Battalion Mechanized Infantry Regiment. Who are you?" the most decorated of the soldiers before them asked. Standing above Shatman on the ramp, Otto continued to look around the base, never looking in the officer's direction. "Captain, if you were supposed to know who I am, then you would. I only need the one truck. Have it unloaded immediately. Cargo in the back of it is for you. Have your men load it with fuel and water. My team and I leave in 10 minutes. "You said 15 minutes, sir," Shatman reminded Otto. "Captain, this conversation took your other 5 minutes. I have a schedule to keep," Otto snapped. It was apparently not the young captain's first time encountering a team like this, and without any further debate, Shatman conceded, but not before one last challenge directed at Spears. "Du bist eine sehr schöne Frau," Shatman stated to Spears, saying she was a very beautiful woman. Spears casually strolled down the cargo ramp over to where Shatman stood. Pressing in really close, Spears reached out, grabbing Shatman by his testicles, and squeezed. "Vielen Dank, aber lasst das nicht umgehen." "Thank you very much, but don't let it get around." Without giving him another glance or thought, she released him and continued down the ramp. Attempting to hide his discomfort, Shatman waved to his men to begin unloading, and then released the deep breath he had taken when Spears grabbed and squeezed. With the ease she had done so, he was sure of one thing: he was not her first. Once Spears had joined Drex and Otto to one side of the ramp, Drex asked, "What did he say to you?" With a grin, she replied, "He said I was very beautiful." Drex looked up the ramp where Shatman still stood. "I bet you're loads of fun on a date." He watched the man still slump slightly while giving out orders. She did good. It was a challenge from the captain. Had she done nothing or said thanks, it would have thrown up red flags. She played her role as a true woman of the Kommando Spezialkräfte, Otto informed Drex, with a hint of admiration for how Spears handled herself. As Otto had requested, the truck was ready just seconds before the 10 minutes had expired. Just a few minutes later, they were heading out the front gate. Drex wondered how long it would take before enough people would be informed, sending a drone out in search of the truck. "This thing doesn't have cameras or any way of tracking movement, does it?" he asked. "Already disabled," Otto responded, doing his best not to run over pedestrians outside the base, seeking to sell their items to soldiers inside. "X, shouldn't we have picked up some firepower before leaving?" After all they had gone through, Spears dared to push the envelope when it came to addressing her superior officer. Drex shot Spears a frown as he replied, "No, the truck is one thing, but checking out weapons is another. And Drex will do, Spears." He turned his attention to Otto. "She does bring up a good point. You have any contacts in the area?" "Yes. I have one where we should be able to pick up what we need. It is an HDC complex. You will find we have an extensive network all over the globe. It is at the other end of the city. We will be there in minutes." Drex thought for a minute about how extensive the HDC network must be, and then another thought occurred to him. Why did we not just use HDC to provide transportation here if there is such a large network? Herr Drex, the 527 Space Aggressor Squadron was set up by the CIA, which I have informed you is controlled by halflings. The Norcocks control the Simons, and apparently they have decided I am to be eliminated and tried to make your team do it. We have no way of knowing if the European network is compromised, and the mission is too important. Otto longed for his days working alone. At least then he didn't have to explain everything. Believing he would have done the same, Drex dropped the questioning. He found himself instinctively scanning windows and rooftops as they approached buildings, something that had become deeply ingrained during his time with the Rangers on deployment. More than once, he reached for a weapon that wasn't there, not due to something catching his attention, but for the comfort it provided in areas such as this. The feeling was soon replaced with the feeling that he recognized many buildings they were passing. He soon became sure it was an area he frequented during his deployments, a feeling that was confirmed when Otto pulled their truck in an alley beside a building he used to frequent. "This is an HDC arms dealer? I've been here many times." "It has come under new ownership since you were here last, Herr Drex. The HDC finds it to be a more secure cover to take over existing places than to start new ones," Otto answered as they exited the truck. Noticing that Spears still clung to the same bag she had not released since the hotel, he offered, "You can leave your bag in the truck, Spears. Everything in this area is very secure with eyes always watching." Holding the bag a little tighter, she replied, "No, I'm not taking any chances with this. I have the Dagger, which stood for Defense Advanced GPS Receiver, in here along with the rest of the intel we received about the cave. It goes where I go." Realizing there was no point in arguing, Otto followed behind Drex, who was already entering the building. The inside looked much like it did when Drex was last there. Much like before, there was nothing very impressive about the place. A few dozen AK-47s stacked along one wall, old Russian RPGs, boxes of ammunition. The only exception was the person heading toward him. "How may I help you today?" the short, brown-skinned man asked as he looked up at Drex. Before Drex could answer, the man spotted Otto behind him, and everything changed. "Right this way." The obvious HDC agent led them to the other side of the room, where he entered a door to another room with military crates stacked all around. As Drex followed, he noticed the back of the door was steel with the front only a wood-style facade. He soon noticed that many of the crate were marked U.S. Army. Drex grinned and commented, "Now this is more like it." "We are not there yet, sir. We must close the door to continue," the HDC agent informed the group after hearing Drex's comment. Following his instructions, Spears pulled the door closed behind her. With barely audible clicks from it locking, their guide reached up to what appeared to be a bullet hole in the wall and stuck his finger inside it. This time they heard clicks come from one of the large crates along the wall as it slowly began to lower into the floor, revealing a room below. "After you," Drex said to the agent, unwilling to go below without some kind of insurance. With a slight nod, the agent climbed down to the room below as requested. "You are safe here, Herr Drex." "Otto, I thought the same thing back at Landstuhl Hotel before watching my team try to kill us then kill themselves," Drex replied, as he headed down the ladder, regret weighing heavily on each word. His feelings quickly changed as his eyes lay upon one of the largest varieties of weapons he had ever seen. Rifles, pistols, machine guns, mines, plastic explosives, everything he could have hoped for. "Damn. You don't happen to have a Black Hawk down here, do you?" Drex asked sarcastically. "No, sorry, but I can check on one if you like," the agent replied, much to Drex's surprise. "That will not be necessary, Amadi. We must travel light, so gather what you need. Food is at the other end," Otto said while pointing around the room. They rushed around the room, first grabbing backpacks and then stuffing them with food, medical kits, an extra change of clothes, and personal hygiene supplies. The last to enter the bags was ammunition, first for sidearms and then for rifles. The selection was easy for Otto and Drex, both going for rifles chambered in 7.62 by 51, accompanied by plenty of ammunition. But for Spears, the selection was an arduous struggle. Seeing that she was having a difficult time, Drex grabbed a United States Army-issued M4 rifle and held it out. "Take this. Those are too heavy for you to carry all day with everything else." Spears looked from the large rifle in her left hand to an even bigger and heavier one in her right, with a smile that appeared to be locked in place. Knowing there would be no point in arguing, she placed them both back on the rack and took the smaller, lighter M4 from Drex. "One last thing, Amadi. We need an HDC dagger and laptop," Otto requested, while signaling to Spears to hand him her bag. "I trust this has been disabled since we first met, correct?" Otto asked Spears as she handed the bag over. "Powered off and battery pulled," Spears replied, a little insulted that he felt the need to ask. "Good. The new devices will be much better and secure." Otto's approval of her actions meant very little, but she did like the sound getting an upgrade on the devices. Looking around the room and thinking about all the new information they had received, Drex wondered why he found it all so easy to believe. After all, most of what he had to go on was the word of the son of a Nazi scientist. Setting aside the strange event back at Landstuhl Hotel, there was little to substantiate the claims made. Nevertheless, here he was with his remaining team member, believing everything. "Here you go. I have taken the liberty of transferring the information, and all is secure," Amati informed Spears while holding out her new powered-on devices. "Thank you, Amati." Turning from Spears to face Otto and Drex, Amati continued, "Not sure when was the last time you received an update, but there are reports of increased suicides among our members, mostly among those who have spoken out over growing deployment of the global Navy to the Middle East. We suspect the Simons are being used against them. This cave has many on edge and must be of great importance to the Norcocks. Keep these on you at all times." Amati held out green-tinted sunglasses to each of them. Chapter 19. Secrets Slip. Sunlight sparkled as it reflected off the endless sea of white death surrounding Jake and Shepard. Just beyond the transparent barrier creating the facility, temperatures dropped to 20 degrees, and Jake knew even with Horyu-G suits, they would succumb to exposure. Nevertheless, the beauty of the landscape drew one to it, as countless number of dead can no longer contest. Jake, however, was not a fan of the cold. "Is there anything on the screen for temperature control?" Looking around the area at tons of ice that nearly ended their journey to Antarctica, Shepard replied, "It appears to have already been activated, sir." Her mind was elsewhere, though, still a little bothered by thoughts of when Jake used his body to protect her from danger. Telling herself Jake's actions were reactions to extensive training didn't help while staring at the way his skin-tight suit embraced his perfectly formed body. Shepard did her best to contribute her feeling to working underground with a reptile for months on end. Moving his attention from the pure white killer outside to the area around him, Jake noticed the fallen ice quickly melting at his feet. "Good job, Shepard. I wonder where all the water is going." "I'll check, sir," she responded, jumping at a chance to use the holographic screen. "Oh, no need, it's not important. See what you can find out about this place. There doesn't seem to be much here. I always wondered where they slept, or if they do." Jake directed her while walking around the Nazi outpost. As he spoke, ice melted away, revealing empty crates and others with electronics from the early 1900s. "Sir!" Shepard screeched. Instinctively, Jake spun around from where crates were being revealed as ice melted and began moving quickly to investigate the cause of such a horrific scream. From left to right, high and low, everything was scrutinized with no threat to be seen. Closing the distance between Shepard and himself, Jake spotted where Shepard was staring. Alongside an old wooden crate with an eagle and swastika painted in black on one side lay a German SS officer with a pistol gripped in his right hand. That is why you screamed? I know you had to have seen dead bodies before," Jake asked. "But sir, he moved," Shepard said, not believing what she had seen. As absurd as it sounded, Jake was not about to dismiss anything in the world he had come to know. He slowly walked over, keeping an eye on the pistol in the officer's hand. With only feet left between him and the SS officer, Jake's heart took a slight pause as he too saw movement. Then he saw what was actually happening as water streamed from underneath the body. "It's just ice melting," he said, looking back to Shepard, who had also came to the same conclusion. They smiled at each other a bit sheepishly, embarrassed that both their hearts still beat faster and harder than normal. Fascinated by the dead man, Jake investigated the corpse a little closer. "I think this Luger may still work." Jake picked up the officer's pistol and secured it in his pack before moving on to the crate beside the officer. After looking over the wooden crate, Jake drew his K-bar and carefully beat it with his palm underneath the lid. Cautious not to break his knife, Jake repeated the action in several areas, with each freeing little sections of the lid till there was enough room to slide his finger underneath. With many creaking nails doing their best to hold the lid in place, Jake pulled up with both hands till they all seemed to give up the fight at once. With the knife still in his hand, Jake used it to move straw-like material around while ice melted away inside. Probably more antique electronics, he thought, using his knife to uncover a piece of metal. "Looks like this is where they found the help they had," Jake informed Shepard, examining metal covered with the writing found in Bakla's chamber on the moon station. Packed inside was also a number of fragments from other devices. "We need to take this crate back with us." Looks like Kolak's theory of everything being crushed and scattered by the ice was also correct. "I wouldn't be too sure about that, sir," Shepard said in a monotone voice, with the majority of her focus on navigating through the endless information available at her fingertips. No longer finding anything worth investigating in the facility, Jake walked back over to Shepard after hearing her cryptic statement. "What do you have? And Jake is fine. You're not one of my soldiers." Flustered by him telling her to call him by his first name, Shepard's heart picked up its already rapid pace. Doing her best to hide her emotions, she continued, "Well, Jake, if I am reading this correctly, there is a hangar up in the mountain range southwest of here. It may still be operational. After all, we didn't expect this place to be here." While speaking, she heard the emotion in her voice over calling him by his first name, but hoped he hadn't. "Try not to get too excited about it. A great deal can happen over a few days, much less 12,000 years. What we have to do now is get a team in here to go through everything and make this place operational. Then we can start sending teams out to investigate. We have been very fortunate up till now, but we are not going to find some super tech that will alleviate all our problems." Relieved that he took her excitement to be in regards to the information she revealed, Shepard let out a small sigh. "Before we go, there was one last thing that kept flashing on every screen that I want to check out. Make it quick while I radio this in now that we're not under 100 feet of ice." "Should only be a minute," she informed him without slowing down her research. Retrieving the radio, Jake pressed all the same buttons as before and then pressed the mic. "They're on base. This is Advancer 1. Come in." Unlike the last attempt, there was a reply just after a few seconds. "Advancer 1, this is They're on base. Read you Lima Charlie," said the voice from the radio, meaning loud and clear. "They're on base. This is Advancer 1. I need transport at location. 66 degrees, 33 minutes, 12.33 seconds south, 99 degrees, 50 minutes, 20.37 seconds east. How you copy? Over?" Jake relayed the coordinates from his HDC Global Positioning Unit. "Advancer 1, this is They're on base. 66 degrees, 33 minutes, 12.33 seconds south, 99 degrees, 50 minutes, 20.37 seconds east. Over." "They're on base. That's a good copy. We will be waiting your arrival. Advancer 1, out." Happy with the clear communication, Jake placed the equipment back in his pack. "Still amazes me. It will take them longer to go the 10 miles between us than it did traveling here from Florida." "Holy shit!" Shepard called out in surprise. Standing up while shaking his head, Jake turned to let Shepard know she had to stop with the screaming till he saw what she did. "Holy shit indeed! What did you do?" Before them was a display filling the room with a Norcox looking down on them. "Is this live? Can they see us?" Jake asked, feeling all that they had discovered being stripped away. Still amazed by how large and real the image appeared, Shepard replied, "No, sir, it's an archived message." The two of them watched as it played, translated to English. "I am Voss, the High Chair of the Norcox Alliance. The actions taken are for the survival of our race and to prevent the destruction of the Alliance by the Hoganlow. Those on the worlds we have destroyed only brought wars due to the addictive nature of not just their protein and insulin, but the other chemicals derived from these abominations. These worlds became aggressive and began conquest of other peaceful civilizations due to the enzymes generated. So it has been determined that the Hogan-Low must never be allowed to survive. Please note, the Hogan-Low must not be allowed to exist. Those who survive the pulsar must be eliminated, allowing not one to venture beyond the planets they are now on. My fellow citizens, one day you will reach our time, and if this message is not followed, our race is doomed. A second after the high chair said, "Doomed," he vanished from their sight. "What the hell was that, Jake?" Shepard asked. "From what I gathered, the future Norcocks wanted us destroyed and didn't care if they took out their own doing it," Jake replied, still playing the message over in his mind. "Oh, I got that. I'm talking about the part where they talk about using us like a drug." Jake looked to Shepard with sad eyes and spoke with a soft tone. "Even in the HDC there are secrets, and this is the one that only a few know. It is only a secret because it would only serve to spread panic and fear. I can't believe this. Here I am, part of a secret organization to save the world, and I am still being lied to. It doesn't matter if it spreads panic and fear. That should be our choice. I knew the Zoetarians harvested humans, but this is on a much greater level." Shepard couldn't keep herself from looking around for a trio craft after speaking the Zoetarian name so loudly. "You really didn't take notice at how overweight the population has become and ask yourself why?" Jake asked, losing the soft-spoken tone in favor of the strong one he was known for. "I did take notice, but didn't take time to research why," Shepard said, calming down just a little. Jake decided to let her in on the secret entirely now. "Okay, here it is. The galaxy uses our protein and insulin as a drug. The Norcocks are the dealers, and just like we do to cattle, they use sugar in our food supply to fatten us up. It works great." As of just last year, 70.7% of Americans were either overweight or obese. They then use TV to make everyone think it is healthy. You know why people get so many vaccinations, even though if you look at the statistics, many do more harm than good? I'll tell you, it makes us taste better to many different races. Near the end, he struggled to control his emotions and began feeling bad about raising his voice to the beautiful scientist who just found out they were a great drug of choice for the galaxy. Minutes passed in silence as the two of them stared at each other, and they most likely would have continued had it not been for his radio. From his backpack, a voice broadcasted, "Advancer 1, this is there on base, over." Quickly retrieving the radio, Jake responded, "There on base, this is Advancer 1, read you Lima Charlie, over." "Advancer, we have a Montgomery on the line. He says you would understand, over." Jake waited patiently to be connected to the call, every so often looking to Shepard, feeling guilty for raising his voice. "Hello? Hello?" Montgomery's voice came over the radio with a great deal of static. Pressing the mic, Jake began speaking. "I'm here. What do you have for me?" Jake always found it annoying speaking to someone on the phone when he had to use the mic button to speak. "I found what you wanted me to, sir," Montgomery stated without revealing more details than necessary. Knowing he needed to go back to the Bermuda base, Jake didn't want to leave Shepard by herself. "It better be good, Monty. I'll be there in a few hours. Advancer 1 out." He cut the transmission before Montgomery could say anything about the trip only taking an hour. He didn't want Shepard to be aware that he was staying out of guilt for how he spoke to her, or that he was attracted to her. Chapter 20. Safe Space. Listening to an engine in much need of a tune-up, Azita headed out of town, though she had no idea what direction Tyler's secret system was located. Something about driving an old farm truck gave her the same feeling as wrapping up with a favorite tattered blanket on a cold winter day. With a clonk here and a squeak there, she allowed the events of the day to drift to the rear of her thoughts. "We need to get off here. Take the 155 to the 79 and head south to San Marcos," Tyler stated, ending Azita's serenity. Following his directions, she exited from their current highway and merged onto Y 155 South. "That will work out great. I can drive over to Austin in the morning, cover the governor scandal, and be back by mid-afternoon," she informed Tyler. "You're continuing with a story? How can you after what happened today? Tyler snapped. If something is after us, the best way to travel around is with a cover. The paper provides that, and at this point, we need every advantage we can get. Understanding that the next few days were going to be very difficult for him after losing his wife, Azita did her best to help in the process by keeping his mind on other things. We need to find out who those men were at my door. They did something to Sarah to make her... Tyler stopped speaking as the image of Sarah with the sword in her skull reappeared. Well, I'm not doing a very good job now, am I? Azita thought. I don't believe they followed me to you since they were already at the first place that I looked for you. So, why now? Could it have been something you were working on? She asked, hoping to get his mind focused elsewhere. An answer didn't come quickly, and for quite some time he sat staring out into the darkness of night with Azita trying not to push him. She thought back to her first days with her new family, the Curtrights, and how scared she had been. My name is Ruthie. Azita recalled how tired and weak she had felt while her new mom did her best to communicate and comfort her. Azita had no idea how long she had been unconscious, didn't understand what the woman was saying, and didn't know how bad she looked from exposure from her time adrift. Ruthie had understood her condition and constantly pushed her to eat and drink, all the while saying, "My name is Ruthie." "Ruthie!" Azita smiled, remembering how happy her mother had been when she spoke her name for the first time. It was at that point that she met her new father. "Bosco, get in here! She said my name!" Ruthie called out full of joy while once again trying to get her to drink more water. "What are you bellowing about in here?" Bosco said, appearing to swing through the door by one hand. She remembered how he seemed like a giant to her as he looked down smiling with pearl-white teeth. It was at that point she grabbed Ruthie around the waist and held on tight for protection as the giant laughed. "You're scaring the little darling, Bosco," Ruthie said, enjoying the attention as her motherly instincts took over. Due to contracting a case of the measles, Bosco couldn't have children, and that was the one thing she had always wanted. "Don't get too attached. We're almost to Kuwait City, and they can help find her parents." Bosco felt as though he had to remind his wife of what was to come. "They can't do anything to help her, not to mention we found her near the Strait of Hormuz. Look at her, Bosco. You know what country she came from." Ruthie had known ever since his shipping company had taken a large loss from the Iranian Revolution that he wanted nothing to do with its archaic government. Azita had watched as Bosco stepped over to Ruthie, placing his hand on her shoulder lovingly, remaining silent. "You know how these countries treat girls. Look at her, Bosco. She survived something horrible. Do you really want to send her back into that world?" Ruthie pleaded on not only Azita's behalf, but also her own. "I have a connection that can get the necessary paperwork. But we look for her parents, deal?" he said, folding to his wife's will. Yes. You hear that, little one? Everything is going to be okay," Ruthie said, looking down and squeezing the little girl tight. "We are going to need a name. Bosco," he said his name, pointing at his chest and smiling at Azita, who let out a little laugh at the sound of his name. "She thinks your name is funny. Charlotte," she said, pointing at her chest and then to the little girl wrapped around her waist. "Azita." "Azita? Our turn is coming up soon. You need to get over." Slightly startled by Tyler finally speaking, Azita did what he suggested, only to be surprised by where they were upon spotting a sign that read, "San Marcos, 5 miles. It wasn't the first time she had become lost in her memories, but it was the longest. At times, it felt like her mind's way of helping her through the difficult times. "Up here, you are going to make 2 lefts, and then a right onto a gravel road. Take it for another 5 miles. Tyler was still not talking about what could have been the cause for the 2 men hunting him down, but as long as he remained calm, Azita was okay not pressing the issue for now. Turning onto the gravel road he had spoken of, she looked down to the odometer to track when she had gone 5 miles down the road. That's when she noticed the first numbers of the odometer never changed. "Tell me when we get close. The counter doesn't work." She wasn't sure if he had heard her, but thought there was a slight nod of his head in the darkness. "Stop by that clump of cedar trees," Tyler informed her, just as the headlights of the truck brought them into view. The second after hearing the word cedar, Azita's hand reached for the pills in her bag as her body trembled at the thought. This was the negative effects of having such a full recall of memories. Listening to the brakes of the old farm truck squeal as they slowed, she hoped Tyler's plans didn't rest on silence. Before the truck had come to a complete stop, Tyler opened his door and exited, running around the front of the truck and moving over to the tree's center. Just then, Azita had to rub her eyes to be sure what she was seeing was really happening and not just an illusion from a long day. Satisfied it was happening, she watched as Tyler parted the trees like a cedar tree gate, waving her through once opened wide enough for the truck. "What kind of place do you have out here, and how did you afford it?" Azita asked as Tyler climbed back into the truck. Instead of answering her questions, he pointed her path out through the tall, brush-like trees where an old road once ran. 10 minutes passed as they drove through the barely recognizable path. "We almost there?" Azita asked, looking forward to hearing a positive response. "Just up here. You can park under the trees." She wondered what was going through his mind. He seemed normal, but had said little to nothing on the drive here. The night was getting late, and Azita looked forward to getting the 4 hours of rest she normally was enjoying by this time of night. Seeing an opening between two larger trees, Azita pulled between them and placed the truck in park. Tyler again swung the door open and exited into the dark of night. "Okay, I'll just follow you then," Azita said quietly, reaching into her bag and pulling out a small flashlight before stepping out of the truck. Raising her bag up and dropping the strap over her shoulder so it draped across her body, Azita headed toward the front of the truck. "Where you at, Tyler?" she called out into the darkness, just quiet enough to keep her voice from traveling any great distance. "Back here." Hearing his voice come from the rear of the truck, Azita made her way through the brush and found him standing on the path they drove in on. Puzzled, she asked, "Where do we go now?" "Back," Tyler said without any hint to his system's location. "Back? We are walking back down the path we just drove on to get here?" she asked, frustrated with the short answers and lack of communication. "I'm sorry, it won't be long. Trust me," Tyler requested, hearing the growing frustration in her voice. They walked for a quarter of a mile back down the path. The entire time, Azita played the trip back in her mind, attempting to recall anything that seemed like a building, but there was nothing. Azita kept her tired eyes on Tyler as he turned off the path, heading for another clump of cedar trees. Great, Azita thought, as the light from her flashlight shined upon them and Tyler walked between two out front. Beep, 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 beep. The sounds of electronics perked her ears up just before she stepped through the trees to see Tyler holding up a large rock. Then she heard 2 more beeps. With those beeps, a light shined up from underneath the rock, illuminating trees all around. "You first, please. I need to lock up." Azita felt she had really underestimated Tyler's need for security. This went way beyond changing emails and passwords once a week. Even as the thoughts crossed her mind about how crazy all of it seemed, she had to ask herself if it really was, after all she had witnessed that day. Before she knew it, she was at the bottom of the 20-foot ladder as excitement began to take hold of her. "Hope you are not claustrophobic," Tyler remarked on his way down the ladder. The area filled her with joy, just as she had felt when searching the caves near her home in Iran as a child. With a smile on her face, Azita replied, "Not at all." Looking around, she immediately recognized the bunker as a 40-foot cargo container hulled on her family's ships. At one end were monitors and other electronic devices. At the other were beds and showers, the bed and shower being the area that called to her the most. "I apologize for not telling you sooner, but I did not want to speak of this till I knew 100% nobody could be listening. I know you pulled the battery and SIM card from your phone, but you just never know." Tyler took a deep breath before continuing. "Okay, to answer your earlier question, this is mine, but under a fake name and corporation. It was a joint venture between me and Larry, my very rich friend who died a little over a year ago. He wanted the ultimate bunker with communications, so here we are." Satisfied with his answer, Azita only had one other question for Tyler. "Which of these beds is mine?" Chapter 21. Becoming That Which You Despise. With a fresh ejection of Zyme directly into her human Norcock's brain, Elizabeth made her way down the hall to join other heads of state for a conference on climate change. Most of them being halflings such as Howard, they had gathered hours before, but now it was time to put the decisions of the High Council into action. With Zyme speeding up her system, Elizabeth felt more like the Norcocks she had been before becoming a halfling. It was not something she wanted to give up for a human body, but a drug created from them helped. Once, many lives ago, she had held the position of High Council of the Norcocks. That, too, was something she had not wanted to give up, swearing to herself to one day feel the power of rising above all others on the disk once again. For now, with assistance from Zyme, she felt that power on Earth with all but a few halfling leaders looking to her for guidance due to her former station as High Council. One thing she wished most of all, other than being a full Norcox once again, was to change the paintings out for those used to decorate the walls of Norcox facilities, holographic images of their past High Council holders. Being a halfling, she could not even enjoy viewing them when on the moon station due to the human body's inability to handle the technological upgrades required to enjoy any of the other benefits it provided. If we could only find a way to protect ourselves from radiation on this damn planet, Elizabeth thought for the 1,000th time over decades, we could find the source with little effort and be done with all this. The thought of the radiation field around Earth always led to memories of before the pulsar that brought the high levels of radiation throughout the solar system. Memories of when she and Hinsa conducted research on human evolution in the hopes of one day regaining the natural reproduction abilities the Norcocks lost from the integration of technology to increase intellect and longevity. The Hoganlow had fought for each of their respected worlds, and before the pulsar they were going to help regain the Norcock's ability to create new consciousness. Creating bodies was very easy, but over millennia, 16% of those consciousnesses was lost, dying, disconnected from the source. With a population spreading beyond the source range throughout a vast galaxy, there were greater chances of disconnect than ever. With no new Norcocks, they had doomed themselves. Even now, they plotted their own destruction with the elimination of the Hoganlow on EX3. Struggling to focus on the here and now rather than what was or what was to be, Elizabeth instead focused on enduring all the dead Hoganlow memorialized in spatters of mineral substances. Often, while on the Zyme, she could even smell egg used in some of the 100-year-old paints. The hallways and staircases in her 10 Downing Street home were quite extensive, taking a great deal of time to move from one area to another, causing her to often think about letting the anti-gravity transportation technology be released. Systems such as that were top of the ban list for human advancements, and a breach in that ban coming from her would eliminate any chance she might have had of regaining position of High Council. Therefore, she walked down the hall as she had done for decades, sometimes as a man and others as a woman. For Elizabeth, they were one in the same. She hoped that this time would be the last her consciousness would be placed in another human body, as it had been each time a new prime minister was elected. She checked her appearance in the antique hallway mirror mounted in a gold frame, not for signs of her outfit or hair being out of place, but for identifying marks of Zyme usage. With the wrinkles created by her last ejection sufficiently dissipated, she continued to the room where many others had already gathered. Not long after she entered, Howard walked up, offering a greeting as though they had not seen each other in months rather than the 8 it had been. "How do you do, Prime Minister Mansell?" he asked, taking her hand as she offered it in the traditional human fashion. "Please, call me Elizabeth. We are all on first-name basis, are we not?" Elizabeth asked, first speaking to President Howard, then directing her question to the others gathered in the long room. With pleasantries over, they began talks of how polar ice in the north was shrinking, ocean water was cooling, and carbon dioxide levels were rising, all for sake of the few human leaders in the room, but mostly for the reporters broadcasting this meeting worldwide. Elizabeth laughed inside at how easy it was to manipulate the Hogan-Low with simple changes in data and well-placed propaganda. Amusement for the meetings, much like her last injection of Zyme, wore off after a few hours. Searching for an opportunity to conclude the meeting, Elizabeth looked to her assistant Jared, who, much like a third-base coach in baseball, shared secret signals with her. After ensuring she had his attention, Elizabeth raised 2 fingers on her left hand, then slowly used them to brush some hair behind her left ear. With a slight nod from Jared, she eagerly waited for the next 2 minutes to pass. Then it happened. Off to her side, where Jared stood, he answered a phone that never rang. Jared spoke for a few seconds to a caller who was not there, and then walked over to the Prime Minister of England. "Ma'am, we have another engagement you are scheduled to attend," Jared said, making her almost believe there was. "Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, I am afraid time has come to adjourn. There are other matters that need my attention." She stood as she addressed the room, even though the energy, alertness, and self-awareness had all but left her. "Thanks, Prime Minister Mansell, for hosting this conference, and I hope we may get together again soon to further our goals," one of the human leaders stated, only causing her to fight the irritability that followed Zyme. "That is quite okay. I too look forward to our next meeting. Good day." She ignored everyone in the room as she turned to leave, only to be stopped by Howard. "Elizabeth, we now have uprising in the Middle East. We also need to discuss other matters," he informed her. Struggling to hide her discomfort, Elizabeth smiled kindly at Howard before replying, "20 minutes in my office and bring the others." This time she moved to exit without stopping even as other heads of state neared to say their farewells. Following close behind, Jared kept pace, ready to run interference for her. Fortunately, being the first to leave the conference meant the hall was empty with the exception of staff that already did their best not to even look at Elizabeth. Feeling as though the hall had grown longer since walking down it just 2 hours ago, Elizabeth felt the withdrawals of the Zyme more than any time before. Speaking quietly with her words strung out, Elizabeth tried to look back to Jared. "Jared, your assistance is going to be required." Understanding what she was requiring, Jared quickly stepped around her to open her office door. Though he felt it was necessary to assist her inside by wrapping his arm around her waist, they both knew with the surveillance system in the halls it would not appear proper and that it was not the assistance she had required. Just inside the office, with the door between her and the hall camera, Jared watched helplessly as she collapsed on the antique rug covering the office floor. Without panicking, Jared gently closed the door, engaging the lock the second he heard the latch. He urgently walked over to a portrait of Winston Churchill, placing his fingers on the bottom edge, activating bioscanner and disengaging the magnetic locks holding that section of wall in place. Still holding onto the frame, he swung the wall open, revealing Elizabeth's lab where she secretly worked to perfect the Zyme for use with the human body, a lab that looked nothing like it did when Churchill first had it installed during World War II to act much like a panic room in the event a German suicide squad stormed the building. No, now it contained the galaxy's most desired drug, Zyme. Jared spotted the injection device and a cube containing the latest mixture of the drug, which had worked well but lasted no more than a few hours, on her research table. He reached for a shelf containing many metal cubes with the longer-lasting formulas. Removing a cube with geometric symbols covering every inch, Jared placed the pencil-shaped metallic rod to its surface. Within the span of a breath, lights changed with a light hissing sound as the injector charged. Jared paid close attention when placing the cube back onto the exact spot he had removed it, knowing how Elizabeth liked her lab. With everything just as it had been when he entered with the exception of the injection device in his hand, Jared walked over and knelt alongside her on the rug. He carefully placed the tip of the device to her nostril and began sliding it in till it made contact with a hiss. Before he could remove it from her cavity, her head flew back, and up at the same time her body convulsed, forming an arch and pulling away from the injector. Startled, Jared jumped back out of her way just in time for her body to spring back the other direction. Getting up like a spring, a slight fear came over him, seeing her eyes blacken with shadows growing under the skin around them. Then came the demonic smile as wrinkles shot from her eyes out each side. Jared felt a shiver run from his core outward, moving into his skin and vibrating the fine hairs all over his body. Seconds later, the wrinkles began to dissipate with the blackness of her eyes. Those two things hardly bothered him, but the smile ate its way into his dreams. "Was I out long?" Elizabeth asked, slowly turning her head to face him while trying to speak through the smile. With another colder, deeper shiver racing up from deep within, Jared replied, "No, ma'am, just 2 or 3 minutes." More than ever, it was moments like these that made him wish he had never discovered her secret existence. Seemingly defying gravity, Elizabeth stood up in one swift motion. "Good. I will have to go down a different path with the next formula." Walking over and securing the entrance to her lab, Jared wanted to leave while the smile still persisted. "Yes, ma'am. Will there be anything else?" "Which batch did you use?" she asked, not wanting to go through that experience again anytime soon. "The previous one, ma'am," he answered, trying not to look directly at her. "You have been a great help. Gerard, you might make a full Norcox one day," Elizabeth stated, reminding him why he assisted her and the other halflings with their goals. The thought of one day having his consciousness transferred into a Norcox body for thousands of years brought a smile to his face, easing the sight of her wicked expression. Though what she wasn't telling him is it was not possible. It had been one of the many experiments attempted during her time before the pulsar, each time only killing both the human and Norcox body. "That will be all. Oh, do try and hold up the others for the next 5 minutes. I want to freshen up." She motioned with her right hand for him to leave the office. Alone for the first time in hours, Elizabeth pressed a button just on the underside of her desk, activating magnetic locks to the door behind Jared. Her mind was not as alert and energized as it had been with the latest version of Zyme, but she felt at this point it was worth the trade-off of having it last 4 times as long. She reached down, opening her desk drawer, and retrieved a case containing a very special pair of sunglasses. Placing them on her face, she spoke one word in Norcox, translated as, "I will rule again." With one word, everything around her went black with the feel of cold all around her, though she had not left her office chair. The primitive technology on EX3 almost made things unbearable, but it was times such as this that helped as she stood in her Norcox form, looking around in the darkness with only a glowing red symbol on the wall to keep her company. It was basic-looking, but, at the same time, complex, representing a square, a circle, and a triangle. Though it stimulated thought in most that arrived in this place, Elizabeth had long lost interest in the Zoetarian symbol. Walking around the room, feeling restless, she wondered how much longer her wait would be till one of them showed. Since the full interior of their ship was black, the Zoetarians, with little to no light, seemed to appear out of nowhere, but since she knew where they entered, she could see the door drop down. There, standing in the entrance, was what could only be described as a pure white bat-like creature standing 6 feet in height, wearing a green and black cloak wrapped tight around its body like a cocoon. "Elizabeth, you were not scheduled for contact," the Zoetarian spoke. With a hint of frustration in her voice, Elizabeth replied, "Golna, you told me you would be able to eliminate the team if I got you the information you required. My follower came through with his information on the team moving for the crystal, but you didn't. 2 of them plus the German are still out there somehow evading a surveillance network we spent decades putting into place. Explain how this little arrangement is going to work if you cannot complete a simple task such as this." The Zoetarians were an easily agitated race, but due to extreme training as infants, they rarely ever attacked. This was one time, however, Elizabeth was grateful she was nothing more than a holographic projection aboard their ship since her loud, aggressive speech provoked the Zoetarian. She watched as Golna's eyelids closed while his body vibrated under the cloak, and after just a few seconds he said, You are correct, and the issue will be resolved. Just remember that I went to great lengths to acquire those programmers from that frozen wasteland for you. I had better see results. It also appears someone has activated transport for Antarctica. I will probe the mind of that fool Guerrero. They think their Home Defense Council can foil my plans to regain High Chair. We will see about that. The Antarctica base may have to be destroyed. She willed herself to speak with a calm voice when referring to the lab in Antarctica. Yes, and we provide you with our technology since your more advanced equipment will not work on the planet if it wasn't there before the pulsar. You're just fortunate everything wasn't scavenged by others. Why do you not inform your Norcox leaders of the human resistance? Golna mocked. Unwilling to argue about why their technology would not work on EX3 after the pulsar, Elizabeth skipped over that comment. The High Council has decided not to do anything about your abducting Hoganlow. Just don't get greedy. These Hoganlow creators' attempt at taking control is meaningless, but may provide me with what I need to regain High Chair. Her attention turned now to her need for Zyme. Enough about this. I also require a new shipment dropped off at the regular place. Very well. If that is all, I must get back to my duties. Yes, take care of the Hoganlow before they find the crystal. Remember our deal. You get all the protein and insulin you require only if I am reinstated as High Council. That can only happen if I am the one to free the tens of thousands of consciousnesses trapped inside these X3 source crystals. Instantly, Elizabeth was back in her office, staring through very dark lenses. They really need to have some kind of greetings and goodbyes. Knock, knock, knock. Removing the glasses, Elizabeth quickly secured them back into the desk drawer, preventing them from being recognized by the other halflings. It was time to implement the High Council plans, but slow them down without being noticed. Looking back over the last 24 hours, Elizabeth worried she might be coming to much like the Hoganlow she despised. She pressed the button to release the magnetic locks while calling out, "Come in!" Chapter 22. Truth. Walking along with his pack of supplies secured on his back and rifle at the ready, Drex thought of how beautiful the poppy fields were this time of year at full bloom. Despite the wars fought in Afghanistan, opium had remained on top, supplying 80% of the world. Now he knew the truth behind how a country could produce so much of the drug. They unknowingly had help. Drex always wondered how the drug could be found in every city and on every street corner in the world, yet be grown by such primitive people. Even the most sophisticated corporations would have difficulties with that type of logistics, much less one that was operating under the radar. Now, with his walking encyclopedia of the true world, he saw that it was all controlled and dispersed by aliens. Upon hearing that information, he wanted to laugh, something that he was also informed was a programmed response. Programmed by books, commercials, news broadcasts, TV shows, and movies to dismiss anyone talking about beings from another planet. He found everything he was now learning from Otto was easier to believe than being manipulated all his life. Even with the new knowledge that opium was used to control a segment of the population, Drex still found the fields full of purples, reds, and whites to be one of the most beautiful sights in the world. "Sir, we are 10 clicks from where the cave is located. From the reports, the Marines and SEAL team began losing communication at 9, Spears said, reading their position on the dagger, thankful that at this point she was only carrying a lightweight M4 rifle rather than the larger rifles she wanted. "Thanks, Spears, and I said you can just use my first name," he reminded her. "Thanks, sir, but sir is just easier, unless you let me shorten your first name to Max." Seeing his face scrunch up even under all the dirt and sweat, Spears quickly followed up with, "No, okay," before he could respond and turned her attention back to the dagger and vast rocky terrain ahead. "So, Otto, what else do you know? Got the answer to the meaning of life yet?" Drex asked jokingly as they walked through the barren land of rocks and cliffs. Taking a quick look behind them for signs of being followed and seeing nothing but rock, Otto looked ahead to Drex, saying one word, "Yeah." Drex froze, twisting around to face Otto. "Really?" he asked with a touch of excitement in his voice. With a smile, Otto responded, No. He shook his head as he smirked. Facing back in the direction they were traveling, Drex grinned as he thought, should have seen that one coming. I do, however, know that mankind has been on Earth for near 200,000 years. Before that, we have not been able to find out a great deal, such as where we came from. These Norcocks don't seem capable of lying, but sometimes they just don't give you the information you request. Otto continued, remembering his mission at this point was to bring his 2 new team members up to date. He shook his head at the thought of freely giving up information to someone when all his life he was trained to resist. For the first time in his life, Drex thought of how amazing it was to even exist, for everyone in his family starting back 200,000 years to have survived long enough to give birth to the next. Through all diseases, wars, and famine, here he stood, a testament to the strength of all those who came before him. Then again, maybe not that great of a feat. So did the crazy guy's family that lives in an alley down from the coffee shop who wears his underwear on top his head. Drex thought just before catching a slight change in shadow cast by the cliff above them. Though it was just a glimpse, his fingers began adjusting themselves on his rifle, preparing for action. This was what he had missed during those years of being stuck in training for something that seemed ridiculous at the time, but quickly became all too real. It wasn't killing or escaping death, but the way his body seemed to transcend to a higher level of existence. High on the hillside, Drex's internal alarms began to sound with the sight of a figure stepping from behind a boulder rising something to their shoulder. Dropping to his knee, Drex simultaneously switched the rifle from safe to fire while bringing it up to his shoulder and called out, "Contact 9 o'clock, 200 meters." His warning came just a second before the 175 grain bullets came speeding from the barrel like Zeus throwing his lightning bolt, striking down whoever it was intended for. Before the thunderous roar finished echoing in all directions, the image jerked, falling backwards to the earth, with a smoke trail striking into the sky. Quickly realizing it was an RPG, rocket-propelled grenade, and doing the calculations of its flight path, Drex jumped to his feet, shouting, "Move! Move! Move!" Spears and Otto had no sooner dropped to the ground before springing back to their feet, having also seen the RPG fire. Even with the 3 of them never being in combat together or even training together, they moved as if they had, keeping at least 15 meters between themselves with spears looking forward, Drex taking the left and right, and Otto securing the rear. 100 meters! Drex shouted with confidence that Spears would know what the order meant at the same moment the RPG struck the cliff high above where they had been standing. With a quick glance back, Spears spotted not only dirt and rock falling, but 2 men who were apparently with the first. "Dumb shits," she smirked, turning her attention back to a little ridge they could use for cover about 75 meters away. Also seeing the 2 men fall from above them, Otto fired 2 shots into them, ensuring that if the fall didn't kill them, that he had. "I guess the inhabitants of the area are tired of having visitors," Otto joked to whoever could hear him. Seeing the spot Spears was leading had ample cover, Drex thought of how he put her on the team due to her intelligence. Had he known of her tactical abilities, she would have been a part of the team much sooner. On the hill to their left, Drex spotted a number of combatives appear racing toward their position, firing their AK-47s, hoping to get a lucky hit. While he ran, following Spears to cover, he saw many of their rounds strike near them. At times, he even felt heat from the hot lead as it sliced through the air, looking for soft tissue to sink into. With Spears nearing 100 meters as ordered, Drex quickly chose his spot behind a small embankment, providing cover from enemy bullets as he prepared to defend. One by one, they settled into position, having held off on returning fire till the shots counted. Just seconds separated their weapons awakening as Spears began pulling her trigger. Drex easily recognized that she had never been in a firefight from the rapid sound of her weapon firing, which was still a great deal slower than during his first. Hurrying to get into the fight, he swung his rucksack off his back to the ground with one swift motion, switching his weapon to fire, taking aim at one man running toward them, spraying bullets everywhere. Seconds after pulling the trigger of his rifle, Drex thought, how the hell did these people survive 200,000 years with tactics like that? Then he watched as his target fell like a rag doll to the ground. Before the man's body finished its death roll, 2 others followed close behind. Sighting another in a long line of tumbling ragdolls, Drex felt something deep down, like a faint whisper in the wind, saying, "Look up." Scanning the cliff's edge as he rolled over, keeping his rifle firmly in hand, Drex was amazed by how strange 2 silhouettes he spotted looked for such an area like this. High above, standing calmly side by side as they looked out over the battle taking place, were 2 identical men wearing fedora hats atop their heads, though he now knew what they were. Still, it was a strange sight to behold as he adjusted his aim for the high angle. With the vision of his 4 team members taking their own lives due to the creators on the cliff flooding his mind's eye, Drex lost his battlefield calmness and emptied all remaining rounds in his magazine. "What are you firing at?" Otto asked, glancing up the cliff. "Think I have the answer to your question now," Drex replied. "What the hell?" the 2 of them heard Spears say in a strange tone, drawing their attention back to the charging enemy. Instead of firing at them, they were using their weapons to kill themselves, placing the rifle muzzles under their chins and pulling the triggers. Those that had run out of ammunition drew knives and plunged them into their guts. "I get the credit for those kills since you 2 were just chatting it up and not firing, right?" Spears said, with obviously high levels of adrenaline coursing through her body. Drex turned to Spears, and though it looked to her like he had disapproved of her comment, he was thinking, "I need 5 more just like her." Aloud, he replied, "No. Now let's get moving before others come to investigate." Looking around to the hillside covered with bodies, then back to the cliff, Otto said, "They probably attacked us here because they can't get any closer to the cave due to the same loss of communications." Thankful for the sunglasses that prevented him from being controlled by the Simons, Drex used his little finger to press them closer to his face. "My biggest concern is how they knew we were at the hotel and now here. You sure Jake isn't working both sides? Someone has to be giving them information." Everything Otto knew about Jake told him there was no way the man could be working against HDC interests, but current events did seem to point that direction. Still, he felt the need to defend him. "No, there are many ways these events could happen. Let's keep moving while there's plenty of daylight." Hours passed with the heat radiating off the dirt and rocks growing more intense with every step. Drex did his best not to think about Jake possibly betraying them, but he didn't seem to warn him of what was to come till after many beers. There was so much to this new world he found himself thrown into that casting doubt on someone in Jake's position would be reckless. Looking up to the crescent moon in the blue sky, Drex thought, "Hell, I can't even remember how I once looked at the moon. Now all I see is an alien eyeball looking back at me." While they walked, his thoughts jumped from one subject to the next, with each previous thought changing with how he now viewed the world. "Sir, I think we have something up ahead," Spears called back from 30 meters ahead. With nothing around but rock, her voice faded away quickly as she continued giving the dagger one last look, even though it had stopped working miles back. "Good work, Spears. Don't approach too close till we catch up," Drex ordered, knowing that with as inquisitive a personality as she possessed, the temptation would be great. Even slightly hearing Spears, Otto's ears perked with excitement, and he picked up his pace. Not seeing another soul since being attacked many hours ago, he was not concerned with closing the distance between them. The scientist part of him was now overriding the soldier within while taking in every detail of the area. From footsteps of previous visitors to the dead foliage, Otto looked for any signs to give them clues to what might lie ahead. They cautiously gathered 50 meters from the cave entrance, staring at the hole and wondering how the area around it had changed from a jagged opening created by the Marines' explosives to something so smooth. Now what? Drex asked himself, unsure what to do at this point since he was supposed to have 4 personnel to run scans and investigate. "We going in, sir?" Spears asked, breaking the silence. "Have either of you noticed there is no air movement and that even the sounds of our voices seem to fall flat in the air?" Otto asked, his scientific personality fully engaged. "That, along with a metallic taste with every breath," Spears replied, smacking her lips. Drex remained silent as the two worked through their scientific investigation, taking the time to scrutinize everything for a threat. This only lasted for a minute before each of them quickly reacted to a blue light emanating from the mouth of the cave, a light so bright and so blue that it could be seen during the day as if it were night. "Okay, definitely something worth noting as strange," Drex commented while pointing his rifle in the direction of the light. Anxious to investigate the source, Spears asked, "Should we approach, sir?" At the same time, she took a small step forward, only to be halted by Drex's large arm. "Wait!" Drex ordered. Letting her curiosity get the better of her, Spears protested, "Sir, I need to get a better look. The way the light is shifting, something is moving inside." "Even more of a reason to wait, Sergeant," Drex asserted aggressively, but still amazed she was able to detect changes in the light he did not. It wasn't till almost a minute later he started noticing changes in the light, almost at the same time as Otto. "I think someone is coming out," Otto said, unable to take his eyes off the cave entrance. All eyes watched as the shadow in the blue light grew darker by the second, till suddenly it gave birth to a man dressed in a black military suit wearing a hat with a silver skull and crossbone emblem just above its glossy black bill. "It's a Nazi," Spears said loudly, shocked by what she was seeing. "I know him from my father's work on the Bell Project," Otto informed the others, who stood in shock, staring at the tall man with a silver lightning bolt on his collar. "That's Jakob Sporenberg, the SS officer who was supposed to have been tortured for information by the Polish. This is unbelievable. He must have been the officer to vanish during the activation of the Bell." "So now we are going to fight Nazis again?" Spears asked as the officer stopped a few feet from exiting the light. "Oh, I doubt anything we have would stop that. Look at his eyes," Drex said, pointing out the darker blue light that glowed where his eyes once were. "Come," the officer said in German, pointing at Drex with a multi-cubed-shaped crystal. "I think he is talking to you, sir," Spears said, urging Drex to move forward. Turning his head slightly toward Spears, Drex could see she looked like a race dog waiting for the gates to open, only the crystal was the rabbit. "Yeah, I kinda got that." Drex looked over at Otto. "What about it? What should I do?" With a shrug of his shoulders, Otto said, "How the hell should I know? This kind of thing doesn't happen every day." "Come," the officer demanded again. "You know we really need some new team members," Drex said while dropping his rucksack to the ground, then placing his rifle across it to keep it out of the dirt. Hoping that one of the other two would stop him as he stepped forward, he took one last look to Otto, who watched every movement he made, and then to Spears, who had an expression on her face that said, "Get moving." No, there was not anyone for miles that wanted to stop him at this point as he moved forward with the SS officer saying once again in German, "Come." "Yeah, I'm coming. Hold your swastika," Drex joked in an attempt to settle the fear creeping up from where he had pushed it down years ago. Stopping just 10 feet away without taking his eyes off the blue-eyed officer standing in front of him, he called back to Otto. "Any advice?" "Come," the officer said once more, appearing to go crazy with every step Drex took while holding out the crystal for Drex. "Take it," Otto said. Tilting his head back, Drex exaggerated his exhale while saying, "Why did I ask?" He slowly stepped forward, reaching out with both hands with the other two watching in wonder. As soon as his fingertips made contact with the blue light, it was like running them into ice water, and after a slight hesitation, Drex leaned in with a hand on each side of the crystal. Fully aware of every inch his hands traveled as they closed in on the crystal, the last inch proved to be the hardest. The harder he attempted to close the last of the space between his hands and the crystal, the more it seemed to resist. Drex exerted more energy as the muscles in his arms trembled till he suddenly felt them give. Instead of making contact with the crystal, he found himself standing naked in a room with floating tables all around him. No longer able to feel the cold of the blue light on his hands, he lowered them to his sides in shock. His mind frantically raced as his eyes focused on display screens that also seemed to be floating in mid-air. "What the hell just happened?" Drex said, confused and frustrated to find himself unable to move from where he stood. "Nothing," You are as you were." Drex heard a voice speak in a high-pitched language he had never heard before yet understood perfectly. Suddenly, a figure appeared to his right, one that caused him to gasp for air. "Where am I?" The most beautiful woman with light brown hair he had ever laid eyes on asked with a slight Persian accent. Her light golden eyes took his breath away. "Why am I naked?" she then demanded angrily, only to have it all wash away as her heart began beating rapidly at the sight of Drex. Their eyes locked as the instant desire to be as one washed over them. "Interesting," the high-pitched voice said. Fighting his desires while staring into her eyes, Drex responded, "Yes, she is." "This was unforeseen. You keep amazing me, V-159 and V-160, the voice continued. "V-159? Drex asked, turning toward the voice. He jumped, startled by the 3-foot-tall, gray-skinned creature with an elongated head and teardrop eyes standing before him. "Oh, shit. Was I abducted?" Drex asked, with most of his thoughts focused on the woman next to him. "Abducted? No, I do not believe so, V-159, the gray creator said, floating past him on a glowing disk over to the woman, who seemed to be quite relaxed given their situation. "What kind of name is V-159? She asked the man she desired but couldn't reach. Before he could respond, the creator spoke. "It is the designation I gave him, and you are V-160. Please forgive me. I forget you have no memories of the life before." "Life before?" Drex asked, still believing he was somehow abducted. "Yes, V-159. I created you here in my lab to fight in the war. I am your creator. You can call me Creek," Creek said, moving back over to Drex. At that point, Drex started to change his mind on thoughts of being abducted for being rendered unconscious and dreaming. Not wanting to take any chances, he looked over to the woman. "Hey, my name is Drex. What's yours?" Feeling the blood rush to her face and making her blush for the first time since childhood, she said, "Azita." Before Azita could say another word, Creek brought up a screen in front of him. "This will prove you are who I say. Before we sent those who survived the war to EX3, I gave you a genetic mark." Drex continued to ignore Creek for the sight of the beautiful woman he now knew as Azita. That ended with Creek touching the final icon on his screen, causing his body to stiffen. Every muscle in his body tightened, and arteries bulged just under his skin. His skin felt as if it were being blasted by shards of broken glass while his insides twisted into a knot. Feeling that his head could explode at any moment, he fought to place his hands on either side of his skull in order to hold it together. Then he heard the sound that stopped his heart, the sound of Azita screaming in agony, which ended as quickly as it had begun. "See, look," Creek said once he brought up a reflective body-size screen in front of Drex. Now, with more concern for Azita than himself, Drex looked over to her only to have a reflective screen appear between them. Seeing his reflection quickly changed his focus as he ran his fingers through his now silver-colored hair with the exception of one area just behind his right ear. As he struggled, twisted to get a better look, the reflective screen rotated his image. Watching his image rotate, his eyes began to focus on the large black shape moving through his hair down the side of his neck. With his image still rotating, the shape came into view. "What kind of symbol is that?" "That is my mark, V-159, Creek stated, pressing another icon on his screen. With a scream from Azita, the reflective screen vanished as Drex quickly spotted the same black symbol on her left side, just above her waist. Chapter 23. Behind closed doors. Minutes till arrival at the underwater Bermuda base, Jake found himself looking around the reflective surface of his transport, recalling how much more interesting the trip was earlier that day. He had never been someone that desired the company of others, but after spending time with Shepard, he looked forward to returning to Antarctica. Hearing the arrival notice, he attempted to shake thoughts of Shepard free and focus on what lay ahead. Much to his surprise, the energy field that made up the transport around him suddenly vanished. What happened to the 5 minutes to arrival warning? Did I miss it? Jake refused to believe thoughts of Shepard distracted him that much. Grabbing his pack, Jake made his way to the locker room, where many found it necessary to go after a return from Antarctica. HORUG suits were great for regulating body temperature in all climates, but they also created an ideal environment for bacterial growth. For many, it was so rapid that they couldn't wear them for more than 10 hours without a bath in ultraviolet light after scrubbing down with specialized soap in the shower. Jake, like most who wore them, took time to go through the full process, and if they had any thoughts of not before removing it, those thoughts were quickly changed by the very pungent odor. After taking his time going through the full cleaning process, Jake walked through the facility feeling much more natural in his dress uniform than anything else. It was something he never would have believed possible when he first put it on, with all the work that was involved keeping metal polished, ribbons straight, and the restriction of movement. The life he knew as a ranger had been replaced with paperwork, diplomacy, personal management, and a little covert spycraft sprinkled on for excitement. Still, he did enjoy the discovery of new places, such as the facility he and Shepard had just located in Antarctica. That's it. It wasn't the company of someone like Shepard. It was the taste of adrenaline again. Relieved by the thought that he didn't require the company of someone else but the occasional excitement in his life, Jake made his way across the vortices chamber into the lab where Montgomery waited. Ping. Jake stopped just after entering the lab when he heard the notification his phone made when connected to a network once again. The ping that sounded like that used by the Navy for sonar always grabbed his attention. Pulling the phone from his pocket and swiping his finger across its screen, he instantly saw the notification he had been waiting for. "About time, Otto," he said so quietly that very little sound was audible. Clicking on the message, he read, "3 arrived at 864 X-ray. Great, Drex, Otto, and one other survived. Making it to Afghanistan, Jake thought, knowing Drex would never give up on a mission. "Colonel Guerrero, I have very good news, sir," Montgomery said excitedly as he walked over to Jake. Jake loved the world he lived in apart from everyday humans, a world where, hours before, he was discovering old Nazi remains and was now thousands of miles away in an underwater base. "What did you discover, Monty?" He wasn't trying to disrespect the scientist by shortening his name. He just found it tiresome saying it, and at the same time, it appeared to him that the man liked the shorter version. "Well, the scan isn't quite finished yet, but I already found something I just know you will find interesting. After doing a scan using the same parameters as the area in Afghanistan, there was nothing. Then I modified the variance by a factor of—" Montgomery stopped the second he spotted Jake raising his hand. "Listen, I don't need the aches and pains version of how you got there. This isn't an episode of CSI. What did you find?" Jake knew if he allowed Montgomery to explain everything, he would never be able to leave the base again. "The Romanian Sphinx, sir," Montgomery said in short, slightly agitated by not being able to impress Jake with how he made the discovery. Jake looked Montgomery in the eyes, his disappointment clear. "The Sphinx is in Egypt, and the halflings have already taken over that site. I really hope this isn't why you called me back." His eyes with excitement, Montgomery began talking, his voice getting louder the more he spoke. "Sir, there is more than one Sphinx. Though it isn't as impressive looking, the Romanian Sphinx is located in the Bucegi Mountains of Romania. The CIA found it years ago, but the halflings couldn't get near the place." "Take a breath, Monty, and lower your voice," Jake ordered him, before others could hear what they were talking about. Not everyone at the facility worked for the HDC, and often there were halflings coming and going without any notice. "Sorry, sir, there is definitely something there, and ground-penetrating radar indicates it is massive. This could be the technology we have been looking for." Montgomery stopped talking and just stood facing Jake with a surprised facial expression. Quickly recognizing his expression, Jake responded, "Doctor, just order whatever supplies you need. I am not the complaint department." Turning to exit the room, pretending to be annoyed by pointless request, He was stopped by the only person who caused Montgomery to freeze up, Elizabeth. "If you're understaffed, my dear, we can make arrangements to get you more help," she said in a sweet voice purely for the benefit of the humans that believed she would one day transfer their consciousness to a Norcock's body. "No, everything is running smoothly here. What can I do for you today, Prime Minister?" Jake asked in his most diplomatic voice as he approached her. "I was on my way to speak with the High Council and wanted to touch base with the head human at the base." Being forced to use the term human caused her nose to wrinkle as though she smelt something really bad, but nonetheless, she attempted to be polite. "Very well, we can speak in my office. Right this way, Prime Minister." Jake gestured in the direction of his office. As they walked the short distance to his office, humans and halflings went out of their way to avoid Elizabeth, just like animals in the wild instinctively avoided predators. With the door to Jake's office shutting behind them, a sigh of relief could almost be heard, as those in it released the breath they unknowingly held. Time ticked away, with almost an hour passing before Montgomery finally saw the door to Jake's office open. The anticipation of what could be in the Romanian mountains caused his imagination to run wild, and with the expansion taking place in Antarctica, he knew his name had to be on a very short list for investigating whatever is found. Watching the two exit Jake's office, Montgomery fumbled with the papers in his hands in a futile attempt to look preoccupied. "Have a good visit with the High Council and give Baklaw my regards," Jake said, parting ways with Elizabeth as she walked through the vortices to the moon station. "I will, Colonel Guerrero, and you keep up the great work here. I look forward to our next meeting," she replied, and then disappeared around a bending vortex. Turning back to where Montgomery waited to continue their conversation, Jake couldn't help but laugh at the scientist's attempt to be covert. "Okay, Monty, where were we before the Bride of Satan showed up?" With eyes darting from Jake to the vortices where she had vanished, Montgomery replied, "There is just something about that woman, sir. She isn't like the other halflings." Rubbing the back of his head, Jake felt he needed to get things back on track. "Yeah, she always gives me a headache. Now, what is this about two Sphinx?" A large smile appeared on Montgomery's face as the moment he had been waiting for arrived. Yes. There is a rock formation in Romania that has been called the Carpathian Sphinx. The halflings with the CIA went there to investigate tunnels leading to the energy source, but only a few returned. Apparently, whatever happened there was so bad they didn't return, and used the Romanian government to ensure no humans did more than hike in the area. Damn, that woman really did give me a headache. So, whatever was there is still there. How do we know this isn't just something left over from Nabu Taus or the Soviet Union days? Jake asked, knowing there are always secret labs created and forgotten to time, much like the one where he now stood. Flipping the digital screen in his hands around, Montgomery showed Jake an image of a heavily weathered rock in the shape of a skull. The Germans and Russians didn't exist when this was built. After just seconds of studying the screen, Jake replied, "That looks nothing like a sphinx." The sphinx, you know, wouldn't look like it does had it not been in the desert and buried with sand for thousands of years. That is what it would have looked like if exposed to the same climate, Montgomery explained, a little bothered by Jake's comment. "Okay, I need you to dig up everything you can about the area's history and what resources we have near that location. When Otto reports in from Kabul, pass on the information," Jake ordered before returning to his office, feeling the pounding in his skull begging for aspirin. Chapter 24. Realistic Dreams. Recovering from the agonizing pain she had just endured, Azita instantly felt different. She felt somehow taller, stronger, and more alert than ever before. Even her skin felt new, like every cell in her body had been replaced with a new improved one. Bending over, she looked for the scar left by a hook when she was adrift in her dad's wooden boat. It, too, had vanished. While raising back up, she noticed other things that had changed as her hair fell from her shoulder into view. She now had a shimmering streak of silver running through her hair and a bold black image similar to a biohazard emblem on her side. The silver streak didn't bother her, but the large tattoo-looking emblem on her side did as she frantically attempted to wipe it off. "Interesting," Creek's high-pitched voice said in Norcox, yet both she and Drex knew just what was said. "This is not interesting. If I wanted a tattoo, I would have gotten one." Azita felt her anger rise and her body begin to tremble with energy like never before. "V160, you must learn to control yourself. That is not a tattoo. It is but your body's own cells," Creek explained, not quite sure about the meaning of a tattoo. Extending his hand out to the reflective screen separating the two, Creek motioned it to lower, and with the slight downward movement of his hand, it shrunk down till it vanished. "You see, when I made you, there were almost always pairs. When the High Council made the discussion to move all soldiers to EX3, I placed a genetic marker within V159. The connection between you and V159 must be beyond anything detectable by my scans to bring you here and transfer the genetic marker. I am made by God and have never seen this man before in my life," Azita insisted, though looking at the silver-haired mountain of a man that would put the statue of David to shame, she could not deny her strong attraction to him. "No, I created your body, not the energy within. We Norcox had a belief in higher power once, but it was set aside for technology, along with our reproductive abilities. You see, you are Hoganlow, a hairy, wild creature formerly habituating a Norcox mining planet. I created you from Hoganlow DNA to fight the war. The lower council was created of all the Norcox planets with one High Council. The High Council disk is rotated between them every quarter rotation of the galaxy. They are the reason you are here on EX3, Creek repeated. Looking to Drex, confused by the manner in which Creek spoke, Azita asked, "So, they want us for reproduction?" "No, you are of inferior genetics. They hope to restart our own advanced bodies to reproduce once again," Creek stated in a calm voice. "Inferior genetics? Then why am I 4 times your height with enough strength to throw you through a wall?" Just then, Drex felt power building in his muscles like no other time in his life. He also became very aware of his surroundings, noticing for the first time there were no walls to be seen, just blackness. "V159, we do not rank genetics by physical stature but mental capacity. The High Council sent you here after the war, sent you to EX3, Creek said, repeating himself once again. "Why do you keep repeating yourself?" Azita asked, concerned about the little creator hovering around between them. Before answering, Creek pulled up another screen in front of him, and after a few minutes of studying it, he replied, "I am dying." "Dying? I thought your kind never died?" Drex asked. Even with the greatly improved cognitive abilities he now possessed, what Creek said did not compute. "We can live and never experience death. There are, however, 2 ways for our consciousness to die. One is for our bodies to stop functioning outside the range of a source crystal. The other is to remain in a source crystal for too many millenniums. The High Council chose for you to be placed on EX3. Creek heard himself repeat that time and hurried up with the information he wanted to pass on to V159. "Why not take another body?" Azita asked, feeling it was an obvious fix. "V160, you are correct, I could. That would alert others to yours and my existence, making everything I have done to now irrelevant. You see, I marked you, V159, with my symbol passed through your genetic line of Hoganlow soldiers. When you were brought here, experiments continued, only resulting in loss of your physical abilities. Your kind was once twice your present size. The more your kind evolved, the more I knew one day the Council would see you as a threat. I spent millennium creating facilities for you on EX3. The only way to keep it to myself was to prevent my consciousness from entering a source crystal with other Norcox consciousnesses. Once completing construction of these facilities, I placed my body in stasis and scheduled recovery and observation each 1,000 rotations around your star. Something happened preventing my awakening for many rotations. When my stasis pad was opened, you Hoganlow were at war. It quickly became apparent to me that my body was dying from radiation exposure on EX3, and before revealing the facilities, I discovered Hoganlos were not fighting Norcox, but each other. While my body lived, I knew my consciousness could still not yet be transferred to source crystals. With no way to simply return to stasis, my pod was used to create a crude source crystal and a way to be transported in time only to be revealed by one bearing my mark, V159. The High Council chose to put you on EX3 after the war. From the readings, there have been 200,456 rotations around your star since my last body. Azita and Drex didn't know how to respond, but did know they could not look at each other very long without their desires taking hold of them. They both looked to Creek, still wondering if this was real, or even how they got there. The High Council chose to put you on EX3 after the war, Creek stated, then looked back to the display on his holographic screen. Where are these facilities? Azita asked, as her reporter side began asserting itself. No time. With this crystal, you are the key, Creek said before fading away. Confused by what just happened, Azita and Drex looked to each other as holographic screens, tables, and everything else around them began to fade as well till they were the only thing remaining. While everything around them seemed to be erased, they stared deeply into each other's eyes, waiting for the same fate as Creek. To both of their surprise, whatever held them into place released, allowing free movement in the black, empty space they now inhabited. Before finishing the thought of running to each other, their bodies were already in motion. The distance between them quickly closed as their emotions of being entangled by the other excited every nerve. With only feet left between them, they jumped with arms stretched to embrace each other. Azita found herself breathing heavily with arms outstretched, staring at a metal-rippled ceiling. Drex! Startled by her outburst near the far end of his underground bunker, Tyler jumped from his seat, grabbing a baseball bat propped up against his desk. Running quickly, he scanned the ladder leading up to the top hatch. Seeing nothing had changed from when he closed it hours ago, he turned his attention to Azita. Only something was very different about her. What the hell is going on? Azita sat up from where she lay. As she looked to Tyler, a single tear ran from the corner of her eye, leaving a streak as it raced down her cheek and dropped to the floor. Sorry, it was just a bad dream. She wiped her cheek dry. Azita's mind raced as she thought about her dream and how strange it was to have a dream other than the one she had always had as a little girl stranded at sea. Remembering the man from her dream, Azita felt her pulse increasing with just thoughts of him. Oh, it was much more than a dream. Look at your hair, Tyler suggested, shocked by what he was seeing. Taking hold of her hair, she instantly felt something different about its texture, but was even more astonished when the shimmering silver streaks appeared, just as in her dream. What is this? She asked, as though Tyler would have an answer. In one swift motion, she rose to her feet, causing Tyler to take a few steps back. Pulling up the side of her blouse, Azita hoped not to see what she already knew would be there. There, in an almost glowing black, was the emblem. How did you get taller? Tyler asked, so surprised by what he was seeing that he struggled to form words. It really happened? It wasn't a dream? Azita asked, knowing an answer to her questions would not be coming soon. She looked her body over, even once again pulling up her pants leg to see smooth skin where her scar once was. If this is real, then he is real, she thought, as a smile stretched upon her face. Never before had she desired a man as the one from her dream. She knew it couldn't have been just a dream, but failed to come up with a more suitable description. That isn't all, Azita said, realizing her senses had greatly improved. Looking from her much shorter pants to other objects around, her everything had much greater detail. Even at the other end of the 40-foot length of the cargo container, texture of the paint could be seen. As Tyler spoke, Azita noticed a difference in his voice, as if new frequencies were added. Then, fear crept over her as her improved sense of smell picked up the scent of cedar, even with air in the container being purified. The thought of going outside terrified her more than anything at the moment. Looking around for her bag, Azita wanted to double up on her medication just in case, but her purse was nowhere to be seen. "Where's my purse?" she asked unusually aggressively. Tyler watched as she lifted a heavy steel desk along the wall, moving it with one hand just to look behind it. "Azita, your purse is in the truck. You see what you're doing? That thing weighs at least 100 pounds, and you moved it without any effort. It took 2 men to move it in here. Now, what is going on?" Tyler demanded, not knowing what to think about these sudden changes. Looking to the desk, she took hold of it once again, slowly moving it back where it had been sitting. "Wow," she said, thinking how easy it was to move as she calmed down. "Wow, I think we are far beyond wow. It's like you are a different person than the one who entered. Why do you have that tattoo?" Tyler gripped the bat tighter in his hands, not in preparation to strike her, but just because it was there. For the next half hour, Azita told him what she had experienced from arriving in the chamber naked right up to the end, with only one exception, which was how she felt about the man named Drex. The feeling she had to be with him was new to her, and she felt a need to find him no matter where he was. Everything about the world around her had changed, but one thing stayed the same, even with everything she had just experienced: keeping her word. Looking at her watch that was now much tighter around her wrist, Azita turned her attention to Tyler, whose mouth was opened, unable to speak. "I have to get going. I have to make it to Austin to get the story and be back here by mid-afternoon." Just then, Tyler's mouth snapped before he quickly started protesting. "What? You're going after what's happened? Your clothes don't even fit anymore." "I gave my word. You're probably right, though. I should pick something up along the way." Azita could feel her aggressive side growing with just simply being questioned. Fortunately, it wasn't to the point that it couldn't be controlled. Aggression must be a side effect of whatever happened, she thought, as she looked for the keys to the old farm truck. "I'm going with you," Tyler announced. "No, you need to stay here and find out what caused them to come after you yesterday and how they used Sarah against you," Azita said in a commanding tone, one she had never used before. With the mention of Sarah's name, the image of the sword running through her skull started to flood his thoughts. He fought to suppress them before giving in to her demands. "I will make it quick. You know how to get out of here?" Tyler asked, tossing her the keys. "Yes." She caught the keys while moving to the ladder they climbed down. "We exit this way. It exits 100 yards out, alongside the road we parked on. Need me to show you the way?" Tyler pointed to the section of wall with a short, narrow door concealed behind a large U.S. flag. Full of confidence, Azita replied, "Nope, got it." She made her way through the opening and down the narrow concrete tunnel. At the other end, she came to a steel hatch much like the one used earlier to enter the bunker. This time, the fear of cedar washed over her with the thought of her senses being heightened. For a moment, she thought about going back for Tyler, if only for emotional support, though she wouldn't tell him that. She thought better of the idea, knowing that he had to focus on his part of their mission. With a deep breath, she slowly opened the hatch. To her surprise, the smell of cedar was nowhere to be found, even with trees surrounding the hatch. "This is awesome!" Azita exclaimed, realizing she could block out certain smells. Chapter 25. New and improved. Sorrow and anger filled Drex as he pushed up from the sandy earth, where he had awoken just before wrapping his arms around a captivating woman in his dreams. No woman had ever made him feel that way, and now all he wanted was to hold her to see where those feelings lead. At this moment, the only thing they led him to was sorrow, from thoughts of her not being real, and that greatly angered him. Standing up straight, he violently swept dirt from the front of his clothes while turning to face Spears and Otto. As he spoke, anger could be felt in every word. "How the hell did I end up on the ground?" Hearing no reply, Drex ended his attempt to remove any more of the dirt. Looking up, he only saw 2 faces in total shock. Well, what the hell happened? That time, he too heard anger in his own voice as he looked into the blank faces of his 2 team members. "Sir, you, your hair, your neck, your body, Spears forced out, not sure what to address first. Suddenly, thoughts of the extreme pain he had endured came flooding back like a phantom taking over his body once again. Shaking off the memory, he thought to himself, was it real? Slowly raising his right hand up, he placed his extended fingers on his lower neck, but felt nothing new. Nothing, that is, till he raised his wristwatch to his neck, spotting the reflection of Creek's genetic marker. It was real. That means Azita is real. With that thought, the anger washed away, knowing she was somewhere on the planet with him. "Yeah, you have changed, Drex. You are much taller, muscular, and your hair. What happened?" Otto was also having difficulty making sense of what he had witnessed. "I touched that damn crystal and was transported somewhere else. For future reference, don't take shit from Nazis." Drex thought back to what had happened right before touching the multi-cubed-shaped crystal. Doing so, he quickly noticed significant changes in his memory as that time played like a movie in his head. To test his recall further, he thought of the two men up on the cliff controlling the Afghan fighters earlier that day. Those memories also presented themselves as flawless images. "Damn, those guys are ugly," he said just low enough to keep the others from hearing. Confused, Spears spoke, still captivated by the shimmer of Drex's silver hair. "But sir, you never left. You stood there motionless for more than an hour. At that point, we decided to take action. But when we went to pull you free, well, you felt like stone, sir." Otto felt he needed to know more information on what took place while Drex held the crystal. "Yeah, and we even shot the SS officer, but bullets had no effect, simply splattered upon impact. Your consciousness must have been transported. What happened while you were there?" Drex filled them in on all the details of his experiences with the exception of one, Azita. He wanted to keep her to himself. In great detail, he explained the Norcox consciousness Creek and how the mark that closely resembled a biohazard symbol came to be on him. He even described the pain he felt going through the changes as the symbol appeared but still did not reference Azita, even though his thoughts focused on her. "The crystals the Norcox have us searching for are not full of technology we can use. They hold Norcox consciousness. They enter the crystals when they die and instantly share experiences and knowledge with others. Oh, and apparently the High Council sent us here after some war they had." Finding it difficult to believe, Otto stood silent, processing the information while Spears approached Drex, walking around him and studying the visual changes that had taken place. "We heard you scream, sir, a scream that would frighten even the dead. Then you started to change from the ground up. You began to grow, your muscles grew larger, then the black mark slowly appeared as your hair turned silver." Spears noticed the uniform that was once loose on his body now struggled to contain the large mass within. Drex could hear the cracking of sand particles under her boots with every step. "Those aren't the only changes. Sure, I am taller and stronger, but my senses are magnified, and my thoughts are focused. The downside is I feel like smashing something." While describing the changes to her, Drex noticed her looking from him to the crystal that now lay on the ground where the Nazi once stood. "No!" he yelled to Spears as he saw her dive for the crystal. With eyes closed, her fingers closed around the crystal while her body bounced slightly from impacting with the ground, sending dust into the air around her. Feeling its smooth surface, she opened her eyes, revealing Otto and Drex staring down at her. Disappointed, she began shaking the crystal violently. "What are you doing?" Otto shouted, even as he had the same thoughts. "Like you didn't think about it!" Spears snapped back to Otto while getting to her feet, tossing the crystal up and down in the air like a baseball. "This is nothing you should want, Spears. Look at me," Drex said, holding his arms extended to each side. "Oh, don't give me the poor me, I'm a superhero speech, sir. It's stupid in all the movies and TV shows when they do it, and just as much now that it is happening for real," Spears said sarcastically without regard for Drex being a superior officer. Laughing out loud, Drex looked to Otto, then Spears. "Yeah, I agree, this is pretty damn cool. Maybe one day we can find you a crystal-packing Nazi to shake hands with." "Well, what now, sir? You gonna fly us out of here?" Spears remarked with a hint of jealousy in her voice. Ridiculous as her comment was, Drex felt the need to find out before replying. After a few light bends and upward thrust of his legs, he said, "Nope. Check that superpower off the list. Looks like we're still walking." Having seen many things during his time with the HDC, Otto would still not have dreamed of what had taken place before today. "We should inspect the cave before going," he said, in some small hope of finding another crystal for himself. Glancing back over his shoulder to the cave entrance, Drex responded, "Nothing but an empty cave. Feel free to investigate, but our purpose here has already been achieved." "Then where are the facilities the Norcox built?" Otto asked. "As I said, he faded away before giving up that information. I don't know if he is gone for good or not, but—" Drex abruptly stopped speaking after spotting Spears tossing the crystal toward him through the air. With ease, he caught it in his left hand, before everything around him turned black. "Shit!" he exclaimed, realizing he was back in the empty space he last saw Azita. "Hello, Creek, Azita!" he called out more than a few times before returning to reality, staring at the crystal in his hand. He quickly tossed it back to Spears. "What the hell, Sergeant?" he shouted, feeling anger growing inside. "Sir, we had to know more about this thing. It apparently still works. You were gone for about 20 minutes. Did you find any more out about facility locations?" she asked excitedly. "No, it was nothing but black, empty space. 20 minutes? Perception of time is much slower there. It only felt as though a few minutes passed. Don't do that again." Drex wondered why Azita didn't appear there with him. "Hey, had to be sure there wasn't anything else," Spears commented, shrugging her shoulders while placing the crystal in her rucksack before they began their long walk back to the German transport. After walking for most of the night, only sleeping for a 4-hour period, they reached the truck by mid-morning. As Otto drove and Spears caught up on a little more sleep, Drex watched the terrain as it passed, amazed by the detail with which he could now see. Before, it seemed the land was barren with very little life, but now he saw life everywhere as it scampered along in an attempt to not be eaten by others. He then thought how what he saw made a great metaphor for human existence. We are all running around just trying to keep from being eaten by others. "What the hell?" he thought, attempting to shake it free from his head. "Next, I'll be running out to buy skinny jeans." He couldn't help but laugh at the thought, but it was still quiet enough to keep anyone from noticing. Just like every other minute that passed since the transformation, he couldn't shake Azita from his mind. No matter what he was thinking about, she was always sitting off to the side, waiting to reappear. He wished at this point he would have asked her more questions such as, "What's your last name?" But even with all the new changes, time travel, much like flight, was not one of them. "You know, we do have many research labs around the world, but nothing that would compete with a facility created by a Norcox," Otto said, breaking the silence that had gone on for hours. "You are the key," that's what Creek said just before vanishing. "What do you think it means? I am the key to opening it or the key to finding them?" Even with the intellect he now possessed, he still had no idea where to begin looking for the facilities. They sat in silence again till the outskirts of Kubel came into sight. "We are almost to the shop. Let's call it in." Turning his attention from the view outside to Otto in disbelief, Drex asked, "You still think they can be trusted? That ambush yesterday could have only come from a leak at the HDC." "Then we find the leak and stop it. This isn't something we can do on our own. We need supplies, transportation, and manpower. The HDC has all of that," Otto responded. Drex reached over to smack Spears on the shoulder, waking her from a sleep much deeper than either had ever achieved while riding in any transport vehicle. Observing her eyes opening, then blinking rapidly from the sudden burst of sunlight, Drex said, "Wake up! Otto wants to stop at the HDC shop and call in." Pushing her sunglasses back onto her nose, shielding her eyes from the sun and creepy, mind-controlling sharkskin twins, Spears began checking her gear. First, she patted pouches on her vest to ensure each contained 2 magazines of ammo each. Next, she held her rifle with her right hand, placing 2 fingers around the charging handle and pulling quickly. With a cha-chunk, the bolt slammed forward, placing a round in the chamber, followed by her thumbing placing to the weapon into the safe position. "What was all that for?" Otto asked, pretty sure she had not heard his and Drex's conversation. "Going to be a fight when they see we're not dead, isn't there?" Spears said, feeling as if it should have been obvious. Shaking his head, Otto stated, "Americans are all the same, never trusting anyone." Quickly turning toward him, Spears replied in German, "I trust you, Otto, but your friends don't have a very good track record so far." Drex listened to Spears and Otto arguing in German for the next few miles, at the same time amazed he understood every word spoken. Leaning out the passenger side window slightly, Drex studied himself in the side mirror, intrigued by how much his appearance had changed. Not just from the silver hair and the genetic marker, but how his face also possessed more muscle. Then it hit him, the rotting sewage smell of the Afghan city, a smell magnified countless times from the last time he passed through. Just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. Thank God, Drex thought as he began scanning the area where the HDC shop was located, the same shop where they had geared up a few days before. Unlike their last visit, this time he saw the security guards that Otto had spoken of, and they were numerous. It also seemed to Drex that they all were looking in his direction. "How many are normally on security detail?" Otto thought for a second before replying. "Each facility is different, but on average at least 6 covering the rooftops and the same number on the streets below." "Why?" "I count double that on the rooftops," Drex informed them as the anger of being betrayed grew within him. Every mile that passed caused his heart to beat faster and harder at the thought of being set up once again. Knowing they wouldn't be fired on till those on the roof knew the shots would be certain to kill, Drex waited for just the right moment to act. "Circle around the facility. I'll meet you there in 5. Leaving his rifle behind, Drex pulled himself through the downed passenger side window. Moving with the acrobatic speed and agility of a person half his size, Drex flipped up on top of the cab. Perched atop the moving truck's cab, Drex focused on the building's roof edge as it approached. Even though there were nearly 10 feet between him and the building, he made the leap as if there were only 2. His heart beating faster, adrenaline surging throughout his system as his anger continued to build, Drex ran for the first threat, who was taking aim at Otto and Spears as they drove around the block. Even with his large, heavy body, Drex moved fast and silent, grabbing the man just under his chin and throwing him with the ease of a baseball. Within a breath, Drex moved to the next man, swiping his legs from underneath and sending him over the side. Before his last target finished his fall, Drex was moving for the next 2, knocking one down and snatching the next by his throat. Feeling the man's esophagus collapse as bones snapped like matchsticks, Drex released his grip, satisfied he was no longer a threat. The guy he had knocked down stared up at Drex with dead black eyes, a look that Drex had become too familiar with. It was a look removed shortly after raising his size 13 boot in the air and bringing it down with his full weight, sending both eyes squirting out from underneath. Drex coaxed his beating heart into calming down as he brought the dead man's rifle to his shoulder, aimed, and fired one shot, repeating the process 9 times with each striking their intended targets. Listening, smelling, and scanning the rooftops for miles, Drex was convinced he had neutralized all threats. Jumping down to a lower roof and then to the street below, he saw Spears standing just in front of the transport truck, staring at a soldier Drex had shot on the roof as he landed on their truck hood. She then looked back at Drex and said, "I'm not washing that off." "How do you know they were compromised and not just doing their job?" Otto asked, upset by what he saw. Drex stepped up on the front passenger side truck tire, grabbing the dead man by his vest and pulling him down. With one large hand around the back of his neck, Drex held it up like a doll. "See the dilated pupils? They were no longer themselves." Otto clearly saw what Drex had discovered, but still found it unbelievable he knew before killing them. "You saw their eyes from miles out?" Laughing at the thought, Drex replied, "No, only the last mile. "Damn, I should have grabbed the shittin' crystal," Spears said loud enough for the other two to hear. Suddenly feeling drained, Drex remembered Spears always carried energy bars packed with protein. At the thought of them, his nose began to locate them over the scent of sewer in the streets. He casually walked over, reaching in through an open truck window he had exited, and retrieved Spears' bag, tossing it to her. "We're not coming back?" she asked, confused by her bag being the only one taken from the truck. "Yes, but I need something to eat and don't want to take a chance on touching that damn crystal again. Dig me out one of those bars you are always eating," Drex said with the smell growing stronger as she opened her bag. "Your new strength is draining your body. Be sure you don't overdo it. Otherwise you might start eating other things like that guy. We really need to get inside and find out what is going on." "You two ready?" Otto asked, not waiting for a response before turning to the alleyway they had parked in before. They quickly discovered this visit that there was not going to be greetings at the door with pleasant small talk as before. Their first clue, the door lying on the ground in many pieces. Otto entered with his weapon at the ready, scanning each area for signs of a threat. Following close behind was Spears and then Drex, who was starting on a second energy bar. With the exception of the one door, everything looked much like it did during their last visit. "Amadi must have been down below when they came in since the door is shut," Otto said, examining the fake exterior of the vault door. No sooner than Drex entered did the door locks begin to disengage. Seconds later, it swung open. Spears turned back toward Drex and said with a big smile on her face, "So, you are the key." "I am happy to see you again," Amadi stated as soon as the door opened enough for them to hear him. Lowering his weapon, Otto asked, "What happened here?" Amadi was so startled by Drex's new appearance, he didn't hear Otto's question till it was repeated for a third time, followed by a nudge from Otto's rifle. Even then, he couldn't take his eyes off the shimmering silver hair. "Oh yes, the Simons were helped by halflings, taking control of our men one by one, first those on the streets and then moving to the roof after failing to access the vault," Amadi explained. "How did they find out about this place?" Drex asked, finding it hard to believe somebody was not giving away their locations. "I do not know, but they did not get in, and I still have your message safe and secure," Amadi replied, proud that he was able to accomplish that much. "Message? What message and from who?" Drex demanded. "Colonel Guerrero gave me a set of coordinates and said it was a place with the same signature you came from." Amadi quickly pulled the coordinates he had written down from his pocket. Drex took the paper, unfolded it, and after a few seconds, handed it over to Spears. "Plug this into the dagger. Where is it?" Spears eagerly inputted the information and watched as her device linked up with the satellites. After about a minute, she replied, "Romania, sir." Drex sighed. "What we really need to know is if this is another trap." Chapter 26. Secret Safe. Sitting in her throne-like seat on board her G7 aircraft, Elizabeth stared out the window, seeing nothing but blue water spanning hundreds of miles in all directions. Not even the airstrip her plan prepared to take off from looked to be anything but very calm water, created after initiating an electric grid shield raising her plane from the depths of the Bermuda base. For many years, she had deplored the slow, ancient method of travel, but the more years passed, the more she looked forward to time alone, something she never experienced as a Norcox. However, with relaxation came memories of her companion, Hinsa, who still remained lost in the source crystal on EX3. Though nothing more than flashes, the memories made her happy to think of working with Hinsa on the Hoganlo project once more. The more she struggled to recall memories, the more she despised Hoganlo for putting her in this current situation. After all, it was their creating the need for most of her memories to be sacrificed in order for a transference into these Hoganlo hormone-driven bodies. The more she thought of her current situation, the stronger her need for an injection became, but she knew there was not enough time for its side effects to dissipate before her next meeting. Her desire was just too great, and after thinking about the flight time, she convinced herself there would be enough. "Jared, dear, would you be a dear?" Nothing more needed to be said. Within minutes after takeoff, her assistant approached with the long, cylindrical ejector. The flight took much less time than with any other G7 aircraft due to many upgrades of Zoetarian technology Elizabeth had passed as her own. Her human part might be satisfied by the luxuries of large, fluffy seats, but the Norcox part still wanted to travel relatively instantaneously. "Ma'am, we will be landing in Austin within minutes. Would you like for me to choose suitable eyewear?" Jared asked, buckling into his seat for landing. Feeling that her latest formulation of Zyme was the best yet, Elizabeth retrieved a compact mirror from her case to investigate its side effects, which should be dissipating. Holding up the mirror, she quickly saw her necessity for glasses. The larger, the better, she thought, seeing the demonic grin had gone, but the blackness around her eyes persisted. "Yes, please make them sufficiently large, would you? I can't have rumors floating around to the others." "Very well, ma'am. I have just the pair for such an occasion. No one will ever know the true reason why you are wearing them. They will simply think it is to not be recognized," Jared said with a smile that vanished, replaced by fear. Launching up from her large, comfortable seat with speed that no natural human was capable of, Elizabeth stood with her hand clasped around his throat within seconds. Not even the jarring from the aircraft landing seemed to affect the speed in which she closed distance between them. Looking directly into his eyes with enlarged pupils, she screamed, "How dare you speak to me like a common human junkie in sewer-filled streets? I do this to generate abilities I had as my former self, and don't you forget it. There are millions like you on this planet, but only one like myself." Panic and fear were all he felt as she released her vice-like grip, followed by a series of coughs in order to regain normal repertory function. "Ma'am, do forgive me if that was how I sounded. Save it. Just get my things ready. I want to get out of here soon as possible," Elizabeth stated, as the anger she felt quickly subsided. This formula does come with a violent human side effect, she thought, watching, Jared walking away, rubbing his neck. Ring, ring, ring. "Where you at?" Elizabeth asked, knowing just who was calling. After listening to their reply, she said, "Fine, I'll be there in 30 minutes. 30 minutes, near the same amount of time it took to fly the 1,000 miles here. Now it's going to take me that long to travel across this city," Elizabeth thought, disgusted at having to waste so much time traveling. Finally arriving at the chosen spot for their meeting, Elizabeth watched as Jared typed a 4-digit code in for the security gate at West Point Marina on Lake Travis. She found it strange that this halfling spent so much time around water, since none of their planets had a shortage, or found it anything more than a necessity for life. Yet every meeting she arranged with him was always held in such locations. Driving through the Gates Road took them by many RVs and campers, some appearing though they had not been visited in years, while others looked like permanent residences. "How can you Hoganlow chose to live like this?" she asked Jared, disgust dripping off every word. Still feeling the soreness in his throat, Jared spoke with a hint of pain. "I am not sure, ma'am. Never desired a camper life, ma'am." "Well, I think this fool has allowed his human desires to overcome his purpose," Elizabeth stated, reaching for the well-chosen glasses, not even giving her outburst over them a second thought. Instead, she focused on the area around them and this strange feeling she had of being watched. Stepping out of the car, she surveilled her surroundings, but even with her excellent vision, she was unable to spot anything more than a squirrel running along the limbs of the twisted, brush-looking trees. Dismissing the feeling as another side effect of this new formula of Zyme, she headed over to a concrete sidewalk leading to a very long, floating walkway. The heat of the sun beat down upon her exposed skin, warming it as she walked and causing a pleasant tingling sensation to occur. Yet another side effect, but a very positive one. However, with the great distance of her walk, it was something that lost its thrill with every step. "Elizabeth, how you doing today?" a deep male voice asked from an opened sliding door just before a tall man stepped out with a small glass in his hand. Fighting the urge to turn and walk back to the car, Elizabeth just stared at the sight, one of her own living in a floating trailer house. "What is this, Manford? You're supposed to be the governor of Texas, not a degenerate human. Now, put a robe or something on. Nobody wants to see all that hair." While Manford retreated through the sliding doors, Elizabeth made her way onto his boat, taking a seat on a large wicker chair as she waited. "There is nothing that says we can't enjoy ourselves while we're here. Would you like a drink?" "This is 10-year-old Scotch," Manford asked, hoping she would say yes. "This is what happens when you let mere techs volunteer for higher positions," Elizabeth said, not caring if she was heard or not, remembering when Manford worked under her repairing lavatory cleaning systems when they went down. Now, since he was one of very few to volunteer to have his consciousness split, he held position of governor, and she had no choice but to work with him directly. Exiting through the sliding doors wearing a full-length white fluffy robe and carrying a thick glass of scotch in each hand, Manford walked over, setting one glass on a table to Elizabeth's right while sipping from the glass in his other hand. "Now, we worked together just fine then, and we can now." Shaking her head, Elizabeth rolled her eyes while exaggerating every word as she spoke. "I cannot work with Hoganlow, and that is just what you have become. You were supposed to be increasing barium production, and instead I see on the news that the factory had an accident and blew up. How is that working toward the same goal? You are allowing the Hoganlow body to take over too much of your life." Taking another sip of scotch, Manford thought about what she had said. "Well, I do believe you have also allowed your Hoganlow side to indulge. At least, that is what my good friend Arneson said the last time we spoke after your accusations during council. You know, when you accused him of using Zyme. You see, he was a little hurt by that since he is petitioning for high chair next cycle." "What does he have to gain by slowing production of barium?" Elizabeth asked, feeling the anger beginning to build inside. Slowly taking a sip and exaggerating his enjoyment, Manford smacked his lips before speaking. "Nothing, that was just an unfortunate mishap. He did, however, notice the clear signs of Zyme usage around your eyes." Anger steadily grew inside her with every breath. "You and the others might as well stay Hoganlow when this is all over. You will never be welcomed back as Norcocks." Finishing the last sip of his scotch, Manford swirled the remaining ice cubes around, listening to them begging, just like himself, for more scotch. Slowly, he stood with a smile on his face, his empty hand brushing the fluffy robe straight, and walked over to Elizabeth's untouched glass of scotch. He casually leaned over next to her, placing his empty glass down on the table and retrieving her fresh glass. "Oh, I believe when all is said and done, you will be the one who is not welcomed back," Manford said, swiftly moving his free hand up and snatching the sunglasses from her face to reveal her darkened, wrinkled eyes. Well, Arneson's hunch was correct. Never cared for the stuff myself. More of a Scotch man." He raised his glass up like he had given a toast, and then proceeded to tilt his head back, with the glass firmly to his lips. Unable to contain her Zyme-driven anger, Elizabeth grabbed his empty glass from the table and leapt to her feet. With a surge of adrenaline she had never experienced before, she swung the thick glass, striking the object of her rage directly in the temple with its rock-hard base. Upon contact, blood sprayed through the air. Before his body fell, she struck him once more. Standing, breathing heavily, she watched as thick red blood poured from the wound down his face, creating what she thought were beautiful streaks down the white fur robe. With his glass still in her hand and clarity gradually returning, she spat, "Enjoy your time trapped in the human source." At that moment, the feeling of being watched returned. Still not spotting or hearing anyone, Elizabeth figured it was due to the paranoia brought on by the new formula. She looked at the mess in front of her and, knowing that there was no way to keep this out of the major news outlets, decided that her only option was to cover it up. She retrieved her glasses from Manford's dead hand and began opening bottles of alcohol, dumping them all over. Pulling a cigarette from a pack on the bar, she stepped off the boat as she lit one, taking a few quick puffs to get it burning, and then flicked it into the flowing liquid, only to watch it be snuffed out. "I have to stop watching those damn movies," she muttered. Stepping back on board, Elizabeth leaned over to the fluffy white and glowing red robe Manford wore propped up against another large wicker chair. She kept her feet out of the flammable liquid as she held the lighter close to where the robe had soaked up some of the alcohol. Within seconds, the flame began to move up the robe and along the houseboat's deck. Happy with its growth, she began walking with a smile across her face back to where Jared waited in the car. With the lighter and pack of cigarettes still in her hands, she pulled another from the pack and lit it while she walked. Never before had she understood why Hoganlow felt the need to blow smoke from their lungs, but now, as she inhaled deeply then slowly exhaled, she was suddenly interested in finding out. Chapter 27. New Lead. Awaking in the cold, dark silence surrounded by steel and earth deep below ground level, Tyler thought of nothing but Sarah. Thoughts of how she encouraged him in his search for the truth not just when it came to the alien cover-up, but other conspiracies, or even something as simple as the term conspiracy, which was created by the CIA to label anything true or not to be unbelievable. One word that only had to be spoken to create disbelief in any story or research. It was a term that angered him but only caused Sarah to laugh at him when he would begin ranting about its use. "I miss your smile, my love," Tyler said softly into the darkness, praying to hear Sarah's voice saying it back, something he knew could never happen. In darkness, time stands still and speeds up. You never know which till light is introduced. With light creaking of the hatch hinges and then a burst of light shining in from above, he realized it had sped up. Jumping up from the narrow bed bolted to the wall, Tyler made his way over and flipped the light switch to the on position, something he would have not done till the closing of the hatch had it still been night. With a moan, he squeezed his eyelids together, protecting them from the sudden rush of light, having forgotten he had spent hours in total darkness. Closing the hatch, then sliding down the ladder, Azita made little sound as her feet landed on the hardwood floor of the bunker. Having noticed the change in light, she knew Tyler would be awake. "You are not going to believe what I witnessed." Rubbing his eyes in the hopes of speeding up their adjustment to light, Tyler replied, "I am finding it easier these days to believe some crazy shit, so you're wrong. Get the article written?" he asked, hoping that it was complete so they could move forward without any further distractions. "Yes, but I had to leave a great deal out. I just threw in a few facts, but not the full story," she said, in a way still trying to make sense of what she saw. "So, he is sleeping with a secretary or nanny or some other shit. We have more important things to do than track what some pervert is doing," Tyler told her while pouring water into a coffee pot, then adding coffee grounds. "Oh, if he was doing any of that, he won't be anymore. He's dead." She had to stop talking as the smell of coffee filled her nasal passages. With her new abilities, it was like smelling if for the first time. Her words stopped him mid-scoop, freezing his hand holding the utensil in the bag. "Dead? You didn't?" "No. What the hell do you think I turned into? Of course not. Just finish the coffee." She could already taste it, just by the particles floating in the air entering her mouth as she breathed. Finishing up with prepping the coffee and then pressing the button to start it brewing, Tyler dismissed what she had to report as an Esquire magazine article. "I believe it was the 25 that led them to my door. Remember the video of the professor that went crazy at Stanford? Well, right before she went crazy trying to fly off a hospital building, she was looking into the DNA of the victims. She theorized their bodies were not them but perfect clones. I believe the same two men came after her also." Tyler didn't give her time to answer his question but carried on as if she had and then waited for her to respond when finished. "And you looked into the same possibility as the professor?" Azita skeptically asked. Tyler could already sense her doubt before he answered. "No, but I was looking heavily into the professor. I am sure you were not the only one looking into her death, "What else do you have?" Azita questioned, believing that out of everything he must be involved with, that wasn't the one to stand out the most. By Tyler's breathing, she could tell what was said bothered him. After all, he had lost his wife over it, and she was amazed by how well he was holding it all together. "It is a hell of a lot better than a dead governor who sleeps with his nanny," Tyler snapped. "How about the governor of Texas being murdered by the Prime Minister of England?" Azita watched as Tyler almost knocked the cups off the countertop as he spun around to face her. "What? That is way out there, Azita, even with what we have just seen," Tyler said only after he finished thinking about how unbelievable it was for Sarah to have killed herself the way she had. Azita described to him how it was easy to locate the governor using leads and information she had gathered along with information from a few family friends. Then she explained how she had made her way through the little security the marina possessed to hide out in what she took as an abandoned camper. From that position, she described how, even at that distance, she could hear and see everything, thanks to her heightened abilities. Walking Tyler through their discussion, almost word for word, then how she had changed location to get a better view, just as the Prime Minister killed him with a drinking glass. She described in great detail how the Prime Minister's eyes were black orbs, with dark wrinkly skin all around them. Walking on the walkway, she lit up another cigarette while smiling. "That is when I felt it." "What?" Tyler asked, not believing she was delaying the story. Sliding her new flannel top back, then raising her black tank top, she exposed the flesh on her left side. It felt alive, almost electrified. They stared at the genetic marker that had appeared on her side during the intense pain in the dream. Thinking of the dream hooked Azita into thinking about Drex and how she wanted to find him, but with as little as she had to go on, the search would be endless. "What do you think that meant?" Tyler inquired, deep in thought. "Somehow I knew it meant that the Prime Minister of England is an alien." Azita continued to stare at the symbol on her side. With the new revelations of what Azita had witnessed, the gears in Tyler's mind began to turn faster with every passing second. Ancient Sumerian text talks of a source, a crystal where dead live. I had just started doing research on it after seeing a video online supposedly of Marines working to investigate a strange energy reading in Afghanistan. They vanished, according to the video. According to the text, there are 5, each in the shape of a pyramid. Tyler held out a cup of coffee he had just poured for her while taking a sip of his own. Azita's thoughts began to race, flashing back to her time in that cave as a little girl. The discovery of a pyramid-shaped crystal, her mother's execution, escaping by river with her father, drifting at sea, and then waking to her new family. I had one. "What?" Tyler sputtered, almost dropping the cup he still held out to her. Taking the coffee, Azita sipped at it while going through her memories. "I had fun exploring at an early age and dug it up in a cave near our home in Iran. Till now, that time was missing. I'm not even sure what happened to it, and I remember everything, with the exception of what happened to my father, which was at that same time I last saw the crystal." By time she had finished, it felt as though nothing she said made any sense, but Tyler hung on every word. "How do you not remember? You can remember where you were 20 years ago, but not something as important as a crystal you found in a cave." Tyler spoke, near the verge of hysterical. "Hey, my world ended that day!" Azita shouted as her breathing and heartbeat drastically increased. Without hesitation, Tyler screamed back, "Mine ended yesterday, and it looks to be for the same reason as yours, so forgive me if I am lacking on sympathy." Only after he had finished did his fear of Azita fill him. Azita stood staring at Tyler, knowing he was right, but not understanding why she was becoming so angry. Before whatever had happened to her with Drex, anger was not an emotion she experienced often, and definitely not at the levels she had had since. For the next few minutes they stood in silence as she focused on her breathing and lowering her heart rate. Slowly she paced from one end of the bunker to the other, only then taking another drink from the cup of coffee Tyler had given her. With her calmness almost fully restored, she turned to Tyler. Sorry, since whatever this is that happened to me, I feel myself becoming aggressive and angered easily. It's going to take some time getting used to it, that I am certain of." Suddenly, a thought occurred to Tyler, and with a puzzled look, he went over to his workstation. How did she get here? If she was visiting, it would be all over the news feeds, but nothing. He pulled up major national news sites, but there was nothing. With a smile growing on her face, Azita said, "Well, let's find out." Grasping the back of his chair, Azita pulled him from the computer, ignoring his protests as she began to type. After a few clicks, a live stream pulled up, showing the Prime Minister of England preparing to give a speech to Parliament. Feeling that everything was falling apart, Tyler looked to Azita disappointedly. Well, there is no way she could have returned to England in just a few hours. It couldn't have been her. Typing once more, Azita pulled up another website, and after a few more minutes, a screen appeared, showing a blue dot flashing on 10 Downing Street, London, England. Seeing the location, Tyler thought she was just showing him the Prime Minister's address till he noticed the information at the upper right corner of the screen. "Everyone knows where she lives. It's public." "What the hell? This is your cell phone. How did you? How did it get?" Tyler didn't know which question to ask first. To help him along, Azita explained, "When I moved from the camper, I inserted the SIM card back into my prepaid phone, activated its GPS, and tossed it in one of many bags located in the back seat of her car when the driver went to the bathroom. You always say how they use them to track us. Well, now we've turned it on them. Now let's see how she got back so fast." While she typed, their excitement grew till on the screen was everywhere her phone had traveled. Neither of them could believe their eyes seeing a dotted line running from Austin, Texas, to an empty ocean, where it moved around for 10 minutes and then, just 4 minutes later, stopped in London. "That isn't possible," Tyler said while pushing his way back to his keyboard. Pulling up a satellite map of the Earth, he zoomed in on the area of the Atlantic Ocean where her phone spent the most time before jetting off to London. "There's nothing there, nothing even remotely close to that location, but there has to be a ship, even a little island not on the map, something," Azita said in disbelief. "Something people don't realize about a phone's GPS is it also gives altitude." After a few clicks, Azita blurted out, "That can't be 11,000 feet below sea level?" Tyler, who was puzzled as Azita, just stared at the screen in an attempt to piece things together. There is no reason to believe it has been changed. Curiosity and a need to find out the truth took control of Azita as she stared at the screen and said, "Okay, well then, we have to see for ourselves. Pack up. We are going for a boat ride." Chapter 28. Sudden Changes. Standing in the same room looking out the same window to ships he had never set foot on, Jake couldn't help but see things in a new way. Things in Antarctica had been moving along with Shepard and her team, making many new discoveries. Montgomery had even discovered a new location matching the same energy signature as that in Afghanistan. With everything going so well for the HDC, how could everything look the same as he stared out to the massive ships circling Earth? Just like every time before, Bakla entered, made his way over, placed his 3-toed feet on the disc to elevate himself to eye level, and then asked, "Mr. Guerrero, do you know why I requested to see you?" Jake learned from experience to never attempt to answer such a vague question, but to reply with a question of his own. Some kind of update, perhaps? "Yes, I have been informed the energy readings have dissipated. Was your second team successful? Do you have the crystals?" Bakla asked, bringing his disc closer to Jake's face than ever before. "No, they have just left Germany for the region. They are due to arrive at any moment now. Where did you get this information?" "I have not heard of it yet." Jake looked to his watch, not really interested in the time or where the second team might be located. The main goal was to make Bakla believe he did. Drex must have made it, Jake thought. Nevertheless, we should still have Bravo team check it out. If there is anything there, they will find it. Bakla backed his disc away from Jake and with a few flicks of his long, skinny fingers, a hologram screen appeared. He silently flipped through screens as Jake watched, wondering if there had been any new discoveries on the Norcock system that was fully translated in Antarctica. Past experience had taught Jake that when a Norcox turned silent flipping through their screens, it could be a while before they re-engaged in conversation. To pass time, Jake turned back to the outside view he enjoyed. In all the time he had spent staring out into the vast area around Earth where many ships had been stationed decades ago, he had not witnessed any change, till now. Looking to one of the farthest ships with bright flashing lights, he spotted a Zoetarian ship 3 times larger than the stations it had been docked with. Everything he had been told indicated the Norcox and Zoetarians despised one another, but his eyes were telling him a different story. "What are all these stations here for again?" Jake asked, knowing he would most likely receive the same answer as many times before. Without the slightest hesitation in his work, Bakla responded, "Security. As I told you before, the stations were established to prevent the natural evolution of humans." Spoken like a true politician, my friend, Jake thought, watching as a large black triangular ship moved slowly off into the distance, disappearing behind the southern portion of Earth. Growing tired of waiting for Bakla to continue their conversation, Jake turned and said, "I must be getting back if there is nothing else." "In regards to the programmers you spoke of at our previous meeting, my records indicate there has not been a change in the numbers we have in storage." Bakla paused for just a second, enough time for Jake to mistake it as him having finished. "Yeah, good to know," he said before continuing his way to the exit. "Since the sighting involving your team, there has been other reports, first in California and another in Texas. Dr. Alice LeBlanc, who was scheduled to join your research teams, and another UFO researcher of no discernible importance. We can only conclude they are versions left on the planet during our last encounter." Jake stopped just before exiting. Last encounter? So, they left others? He was worried and intrigued at the same time by the thought. "Is there any way of tracking them?" he asked, knowing if there were, it would make their search in Antarctica much easier. "No. They have been designed to exist beyond matter, is the simplest way I can describe for you, till the moment they arrive at their designated purpose." Bakla spoke like most Norcox, believing that humans did not possess the ability to comprehend higher levels of science. Suddenly, the holographic screen Bakla had been using began to flash, drawing his attention. "This is quite unusual." Striking the new icon that had appeared center of the screen with one of his 3 long, slender fingers, a large, beach ball-sized image of Earth appeared between them. All around it, the 23 stations flashed, and to the south Jake watched as smaller triangular ships appeared around the large Zoetarian vessel. "What are they doing?" Jake asked, demanding an answer. "It appears they are attacking," Bakla calmly responded. "Isn't this what you just finished telling me those stations were there to prevent? In order to activate, an order must be voted on by the lower council. Provoking the Zoetarians may start a larger war and all must be in agreement," Bakla stated, still remaining calm. Jake turned and exited without another word. Once in the common area, he saw Norcox everywhere with screens opened with images of Earth displayed as they watched the beginning stages of the attack. Shaking his head at the sight, he moved quickly to the hallway leading back to the Bermuda base. Once inside, he picked up his pace as images of Shepard in Antarctica entered his thoughts. Running down a vortex, exiting in the main area of the Bermuda base, Jake looked around as personnel ran from one area to the next, trying to develop a response. "Sergeant Patterson, what do you have for me?" Jake asked, looking for an update even though he saw the attack begin in real time minutes ago. "Sir, by all readings, it is going to be a full-scale attack on Theron base. We have Commander Walters waiting for you, sir," Patterson informed Jake, directing him over to the communications room. Jake moved quickly, not sure what could possibly be done since the only defensive capabilities at Theron base were rifles and sidearms. When he entered the room, he was pleased to see Walters on monitor ordering personnel into defensive position. "Commander, have they been sighted yet?" Jake asked, hoping a response that would be anything but yes. They should be here at any moment. I have sent out a mayday to any vessels in the area. If anyone survives this, I want them to have every opportunity for rescue, Walters said with a strong voice, but eyes that told a much different story. Turning to Sergeant Patterson, Jake asked, "Are the 2 teams we have here ready to move?" "Yes, sir, waiting your orders," Patterson replied. Turning his attention back to the screen, Jake was about to speak when, at the far end of the facility behind Commander Walters, a rapid, loud bass sound was heard just before walls exploded into fine snow particles. Jake and Patterson watched helplessly as black-robed beings with large black glass-like helmets entered the video. "We have to move now," Jake ordered just before watching a portion of Walters's left side melt before his eyes. Anger began to fill him as he turned from the screen where Walters screamed in agony while still firing with his rifle held up by his remaining right arm. "Order all teams to move and send all volunteers." "Sir, look." Patterson directed his attention to another monitor just before he exited the room. There he spotted Shepard panicked, whispering into the camera for help to be sent. Jake felt helpless as she screamed, following loud, rapid bass sounds before nearby walls to the facility exploded, filling the room with flying debris. Not wasting another second, Jake ran for the submersible transport room. Entering the area, he watched the first of the teams depart. Spotting an empty seat in the next transport heading to Antarctica, Jake grabbed a rifle from the rack and took a seat. Seconds later, the shield appeared around them, and the Norcock's voice signaled that they were on their way. The minutes slowly passed with everyone remaining silent, enjoying the calm before they plunged into the cold battlefield surrounded by snow and ice a little less than an hour away. Jake tried to focus on what was required once they arrived, but all it seemed to do was bring up his time with Shepard. This was a distraction he had spent most of his life preventing, and now, by no choice of his own, it had happened. Feelings for another person. Deep in thought, he flinched at the Norcock's voice of the transport alerting them of their arrival. Each of the personnel looked to their watches, confused since only about 5 minutes had passed. Suddenly, the reflective field vanished, followed by each of them jumping to their feet with weapons pulled tight into their shoulders, ready for action. Only then they realized they had returned to the Bermuda base. "What the hell is this?" one soldier asked, and then another. Montgomery entered the room and informed the men, "Sir, the base is gone. It's over. They destroyed both bases." "What happened?" Jake asked, quickly walking over. Hanging his head low, Montgomery began to explain. "Sir, it appears they struck fast, killing those who resisted and capturing those who remained. We estimate approximately 200 were taken." Though he wanted to ask about Shepard, Jake restrained himself, knowing it would be no use. "Send a team to repair the transport station. I want the submersible transport link operational ASAP. You understand now?" Jake shouted, kicking an ammo can sitting alongside a table. Pacing the room to calm down, Jake couldn't help wondering what had provoked the Zoetarians. They were beings that stuck to the darkness of night, only known to most by 3 lights that emanated from underneath black triangular ships, a byproduct of their anti-gravity drives. Little was known about them other than they enjoyed the taste of humans. "What is their connection with the Norcock space station?" Jake asked, rubbing his head as the headache he felt earlier seemed to be returning. "Sergeant Patterson, schedule me a meeting with Elizabeth. Something tells me she knows something about this." Chapter 29. Here we go. Arriving at Craiova International Airport in Romania, Drex adjusted the turban on top of his head while admiring the makeup work Ahmadi had done for them. Turning to Spears and Otto, he commented, "He did such great work. I really believe my reflection is someone else looking back at me." Even though he could not see her face, just by the squint of Spears's eyes, Drex could tell she was not happy about wearing the niqab. Otto was equally impressed, but, like Spears, could not wait to be back in regular clothing. "The HDC booked us a hotel room under our passports' names. We shouldn't have any issues once we pass customs. I suggest we check in and prepare for our trip to the Buchegi Mountains. Remember, "Once we exit customs, put on your glasses," Otto reminded Drex and Spears. "You think they are still serving breakfast?" "Sweet eggy breakfast bread. Yum," Spears asked as her stomach rumbled for the 12th time during the flight. At that moment, they felt the wheels of the plane touch down while their speed rapidly decreased. Drex could feel his nutritional needs had increased since his encounter with the Norcock's Creek. That need had become increasingly noticeable after dealing with the men on the rooftops back in Kabul, and the adrenaline had worn off, leaving him drained. "Not sure, but I'll need something. A really big burnt steak would be nice." Thinking about it made Drex's mouth begin to salivate, almost to the point that he could taste the meat. "Let's focus on getting through customs first," Otto said as their flight attendant's voice came over the speakers, directing everyone to the exit. Slowly, Otto moved out into the aisle, holding back the flow of traffic for Spears, then Drex to exit and taking lead. They made their way off the plane, not speaking to anyone along the way. Once free from the plane and walking through the airport, Drex could hear Spears' forced expressions of dislike with being treated as a woman from the Middle East. "Calm down, Sergeant. We are almost through here," he reminded her. "Since none of us speak Farsi, say nothing at all. It is our best bet getting through," Otto said just before he broke from the other two, stepping up to the customs officer's station. Drex and Spears paid close attention to the officer as Otto held out his fake passport to the man while saying nothing. "You have anything to declare?" the officer asked, but Otto remained silent behind the thick makeup. "Do you have anything to declare?" the officer repeated a little louder with a little more aggression. Otto raised his hands up, patting his palms to his ears and hoping the man would think he couldn't hear or understand. Instead, the officer turned, signaling for another, and this time in Farsi, the new officer asked, "You have anything to declare?" Watching everything taking place, Drex could hear the officer's heartbeat rising and knew this was not going to be dropped with them waving Otto on. Taking Spears by the arm and pretending to drag her forward, Drex began speaking in Farsi just as the two officers noticed him. "Sorry, my brother does not understand. He is mute." Even though they could not understand a word being said, Spears and Otto played along by moving as little as possible and not saying a word. An explosion scrambled his brain at an early age. "We are all three traveling together to visit. Nothing to declare." Drex spoke the language as though he had grown up speaking no other. "Passports!" the first officer demanded, yet nobody responded till the second officer repeated the demand in Farsi. Once asked by the second guard, Drex presented both his and Spears's passports, knowing in that culture she would not have been allowed to possess it or speak to another man. The first officer slowly scrutinized their passports for the slightest indication that something was out of place. Finding nothing, he looked to the officer next to him. "Let them through." With their passports returned, Drex patted Otto on his shoulder and took the lead. After they were far enough away from the checkpoint, Spears blurted, "What the hell was that, sir? When did you learn to speak Farsi?" Otto followed with, "Yes, that was most impressive. I was speechless." "It's a good thing you were. I told them you were mute. As far as learning Farsi, never tried before. But now it is like every time I heard it spoken, it became clearer. Without another thought, it began flowing from my lips," Drex said with a slight smile, all the while wondering what other abilities he might discover. They remained on high alert as they moved through the airport, to the rental cars, and then on the road to their hotel. Every doorway, rooftop, and window was observed by at least one of them. With 3 different attempts to kill them in 1 week, they had become suspicious of everything, even to the point that each of them searched their rental car before climbing in. The hotel brought back memories of the first attempt, when 4 of their team members tried to kill them but only succeeded in taking their own lives. To keep others from knocking at their room's door or poisoning their food after ordering room service, all 3 ordered food to go at a local restaurant before checking in, one where they could watch as it was prepared. Though there were 3 separate rooms reserved and they checked into all of them, Drex, Spears, and Otto chose to share one, using the other 2 for a buffer in case 2 familiar strangers came knocking. One by one, they took turns changing clothes, with Spears insisting on going first, wanting to be free from what she described as a black tablecloth draped over her. After a long shower, she emerged from the bathroom refreshed and wearing jeans, a black tank top, and an old green long-sleeve German army military blouse, with her hair pulled back into a ponytail. Otto couldn't help taking notice but did not show it as she made her way across the room, commenting on the clothes she had requested. "Damn, the HDC does an outstanding job when it comes to finding clothes that fit. This feels great," she stated while sitting down and prepping her meal. "Yes, and they have prepared the bags according to each of our profiles," Otto added. At this point, Drex and Spears didn't think he could say anything that would shock them, but that second he had. "Profile?" Drex asked, just as Spears's lips were beginning to form the same word. "Yes. Up till we met, the technology around you collected unbelievable amounts of information about you, from purchases you make online, in stores with a card, keywords spoken in the vicinity of your phone, security cameras, even places you have visited. Everything about you can be found in your profile. The Norcox truly developed a system where people freely give up their information." Talking about the system in place always impressed Otto and depressed him at the same time. Not believing they could have gathered that much information about her, Spears filled her mouth full of lamb meat. While chewing, she walked over to her bag, unzipping the top. With her eyes bulging, she reached in, pulling out one U.S. Army Hua snack bar after another. "Holy shit," she exclaimed, having never told anyone that she secretly loved the snack bars found in MREs, meals ready to eat. Otto chuckled at her reaction. "Like I said, there is a great deal of information in there." "Well, I bet they didn't see this coming," Drex said, pointing to the glistening black biohazard symbol on his neck. "No, I would think not. But then again, somebody has been trying to kill us," Otto stated, going into deep thought about who it could possibly be. Having done the same thing after hearing Otto's comment, Drex only had one name pop up as a possibility. "Jake. He's the only one other than one of us that makes sense. How do you even know he's not one of these halflings you spoke of?" This time Otto felt he could no longer defend his longtime friend on possibly giving information on them to the Norcox, but he could on the idea of him being a halfling. Other than their lack of physical stamina, it is not easy to spot one, but there is one other clear sign that a person is a halfling. In order to do so, the light has to be low, opening up their pupil. You know how people say the eyes are a window to the soul? Well, they are, and it can be seen like a round polished crystal hiding behind the iris. We check everyone that enters the HDC. "You didn't check us?" Spears said, looking from Otto to Drex and back. Otto gave Spears a look that by itself said, "You really believe that?" "But I did. That is why we did not stop for glasses at the station once we changed cars. Had to be able to see your eyes when night fell. Then, there was the fact they were trying to kill you as they tried to kill me." Drex felt the time had come to make better use of their time than to discuss the past. "It's noon now. We have a 3.5-hour drive to the GPS coordinates. Eat, rest, watch TV. We move out at 6 o'clock. Finishing her last bite as Drex spoke, Spears threw her bare feet up on the couch, falling asleep just minutes after he stopped talking. Otto followed her example, lying down on the floor to sleep alongside an exterior wall far from the hallway door. By the time Drex had finished removing his makeup and showering, everyone was fast asleep, leaving him with the large bed. With his eyelids wanting to shut before reaching the bed, Drex opened the bag marked for him, curious just how accurate was his profile. Sliding his hand in the right side pouch, he found socks, foot powder, and underwear. Moving to a pouch on the other side, he reached in, grasping the grip of his favorite pistol, H&K P30L. "Well, not that well. Everyone knows I like to pack my underwear on the left side." Checking the magazine and ensuring there was a round in the chamber, Drex placed it alongside him on the bed, happily falling asleep knowing it was there. After getting the most rest either of them had had since the beginning, they were now following the HDC Dagger global positioning system Spears used to guide them from the passenger seat while Otto drove. Everyone agreed it would be better for Drex to have the back seat where he would be able to react if he happened to spot another ambush. In the low light of evening, he possessed the best chance of spotting one with the upgrades he now possessed, abilities that Spears desperately wanted. She had even gone so far as to call dibs on the next one they come across, and from what the other two could tell, she was not joking around. Fortunately, the most eventful their hours of driving got was when they sometimes went around curves that were so sharp they could see the road they were traveling alongside them. "Are we there yet?" Drex asked, smiling in the darkness while searching the night for any signs of an ambush. "Sir, that has never been funny, but yes, it is just off Highway 713, and we have been on it for quite some time," Spears replied. "When we get within walking distance, start looking for a place to park where the vehicle will not be suspicious sitting abandoned in the middle of nowhere. From the looks of the terrain, we're going to be in for a climb. Is the Dagger providing any other information other than the coordinates?" Drex asked. With little knowledge of the full capabilities of the device, Spears had spent most of their travel time pushing buttons on the device, with it doing nothing else but providing a location. "No, sir, and Otto refuses to pull the phone from his lead-lined bag for me to search the net. 3 times in 1 week are all the attempts on my life I can handle. The smaller the digital signature we broadcast, the fewer chances of there being a fourth," Otto replied, a little irritated by her comment. "What the?" Spears blurted. Otto suddenly felt bad about using that tone with her and began to apologize till he heard her say, "Did you guys see that sign?" "That is the second one I have seen." "You don't think—" "No, it couldn't," Drex responded, confused by what he was seeing. Realizing Spears was not addressing the tone he'd used, Otto decided to remain quiet till he saw what had drawn her attention. "Visit the Carpathian Sphinx, 10 kilometers? Where did they get this information? On a tourist website?" 8 kilometers later, with his improved night vision, Drex directed Otto from the back seat. "Pull next to those cars on the right." Still amazed by each of Drex's improved abilities, Otto stared into the darkness beyond the reach of his headlights, seeing nothing but darkness. Catching the reflective lenses on a parked car as his headlights shined upon them, he slowed to park alongside it and others already there. Just in front of their car stood a sign greeting them to Buchegi Natural Park in 5 different languages. The 3 of them sat staring at the sign with a figure of a sphinx beside the writing, till Spears asked, "You think it's too late for a tour?" "Regardless what's here, there has to be a reason we were given these coordinates. Grab your rucksacks and, Sergeant, stay off the trails. It is still better if we're not seen," Drex ordered. They quickly exited the vehicle, removed their rucksacks from the car, and followed Spears as she took point. After a few minutes, it became obvious, due to the slope of the hillside, they would indeed have to stick to the paths already leading them in the direction the Dagger was indicating. After a 45-minute hike up a path that seemed to run at a step angle uphill, Spears commented between quick breaths, "I am sick of hills, but this is so much better than sitting in another damn office." They hiked up the path for what seemed to be hours, with occasionally running into other hikers along the way, each time greeting them as if they were also out seeing the sights at night. "We're getting close," Drex said, walking a little faster, leaving Otto in the rear and passing Spears to take the lead. Spears was confused as she looked at her device. "Sir, it says we still have about a mile to go." "It's wrong. Down there, that's where we need to be. Up ahead is just what remains of an old marker." Drex pointed down to the bottom of the mountain they had just climbed. "Shit!" Spears exclaimed, breathing heavily from the hike up. Otto shined his light fully on Drex, and as light struck his hair, it appeared as metal fibers rather than hair. Having already witnessed the new abilities Drex already possessed, Otto was sure he knew where they should go, even with the Dagger saying otherwise. "Turn it off, Sergeant," Otto requested, patting her on the shoulder as he walked by. "But—" Spears could see there was no point in protesting. She was outnumbered and outranked as she now went from leading the group to the rear. First part of the downhill hike went fairly easy with little vegetation to navigate around, allowing for focus on foot placement along crawly rocks. Otto and Spears felt as if they were merely slowing Drex down as he moved along as though walking down a city sidewalk. It was clear the path he was taking them on was not the one he would have chosen for himself, but was chosen to make things easier on those following, something that became more evident once the vegetation started to become part of the landscape. After another hour of twists and turns through the trees and brush where others had clearly not traveled in some time, Spears asked, "We there yet?" With her light illuminating Drex, she saw him suddenly stop. At that moment she thought she might have allowed herself to step too far from the boundaries of military disciple. Drex replied with a single word, "Yes." Otto and Spears both looked at each other, and then to Drex, who stood facing the mountainside, wiping an area of dirt away from the rock. "Bring me the crystal," he said, while it looked like he was digging a hole out from the rock with his bare hands. Spears removed her rucksack with excitement, building almost to the point of losing her grip, allowing it to go tumbling down the mountainside. Just the thought of it happening sharpened her attention to every detail of her surroundings and movements made. Reaching into the bag, she hoped to be transported somewhere and come back with improved abilities, but once again, nothing happened as she touched the crystal. With it, free from her rucksack, she handed it to Drex, who refused to take it for fear of being transported to an empty black space where Azita was no more. "Place it in there." Drex pointed to the hole in the rock that he had cleaned out. Without a second thought, Spears shined her light into the hole, quickly noticing it contained a specific pattern of squares. Between the hole's shape and the many cubes making up the crystal, an average person might spend days attempting to make it fit. Spears, however, was not average. With her excitement building, she anxiously slid it in. The crystal fit perfectly, and Spears stepped back and watched as nothing happened. "Well, that was really disappointing," she remarked. "Maybe you need to chant something. After all, the alien said you were the key, not the crystal." Looking from the crystal to Spears with a "that's the best you can come up with" expression, Drex reached out to the crystal while preparing himself for the emptiness of a world without Azita. As his hand came closer to the crystal, it began lighting up much like a light bulb slowly being turned on. Just before his fingertip made contact, a surge of static electricity was felt by all three of them. Then it happened. Contact. Only instead of the darkness he had prepared for, there was light. Everything around them remained dark, as light shined upon only them, pulling them into a mountain passageway none of them had noticed. Even with Spears bursting with excitement, wanting to rush in, she and Otto waited for Drex to lead the way. Removing his hand from the crystal, Drex walked into the newly formed opening and down the passageway with his team following. Each of them marveled at the 20-foot-high passageway made of smooth marble. Not far within, statues of man-like beings towered above them, ranging from 9 feet to 18 feet in height. "This must be what we once were. Creek said the Norcox made us smaller after the war," Drex reminded Spears and Otto. Just beyond the line of statues stood 2 very large doors with squiggly letters, hieroglyphics, and writing that appeared to be Mayan covering every surface inch. They also depicted what appeared to them as a scene where giants left Earth to throw the Norcox from the Moon, Mars, and another planet they were not familiar with, but assumed once existed. "You get the feeling this has already been planned?" Spears asked, amazed by the detail in the carvings. "We are, and the battle plan was written here 170,000 years ago. He saw it coming and knew one day we would have to free ourselves from them," Drex said. "You can read that?" Spears blurted out. "Yes, and it says you should push the door open." He gave Spears a joking smile, but to his surprise, she was already running to do just that, with her hands out front to push. "Wait!" he screamed, but it was too late. 2 feet from the door, Spears was stopped by an invisible field that became visible once touched. The instant her hands made contact, she found herself running back the way she had come. "What the hell?" Spears said, astonished. Not believing what he just saw, Otto pulled change from his pocket and threw it at the door. Just as Spears found herself running back toward them, the change also reversed course, heading back in their direction before rolling across the marble floors. "This is remarkable." "Yes, it is. Now can we go inside?" Drex asked, but was already walking toward the large double doors as the other two watched in anticipation of him instantly being redirected their way by the shield. To their amazement, Drex walked up to the doors, placing one hand on each, and pushed. With little effort, the doors opened to reveal a long marble table with very large chairs placed all around. The ceiling of the complex was so high and black that they were not sure if it was located in the mountain or even on Earth. They walked farther into the room where large holographic images of different points in human history appeared, almost as if the room was greeting them with its knowledge of their existence. "Hello, I am here to assist you, V-159. A holographic image of Creek stated as it appeared in front of them. "Creek? I thought you were dead," Drex asked, excited to see him once again. "I do apologize for the confusion, but I am merely a simulation of the one you call Creek. You can call me what you wish to make it easier," the Creek simulation stated. "That is—" Drex was suddenly cut off by Spears. "Kermit!" Drex and Otto both looked to Spears with disapproving stares, which she countered with, "Come on, tell me he doesn't remind you of a frog." Turning his attention back to the hologram simulation, Drex continued with what he was going to say. "That is fine. We will stick with Creek." "Very well. It appears the current facilities will not function properly. I will adjust." Just as Creek finished speaking, the table and chairs in what looked to be the center of the facility reduced in size. The large holographic screen above it and those around the room also reduced to match in scale. "What is all this?" Drex asked, holding his hand up for Creek to stop changing things as if the simulation knew what the gesture meant. "As stated at the entrance, it is the history of you. Here, you will find the history of EX3 before and after mankind arrived," Creek stated. "What is EX3?" Spears asked, knowing she was going to have many more questions to follow. Quickly, the Creek simulation replied, "It is the planet you now inhabit. My creator programmed this facility to gather all information from 1,000 years before your creation to beyond this moment." Looking around, they saw video playing of ancient civilizations, dinosaurs roaming free over lush vegetation, wars fought by tribes, and some more recent showing events from World War I. Out of all of them, two much larger videos drew their attention over the long table. One displayed images of space filled with long, heavily armed spacecraft. The other showed mostly white with explosions taking place at a research base in the North or South Pole with large, triangular black ships hovering above them. "When did this take place?" Drex asked, motioning to the two larger screens. Creek replied, "V-159, now." "Now! What the hell do you mean, now?" Spears shouted, running over to the screens. "Yes, the reason V-159 has been activated," Creek stated. Amazed by what he was seeing, Drex felt he needed much more information. He pointed to the image of the base. "This one here. Where is it, and what can be done?" "V-159, there on base, Queen Maud, Antarctica. Possible assistance, negative, battle has concluded," Creek informed Drex, who could feel his rage rising but remained well in control. "Okay, we will come back to that one. What of the ships?" Drex pointed to the heavily armed ships moving through space. "V-159, Operation Solar Warden is in the beginning stages of execution. This has enacted Saturnian Protocol," the simulation replied, followed by mechanical hissing noises all around them. Spears found herself unable to tolerate the hologram's short replies as she studied the weapons on the alien ships. "What is Solar Warden?" she almost shouted. "Solar Warden is a plan put in place by the Norcox High Council for total elimination of Hoganlow, or what you know as the human race," Creek's simulation answered as the mechanical hissing sounds grew louder. Ignoring the hissing, Spear looked back up to the screen and, calmly this time, said, "Here we go." As she spoke those three words, the hissing stopped. Turning toward Drex and Otto, Spears shrugged, finding it funny that the noise ended at that moment. Just then, Spears, along with Drex and Otto, found it to be impossible to speak, followed by an inability to move. For Drex, the experience instantly elevated his rage, but no matter how high it became, he remained just as quiet and immobile as the others. The most anyone could do was stare straight ahead and listen to the noises around them. V-159, B-363, T-846, you have been found to be consciousnesses of Hoganlow soldiers, warriors of the Norcox War. You have been chosen to wage war once more, now in defense of your unique genetic beings you have evolved to, not from. As I suspected, little of your genetic code resembles that of the original Hoganlow DNA. You must now live as an independent race. I have designed the facilities to assist and made needed genetic calculations. T-846. The Creek hologram appeared in front of Otto. T-846, we are ready to begin. All around Otto, the same thick blue light shined up from around his feet. At the same time, Drex and Spears also saw Creek standing in front of them, informing of his readiness to begin. Otto could feel his body burning to the point that he could smell his own flesh cooking. Inside his mind, he screamed for it to end, only to hear the sounds of bone crackling like Rice Krispie cereal in his ears. As the seconds passed, his rage built to the point that all he could think of was killing the alien simulation in front of him. No longer able to concentrate on anything but his fury, Otto still remained unable to move as the blue light grew darker. What seemed like eternity passing in pain was in reality only 16 seconds before Otto stepped calmly from the thick blue light. He saw Drex and Spears do the same. "Holy shit, Batman!" Spears shouted. Chapter 30. Travel Time. Driving for most of the night and part of the day, praying the old farm truck wouldn't leave them stranded in the middle of nowhere, Azita and Tyler pulled up in front of her parents' home. Just as the old truck squeaked to a stop with steam pouring from around the hood, a gentleman exited a small building in the center of the Circle Drive. "Panama City, Florida? This is where you grew up?" Tyler asked, sticking his head out the truck window in order to get a better look at the mansion they were now parked in front of. "No. My parents moved here from Norfolk, Virginia, shortly after I moved out on my own. The house I grew up in was too big for them, and they wanted to downsize while moving to a warmer climate." Azita looked around at the large house, and just as when she was little, wondered what anyone needed with such a big home. But she had learned long ago not to bother asking that question. "Ah, little Zita, so happy to see you come home," the older man walking from the nearby small building said with a smile. The smile wavered as Azita exited the old truck slightly more muscular, taller, and with the shimmering silver streak running through her hair. "Evaristo, so good to see you. How is Marie? I haven't seen you two in over a year," Azita replied, happy to see her father's most tenured employee. Evaristo might seem like any other employee by day, but the rest of the time he dined with them and attended their events like part of the family. Looking her over carefully, Evaristo replied, "First, what happened to you?" She knew what he was talking about, but now wasn't the time for such an exhausting conversation. "I will tell you all about it one day soon, but right now I have to see my parents. You know where they are?" Evaristo shook his head rapidly. "See, to answer your other question, Marie is with your mother in kitchen. That is what she tells me, but I know they are out back drinking wine." He let out a slight laugh. As she walked around the truck to go inside, Azita saw the steam coming from under the hood. She tossed the keys to Evaristo and asked, "Can you have the guys at Dad's shop look at this? We have to drive it back to the guy, and there are a few miles on it." Evaristo caught the keys, still melting at the smile that could melt his heart since she was a little girl, and returned her smile while climbing in. "How did I not know this about you? What the hell does your family do?" Tyler asked, amazed by the sight of not just the mansion but also the sprawling landscape surrounding the property. "My father likes privacy and has a team of investigators followed by lawyers who keep it secure," Azita said, thankful for her father's desire to keep his family out of the spotlight. As for his other question, she chose to answer it much later. For now, she was focused on getting where the Prime Minister of England had landed, a place where there was supposed to be no land. Walking through the front door, they were greeted by another well-dressed servant. Azita smiled, then continued, almost pulling Tyler along as he kept stopping to look at the beautiful interior. They made their way down long, wide hallways till they arrived at a large glass wall facing the patio area around a pool. Off to one side, with large umbrellas hovering over their fluffy beach chairs, sat her mother and Marie, having their wine glasses filled for the umpteenth time that day. From the way they laughed, Azita could tell it was not the first. "Azita, sweetie, this is such a surprise. I didn't think we were going to see you till dinner next week," her mother said, jumping up with her wine glass in hand. She seemed overcome with joy till she got a much better look at her daughter. "What is going on with your hair?" Again, Azita didn't feel she had the time to explain, so she got right to the reason for the visit. "Mom, I have to ask you something, and I need you to be honest and open with me about it. When you found me, was there a crystal in the boat with me?" Suddenly, Ruthie grabbed Azita by the arm in a panic and tried to drag her off to one side, only to find out it was like trying to move a tree. "What is going on? You know you're not to speak of that time. Who is he? Have you already told him?" "No," Azita answered flatly. Tyler stood staring at them, more confused by the conversation taking place than he had been by any other in his life. "Ma'am, I am sure whatever your secrets are, I have some much stranger." He instantly regretted opening his mouth as Azita's mother turned to him with fire in her eyes. "Ma'am, it is Mrs. Curtright," she snapped. "Mom, we are short on time and it is very important. Was there a crystal with me?" Azita begged. Lowering her head, Ruthie turned and began walking. "We didn't know what it was or if it was the reason for you being lost alone at sea. Bosco locked it away in a safe that has not been opened since we returned home with you. Your father later discovered it emitted an energy signal, so he had another safe built around it, blocking the signature." Ruthie led them into Azita's father's office. Walking over to the old wooden desk Bosco often worked at when he was home, Ruthie removed a cheap-looking letter opener from a container of pins. She went over to the far side of the room, and Azita and Tyler watched as she slid it into a section of molding running waist-high along the wall between two pillars. As soon as it was inserted up to the handle, an audible click was heard, with the entire section of wall opening. "Holy shit! Your family is cool!" Tyler blurted, receiving a scornful look from Ruthie. With the wall fully opened, they could see the digital keypad and fingerprint scanner attached to the large door to the hidden safe. With a slight smile, Ruthie typed in the code, then placed her finger on the scanner. "If you never open it, how do you remember the code?" Azita wondered. With the light scanner light turning green, Ruthie took hold of the handle, turning it as she answered her daughter with a tear breaking free from her eyes before it was wiped away. "It's your birthday, the day we found you afloat in the old wooden boat, making me the happiest I had ever been." Azita rushed over, giving her mother a hug while doing her best not to crush her with her increased strength. "I love you, Mom. I always knew you were special. I don't know what has changed you, but always know I love you too." Her mother hugged her back with all her might, but she knew it wasn't anything compared to the newfound strength she could feel in Azita. Releasing their embrace, Ruthie opened the final safe, allowing Azita to set her eyes on the crystal for the first time since childhood. There, in a glass box, sat a red, pyramid-shaped crystal emitting red light in all directions. Azita reached in and pulled the glass cube free before swiftly walking over to set it on her father's desk. Working the two latches, one on each side of the cube, she lifted the top, placing it on the desk, before freeing the crystal and putting it gently alongside the lid. Suddenly, she felt like the young girl she was when she first discovered the crystal in that cave many years ago, her first father calling to her from the entrance that it was time to come home. As she moved her hands closer to it, she felt energy radiating from the crystal that caused the fine hairs on her arms to stand on end. Not letting the strange energy stop what she knew she had to do, Azita continued. She gasped as her hands made contact. Suddenly, Azita found herself in blackness among hundreds of thousands of little beings with round bellies and elongated heads, all staring at her as if she didn't belong. Then just as quickly, she was back, holding the crystal in her hands. "They're trapped in there," Azita said, startled by what had just happened. "Who is trapped?" Ruthie asked before Tyler had a chance. Holding the crystal up to get a better look at it, Azita replied, "Countless beings. This is where they go when they die to wait for new bodies. That is why she wants it. Well, now we know how to draw her out." "What are you up to, Azita?" "Who wants this?" her mother asked, slightly panicked. "Well, you see, Mrs. Curtright—" "Nothing, Mother," Azita cut off Tyler, shooting him a glare. "The less you know, the better. Tell Dad I'm taking the boat and we'll tell you guys all about it when it's over. For now, just know everything is okay and I love you very much. Tyler, we have to go now." Azita gave her mother a hug and kiss on the cheek before she led Tyler from her father's office through the house. Azita smiled at the sight of her old 1978 Bronco sitting in the driveway. "Evaristo, you always knew what I wanted." Giving the old man a hug before climbing up in the tall vehicle, Azita thought about how much she had missed her first car. Even as she put the crystal in the back seat and waited for Tyler to climb in, Azita filled with so much joy just sitting in her Bronco that most of the worries and anger that had built up in her washed away as she turned the key, bringing its V8 engine to life. "If we are taking a boat, why are we at an airport?" Suddenly, Tyler could feel his stomach starting to churn from thoughts of flying. Azita remained silent as she drove to an open hangar where a Gueduc experimental amphibian flying boat sat strapped to concrete. "This is what you call a boat?" Tyler shouted. "Yeah, almost dying lost at sea turned me off of boats. But since my father loved and built them, he sent me to aviation school, then bought me a flying boat." Azita strolled over to her plane. She walked around it, unlatching the straps, and began her pre-flight checks. Tyler could only stand and stare in disbelief. "This isn't a boat. It's a damn plane. I don't fly, much less in something that is only a half of a plane. You have a fear of boats. I have a fear of flying." Tyler turned pale at the very thought. "Now, let's find a really big boat for you and stay out of the sky." He turned to walk back to the Bronco. "We have 600 miles to travel and little time. We need to fly." "Have you ever flown before?" she asked, undoing another strap. Turning back toward her, Tyler blurted, "No, but I don't need to be bitten by a snake to know I fear them. Now let's go." Azita continued running through her pre-flight checks, removing all the straps and maintenance tags. Satisfied that everything was in perfect working order, she climbed in, leaving the door open while she made her way to the front. Sitting behind the controls, Azita watched Tyler start toward the plane and then pivot back toward her Bronco half a dozen times before finally climbing in through the small hatch. "Is this at least a new aircraft?" he asked as he climbed into the seat next to her. "Yes. We just finished building it a few months ago." Azita smirked, anticipating Tyler's reaction. Panic rushed through him, but it left quickly, allowing Tyler just enough use of his rational mind to choose to believe that she had to be joking. Instead of asking any more of the nearly 100 questions running through his mind about the plane and her ability to fly, he focused all his attention on strapping in tight to his seat. He could feel his heart rate increase as engines started with props spinning only feet away. Blocking out everything around him having to do with flight, Tyler slowed his pulse while studying every detail of the headgear Azita handed over to him. He tried to detach himself from what was going on around him and his fear of flying, even as their plane began to move forward, but once again, Azita had to play the devil. "You should feel lucky to be part of the maiden flight." "What?" he screamed over the headset, his pulse racing faster than ever. Smiling at his reaction, Azita continued, "Yeah, these planes are sold as kits. Dad and I spent almost a year putting it together. I know almost every inch of this beauty. Just sad I couldn't have been the one to put the tail numbers on." Seeing they were approaching the runway, Tyler knew he didn't want to hear any more since soon they would be airborne. With every breath, he focused on anything else, anything but the fact that he was about to take off into the air in some supposedly aeronautic amphibious machine, put together from a kit by Azita and her father. Mostly, he focused on what needed to be done next, and how the mission was even going to work. Within minutes they were airborne and had completed their climb to cruising altitude. Since working his jaw to pop his eardrums kept Tyler focused on everything inside the plane, rather than the blue sky outside, he was able to continue without talking. "Now, that's not so bad, is it?" Azita finally asked with a smile. Tyler could feel his courage slowly building up. Gradually, he began to work his vision over to the side window and then out to the wing. From there, he caught glimpses of the earth below, but couldn't bring himself to look down, but grateful to feel more relaxed by looking off into the distance. After a few minutes, he took a quick glance down just outside his window. Amazing, he thought, as he saw multiple cities at once. It was amazing how everything was so divided up. The things that drew his attention most are all the small to large bodies of water. 30 minutes into the flight, Azita could tell he wasn't as scared of flying as he had thought. "So I thought we should wait and call the Prime Minister from the coordinates her plane had landed. What do you think?" "I think I wasted a great deal of time driving places when I could have been flying." "But yeah, sounds good. Wait, how are we going to do that from out there? I lost cell coverage a while back." "There's a sat phone in the back," she informed him. "Of course there is," Tyler muttered, shaking his head. "How are we going to get a number for her?" Reaching into her pocket, Azita pulled out a ripped piece of paper and handed it over to Tyler, not really needing it since she had memorized it instantly. "Got it from a friend in London while we were driving last night. It should be a direct line to her office." "Okay, one other thing. How are we going to land on water?" "Much easier, I'm guessing," Tyler asked, feeling the flight nearing an end. Azita shook her head. "Much harder than on land, actually. You never know what waves are going to do, making every landing like the first ever made. But that is kind of what's fun about these planes." Tyler could feel his heart rate climbing once again. Chapter 31. Alliance. Jake waited for Elizabeth at 10 Downing Street in a room with dark wooden walls polished to a fine finish with layers of cigar smoke on top. Visits here were not nearly as enjoyable as they were waiting for Bakla on the moon station, but unfortunately, with new developments, Elizabeth was the only one who could do anything. The halfling leaders on Earth still looked up to her as if she were still high chair, and Jake knew she enjoyed that feeling. In the years they had worked together, he had recognized more human traits in her than the Norcocks, and at the moment, that was what he was counting on. "Sir, the Prime Minister will see you now," Jared, her assistant, announced after stepping into the room. Not bothering to reply, Jake followed Jared out the door and down a long hall full of antique paintings. At the far end, Jared entered first, announcing Jake as though he had just arrived and not been waiting for almost an hour. "Madam Prime Minister, Colonel Jake Guerrero." "Thank you, Jared, that'll be all. Have a seat, Jake. What can I do for you today?" Through the thick makeup all around her eyes, it was hard to gauge the sincerity of her greeting. Through with the cat-and-mouse game, Jake got right to the point. "The Zoetarians have attacked our research base in Antarctica with devastating results, killing or abducting everyone there. This is an aggression against Earth that cannot go unanswered." Before he could finish the speech he had prepared, Elizabeth interrupted. "Let me guess. Bakla and the lower council are considering proper course of action. You want me to speak on your behalf, correct?" she asked from behind her large desk. "If you have that kind of influence over the council, it would be appreciated, but what I had in mind was going after our people. Help us get control of a few attack ships stationed on the moon, and we can do it ourselves," Jake requested, knowing it was going to be a long shot, but their only one since the Norcocks kept humans from developing the means to travel into space on their own, something that the Norcocks recognized as a real danger, and put an end to after the launch of Apollo 17. Since then, mankind had been restricted to limited travel, creating the International Space Station to mark those limits. Laughter erupted from Elizabeth. "You can't be serious. There is no possible way our council will let humans operate those crafts. As for your base in Antarctica, ring." Elizabeth stopped talking upon hearing the ringing phone. Ring. There it was again, confirming what she had thought. The phone ringing was not her office phone, but a private phone she kept in her desk, with only a select few having access to the number. She opened the drawer as the phone rang once more. When she didn't recognize the number on the screen, she grew more curious as to who could possibly be calling. "Sorry, I have to get this," she told Jake. She then pressed answered and said into the phone, puzzled, "Hello, who is calling?" After a pause to listen to the other end, she continued in a firm, almost vicious voice, "Yes, I am the Prime Minister of England. Who are you, and how did you obtain this number?" Listening and watching her expressions, Jake noticed a dramatic change in Elizabeth's posture after listening to the response to her last question. He had never witnessed her like this before, making him even more interested in what could be going on. "Where would you like to meet? Okay, when?" Elizabeth paused. "I'm afraid that isn't possible on such short notice." She paused again. "Very well. How will I identify you?" Elizabeth grinned as she lowered the phone from her ear. Jake, on the other hand, remained silent and showed no interest in her conversation. At least that's what he wanted her to believe. "You will never believe the conversation I just had," she said to Jake, leaning back in her chair with the biggest smile she'd ever had, next to those created from the Zyme injections. "Was it approval to use attack fighters?" he asked almost bitterly. While he was very curious about her conversation, going after the Zoetarians was of grave importance to him, and he sought to keep it as their main topic. All emotion fled Elizabeth's face as she met Jake's eyes. "It isn't going to happen." Then, just as quickly as it had disappeared, the smile returned as she shifted the conversation back to her phone call. "Okay, now on a brighter note, one of the source crystals has been found." Jake's mind spun in wonder. Who could have called her? The last report that he had received showed that Drex possessed the crystal, and he was certain that wasn't him on the phone. Then, Bravo team never had a chance at recovering it with all the delays he had placed in their way. This definitely had become just important as the Zoetarian issue, but he just had to play along. So, Bravo team was successful? Laughing aloud, Elizabeth replied, "Those incompetent teams you created are useless. No, this person chose to go unnamed, but somehow she knows I am seeking it and what it is." "What does she want?" Jake asked, allowing remarks about the 527 Space Aggressor Squadron to go unchallenged. "Same as all humans, money. What she is going to get in place of the 10 million requested are 10 commandos." Elizabeth laughed. Watching the halfling's reaction, he had come to a decision on whether she was still a Norcox or human. She was neither. She was the worst of both races. Now he had to find out who this person was and where they found a source crystal in the hopes of others being in the same location. "You do intend on capturing her, correct?" he asked, already knowing the answer. Standing up from behind her desk and gathering a few things into a bag, Elizabeth looked to Jake. "Why would I do that? She knows too much." "For that reason, she might be able to provide us with information to locate other crystals. That is still the goal, right?" Jake was beginning to feel as though Elizabeth might have an alternative mission, but he knew to proceed with caution. "Yes, of course. Excellent idea. Why don't you join me? The meeting will be taking place in 2 hours near Zolfo Springs, Florida. We can discuss your ideas along the way and coordinate everything from Bermuda base," Elizabeth suggested, almost rambling in her excitement. Elizabeth quickly suggested, knowing everything would change once she had her hands on a source crystals. She believed one would be enough to regain her position as High Council, even though no Norcox had ever held the position twice. Jake got to his feet and waved toward the door as if to say, Let's get going." While Elizabeth threw a few items into her bag, she also pulled a device from it with a puzzled look on her face. "What is it?" Jake asked. "Nothing." She pushed a button on her desk. A few seconds later, Jared walked into the room. Holding out the device, which looked to be another cell phone, to him she said, "I believe someone may be looking for this. Can you locate the owner for me?" Taking the phone, Jared left the office with Jake and Elizabeth not far behind, heading for the nearest transport to Bermuda Base, located just down the River Thames. During the 30-minute trip, Jake and Elizabeth spoke of many world events in which a person could have found a crystal and even who the person could be, but not once did Elizabeth allow a conversation regarding the Zoetarian attack. The more they spoke, the more Jake felt confident that she was up to more than just seeking out source crystals. By the time of their arrival at the Bermuda base, he felt his headache returning. "You have soldiers ready to move out," she shouted out the second their craft vanished. "Yes, ma'am. Moving out in 5 mics." One of the soldiers gathered in formation just outside her modified G7 aircraft stated. It was the same G7 she enjoyed using when on visits to the U.S., only this time it was going to be carrying highly trained commandos ready to carry out her requests. Rubbing his head slowly, Jake stood, preparing to follow Elizabeth to the main systems control where, with the use of advanced satellites, they would be able to watch everything from takeoff till the soldiers' return. At times during their trip, all Jake could think of was the throbbing in his head and locating something to help relieve the pressure. "If you will forgive me, I would like to freshen up before the mission begins." "Anyone using the restroom in your office?" Elizabeth asked, feeling a slight sluggish feeling coming over her nearing the end of her last injection. "No, it's open. Go right in. I'll meet you in the command center." Happy to be parting ways with her, if only for a few minutes, Jake walked over to the first aid kit hanging on the wall. Opening it up and flipping through the many small packets inside, his fingers finally landed on the one marked aspirin. Pulling out 3 packs, he ripped the top off the first one and popped the 2 white pills directly into his mouth. He placed the other packets in his pocket before he casually walked over to Montgomery, who was preparing satellite coverage, paying close attention to each footstep to minimize the jarring to his head. "Colonel Guerrero, everything is set. Bringing up the last satellite now. How did things go with getting equipment to recover our people?" Montgomery asked, hoping for a positive response. "Still in the works. How long before the current mission is a go?" Jake responded, even though he could clearly see the scientist was almost finished zooming in on the Bermuda base runway being formed as the G7 surfaced from underneath the ocean. Just before the camera zoomed in so close the plane filled the screen, Jake thought he saw something as the wave caps dissipated, returning to blue. "Wait. Go back. Zoom out." "Just take a second." Montgomery backed the view out. Even then, little could be seen other than the white tops of waves crashing onto the invisible walls bordering the landing strip. For a few minutes, they scanned the ocean while the plane prepared for takeoff. "Sir, we have a green light from the pilot. Do we proceed?" Montgomery inquired, seeing Jake staring intently at water around the airstrip. "Sir?" Standing up straight, Jake assumed whatever he thought might be there was due to the headache. "Go, mission go." With the order given, Jake reached into his pocket, retrieved another aspirin pack, opened it, and tossed the contents into his mouth. "Successful takeoff, sir. They should be arriving in 26 minutes. Suddenly, Montgomery shouted, pointing at the monitor. "Sir, someone just landed on the strip!" Looking back to the screen, Jake watched as a small 2-engine plane came to a stop near the midway point down the strip. "Lower the platform immediately and alert security." Without waiting for his orders to be acknowledged, he sprinted for the hangar, even with his pounding headache becoming more intense. "I knew there was something out there," he mumbled to himself as he raced through the complex. Just as he arrived at the energy field that had been created around the plane while it descended through ocean water, it vanished. "A seaplane?" Jake asked, not expecting an answer. All around, personnel stood with weapons directed at the plane, with many of those holding weapons being halflings from the CIA. "Come out with your hands where we can see them!" Jake shouted. Whether it was due to his request or whoever it was inside had already prepared to exit, the doors of the plane opened. "Don't shoot! I'm unarmed! Promise you're not going to shoot!" A voice from inside the plane asked with a slight wisp. "Just don't make any sudden movements and you will be fine," Jake calmly replied. Although unarmed, Jake moved toward the plane with his hands out front and open to show everything was safe. As Jake neared, the person exited. "I am guessing you know what my next questions are going to be." Jake heard soldiers shuffling around behind him. Shaking his head, the man finished exiting and stood with his hands still in the air. "My name is Tyler from Tyler, Texas. I have got to say this place is awesome. Sorry, this is just amazing." "What are you doing here, Tyler?" "Well, Guerrero, we are here to have our questions answered," Tyler stated while lowering his hands to his sides. "Put your hands back up. Who else is in the plane? Tell him to come out," Jake demanded, just before turning to see what the soldiers behind him were doing to cause so much noise. His curiosity and questions were instantly answered, as he spotted 5 of his men on the floor while a 6th and 7th were slammed into each other with such force he could feel it in his own body. "Doesn't anyone respect the boundaries of a secret base anymore?" he asked the tall woman with a silver shimmering streak running through her hair as she released 2 unconscious men, allowing their bodies to fall limp. "My name is Azita. What is this place?" she asked, captivated by the reflective surface of its exterior walls and floor. "That will take too long to answer. How about you tell me what you're doing here? You Norcox or some other alien hybrid?" "I think it's clear you're not human," Jake said, looking to the unconscious personnel lying about. No sooner than he asked his question, Montgomery walked into the room. Jake felt like yelling for the man to run, but it was too late. She already had him by his lab coat, pulling him near. Azita had her fist raised, ready to strike, till she recognized his face from her research. "Dr. Theodore Montgomery, you're supposed to be dead. You're one of the 25 we have been researching. Is this why you have been trying to kill us, killed his wife Sarah, because of our research into the 25? She threw Montgomery far off to one side as her breathing became labored and rage grew inside her. "What? No, we didn't have anyone killed. Hold on, I don't think we are on the same page here," Jake said, starting to worry about the situation he found himself now in. "We thought it was about the crystal since the Prime Minister of England talked about it before she killed the governor of Texas. That's how we found this place, by tracking her. So don't try to deny it." At that moment, several other halfling soldiers entered from other doors on each side of the hangar, all pointing their weapons at Azita, whose breathing became deeper and faster. "Please calm down," Jake encouraged her. Tyler stood frozen in place, stunned by the sight of Azita. "Don't tell me to calm down," Azita shouted. "I saw her talking to strange men in helmets wearing long black coats with 2 gray-skinned twins in suits following them. The same 2 that made Sarah try to kill her husband, then take her own life, right before they boarded a Black Triangle ship and she flew out on the very G7 that left here." Her body pulsed with every breath as she spilled the little information she had withheld from Tyler in the hopes of sparing his feelings. Knowing what she had just revealed must have deeply hurt Tyler, Azita's breathing picked up, her pulse leaped, and adrenaline rushed to every muscle. Then, with a terrifying scream, she fell to the floor, landing on those she had placed there minutes ago. Elizabeth stood in the entrance wearing large black sunglasses with a wicked smile, holding a smoking pistol as she looked down as Azita. "Well, that was just ridiculous and absurd." Wasting no time, she directed her attention to Tyler. "You, where is the source?" "You bitch! I'm not giving you anything!" Tyler shouted. Never before in his life had he wanted to kill another being as much as he did now. Anticipating his reaction, Elizabeth had already begun walking around the bodies strewn about the floor, making her way over to the plane. Yeah. Do you really think words mean anything to me?" She could, however, see the disturbed expressions on the halfling faces who had heard what Azita had said during her rant, expressions she was sure would change with the discovery of the source crystal. Keeping a close eye on Tyler, she walked over to the plane. With just a quick look inside, she reached in, pulling out the pyramid-shaped crystal. Elizabeth held it up and looked to the other halflings in the room. "I have found it. Now it is time for our long-lost friends to live again," she announced in an attempt to distract them from Azita's proclamation. Then, with a loud gunshot that echoed through the hangar, none of it mattered. Feeling slight pressure just left of her sternum, Elizabeth glanced down in time to see a light stream of blood soaking her blouse. She looked, confused, over to where Jake stood with the backpack he took everywhere in his left hand and a German Luger with smoke escaping its barrel in his right. "No," she gasped, coughing blood onto her chin. "You don't know what you have done." Fear flooded her as she realized that her nightmare of being trapped in a human crystal was about to come true. As she fell, the source crystal clanked along the floor. The halflings turned their weapons to Jake and then slowly made their way to where the source crystal had stopped. Knowing there was no chance of shooting his way out with a pistol he couldn't believe had even fired once, Jake pointed the old Luger at the crystal. "Stop, or I destroy it." He knew there was little chance of his pistol firing a second time as he looked down the sights. Knowing firearms well, he easily noticed the toggle that worked rounds from the magazine to the chamber was obviously not in correct firing position after firing the last round. Now he just hoped nobody tried to call his bluff or knew anything about World War II German Lugers. "We only want the crystal." She would have been imprisoned for the crime of murdering another Norcox, not to speak of working with the Zoetarians. "Let us have it," one of the halflings insisted. "I have a better idea. You clear out of here and tell Bakla I will bring it to him as soon as the Zoetarians bring back our personnel from Antarctica." Jake wasn't sure if his bluff was going to work, but it was all he had at this point. Each of the halflings looked to the other in deep thought, waiting for someone to make a move. Chapter 32. Hiding Behind Tears. Drex slightly shook from the pain. It had been the most intense of his life, even beyond what had occurred days ago when the marking appeared on his neck. As his vision cleared, he immediately noticed the other two were no longer wearing their same clothing, but something that looked more like costumes. Looking down, he couldn't believe he was as well. He felt naked, which was amazing considering the large mechanical boots he now wore. Like Otto, he also now wore thick matte black pants that appeared to have wiring and tubes running through them connecting to an armored vest. As Otto's face came into focus, Drex could easily tell he also had experienced great pain during the process and wondered how Spears was holding up. When he turned his attention to her, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Spinning in circles with long black hair accented by neon green strips twirling about was an almost totally transformed person, grinning like a child who got just what they wanted for Christmas. "That was awesome!" Spears shouted through her laughter. "Awesome? That hurt like hell!" Otto replied, only to also be amazed by Spears' appearance as she stopped spinning and placed her hands on her bare waist. Her pants were skin-tight and black with dark emerald green, and on her feet were matching tall black mechanical boots. The almost glowing green started in her boots, running up both sides of her legs to outline her amazing calves. Otto felt he had been staring at her for much too long, but couldn't look away as he followed the thick green band of material up her side to where it vanished under the lower half of her black and green top. All through the black material of her clothing also ran the same tubing and wires as theirs, yet Spears's clothing was designed for speed rather than the heavy-looking armor he and Drex sported. Whipping her hair to one side, Spears remarked, "What pain?" "I felt a little at first, but then simply relaxed and thought about what I wanted." "Were you fighting it?" "Oh, I bet that hurt." She snickered. With her hair brushed over, Drex and Otto could see there was no longer any hair on the left side of Spears's head. In its place ran black lines that resembled an electronic circuit board with the same multi-point symbol Drex had on his neck. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to another mechanical hiss occurring behind them. Drex and Otto flinched slightly in fear of what was to come, while Spears spun around with an even larger smile than before. From the floor where they had stood, the thick blue light returned, shooting up with no end. Then, just as quickly, it disappeared, leaving items in its place. Spears cheered at the sight of two items, a large rifle and a short-shaft spear made of such clear glass nobody else could see. Almost jumping with joy, she grasped the shaft of the spear, watching it instantly turn black and emerald green before spinning it through the air. B363, you are complete. The weapon is only limited by you, Creek informed Spears, who was twirling her weapon around in a beautiful dance as if she had trained with it every second of her life. Otto looked to his rear and found a J-shaped pistol alongside a long bronze shaft, the only fascinating characteristics on which were the engraved markings from one end to the other. T-846, you are complete. The weapon is only limited by you. Complete? What you mean? I got the shaft, Otto said sarcastically, picking up his new pistol rather than the shaft, all the while fascinated by the sword-like weapon Drex wielded, as he too was told by the simulation that he was complete. Is that an Egyptian khopesh? He looked over to Spears's weapon, and then disappointingly at his own. That changed as he grasped it near the center, and long, slender blades of energy rapidly ejected from each end. Before Drex could respond, Creek said, Yes, the khopesh was designed from this weapon, but it is not just a sword. The coxpherium was retrieved after a gas giant had been struck by a neutron star explosion, breaking it free from the core. This weapon was formed over 30,487 years of pressure manipulation within the core of EX-3. Due to its dense material, you will not be capable of wielding the weapon without your battle suit. Okay, then let's put it to good use, Drex suggested, pointing over to monitors showing a fleet on the verge of an attack. Appearing as he had before their transformations began, Creek's hologram image stood as one between them. As you no doubt have noticed, the suits you are wearing have begun to regulate your bodies. You will feel much weaker for a short period of time, but without them, you will experience high levels of anger due to primal warrior instincts being activated. This will pass, but I must still caution you. Soon you will experience your strength increase like you have not imagined, along with heightened senses and mental capabilities. Aside from personalized weapons, you have also been allotted thorium-powered weapons. These weapons are feared by all Norcox. With the announcement over, Creek vanished. Like I said, let's put these to good use, Drex said once more, while locking a pistol onto his thigh and swiftly swinging the sword behind his back. After spending hours getting used to their new gear, Otto and Spears were beginning to feel weakness brought on by their suits, while searching through hundreds of different points in human history by switching from the memories of one individual to the next. After endless searches, they felt as though no progress was being made toward creating a clear picture of the world today. Though they found this method of keeping history very effective, it was difficult to understand how it was possible. So these are supposed to be memories of those who lived before, from birth to death? Spears asked, clarifying the same question she asked hours ago. Luckily, the simulation of Creek had no issues, answered the same question multiple times. You are correct, these are their memories. Spears then had a new question, Can I see my past? No, Creek answered, emotionless. Why not? Because you have not died yet, Creek replied, still unaffected by the questioning. Each of them stopped what they were doing and looked to the others, wondering just what that response meant. Otto was first to ask the next question on all their minds. You saying this is heaven? A computer? The idea of a higher existence was also prevalent in the Norcox faith in millennial past. Heaven is where it is believed consciousness goes when not captured by the source crystal, Holographic Creek explained. So, no? Otto followed up. Correct, Creek replied. Drex found what Creek had said difficult to follow, having come from a family where he was raised Southern Baptist. He preferred clarification. So you capture people's souls in this computer, preventing them from moving on to heaven? He was rapidly coming to the conclusion that the facility needed to be destroyed. Incorrect. Only their memories are retained by the source crystal. They then are reborn with no memories of their former lives. This was done to prevent soldiers from becoming more intelligent during the war. Blank consciousness were reinstalled, programmed with knowledge required for battle. Creek's explanation only brought on many other questions. "All right, how are there so many more people now than then?" Spears asked. "Reproduction has created many more consciousnesses. In turn, this facility has created 1,839 additional source crystals in order to contain them." Just as Creek finished answering, a large, bright blast flashed through the cave, shockwaves echoing through almost simultaneously. Having already experienced sensory overload, Drex seemed unaffected, with his body reacting within milliseconds. Almost as quickly, he went from calm to angry as an explosion of adrenaline revved his body up like a drag car when the light turns green. Sprinting for the entrance through smoke from a flashbang grenade, he could see Otto and Spears falling to the floor, holding their ears in pain. They were already weakened by their suits, which made Drex even more determined not to allow anyone to enter. He felt his muscles pulling tight and releasing with every powerful step toward the entrance where soldiers began to appear. Still running through the smoke, he grabbed hold of the lead soldier by one arm, and rage still growing within him, launched him back into a smoke-filled corridor. Following a clear path through the smoke created by the flying, screaming soldier, Drex could feel a warm vibration emanating from Creek's symbol on his neck. Recognizing it being much like a warning beacon, he stepped through the door back into a smoke-filled corridor. Reaching into the smoke with both hands, Drex grabbed hold of two soldiers with his large, muscular hands, followed by what seemed to be no more than a twitch of each arm as their skulls slammed together, clonking and cracking. Smoke was one thing that was supposed to provide the invaders with an advantage, but quickly brought about their demise. As it cleared, Drex stood alone among many broken bodies. "I'm not cleaning that up," Spears said, coughing from the remaining smoke as she laughed. Her strength seemed to be gradually returning after hours of weakness from the suit. Bending over, Drex grabbed hold of gear strapped to the bodies of the dead invading soldiers, dragging many to one side of the tunnel exit. With the woods in sight, Drex blinked, and there they were. In that split second, two men appeared in the entrance just feet away. Locking eyes with two identical men he recognized from many encounters before, realization that he was not wearing the sunglasses almost caused him to freeze in fear. He could feel the heat of a hot poker slowly pressing through his eyes, eating its way through to his brain. "That'll be enough of that, Sparky." Drex released his grip on the bodies dragging alongside of him. The two that copied everything the other did looked down at the bodies, then to each other and back to Drex, just as his massive hand grabbed them by their throats. With a thunderous growl from deep within Drex's chest, the two rose into the air. Every inch higher created more twitching, till suddenly an audible clanking and snapping could be heard the second his growling ceased. Shocked by what she had just witnessed while picking up weapons left by dead soldiers, Spears remarked, "Sir, we're never going to have guests visit if you can't play nice." Drex felt his heart rate slowing down as he laughed at her comment and marveled at his new abilities. Throwing enemy bodies out into woods for animals to carry off also helped calm him down, along with the suit he now wore. With the cleanup finished, he looked up to the tall statues, wondering just how much strength they had with their massive size. Walking back into the chamber and thinking about what had just happened, he called out, "Otto, you still think Jake doesn't have something to do with this? He and his team were the only ones who knew we came here. Hell, they sent us here." Otto couldn't even come up with the beginning of a decent argument against the idea of Jake betraying them and the HDC. No matter how hard he tried, there was no getting around it. "At least attacks on this facility are easily prevented. Just close the doors," he replied, rather than offer a thought on Jake's allegiance. Drex agreed and closed the two large stone doors. The whole time, a question kept interrupting his thoughts. Why were they not able to take control of me? The doors made little sound as they came together fully closed. Turning to where Creek looked about the room as if waiting to be asked a question, Drex did just that. "Creek, why were they not able to control me like the others?" Otto spoke first. I am guessing, since you are able to see so well at night, it is due to a light green tint of your lenses. With these improvements, I have already noticed it in my vision, and you should have the same. You are correct. With the improved vision, you were provided with night vision, though not on the level other Norcocks experience, Creek agreed. Well, that would have been good to— "Ah!" Drex moaned, grasping at the black emblem on his neck as he fell to his knees. "It's on fire!" he screamed before collapsing on the floor. Fast as the pain came, it left with Drex feeling total calmness and at peace, while slowly pushing himself up from the black floor. Standing up, he saw images playing all around from thousands of points in time over the last 30 years. "How did I get here?" he asked, believing he was not back inside Creek's crystal, but a human source crystal. With another burning sensation from his neck, he quickly whipped around, feeling the presence of another. Their eyes locked with desire taking over his body before he had finished facing her direction. At that same moment, fear and sorrow replaced his desire for her. After all, he was in a place where one could see memories of the dead, and that thought repeated in his mind as tears formed in the lower portion of his eyes. "You were killed?" he asked her, but felt, since she was here, he knew her answer. The two ran toward each other before the tears could escape their confines. In just a few powerful steps, they embraced. Energy passed between them as though they were becoming one. Staring into each other's eyes, Azita raised her hand to his face, and with a single finger, she wiped a bulging tear away. "Never create these for me," she said. "They only hide the beauty of the thing I love most, you." Azita pressed her lips to his while Drex held her tight. Running his fingers through her hair, he could feel the silky strands flowing between his fingers while pulling her body tighter against his with every second that passed. Nothing in either one of their lives had given them so much pleasure, but then it happened a tear. From his eyes fell upon her cheek. "I must find you, if only to ensure that your body is buried properly," Drex said in the softest voice he had ever heard himself use. "My love, we have this moment. I do not want to lose it," Azita said, cupping his face between her hands, gently wiping the tears away. "I must. Tell me where you are," he begged. He could feel his heart beating in rhythm with hers. Surrendering to his plea, Azita replied, "I am where you may not be able to go. 600 miles off the coast of Florida and thousands of feet down on the bottom. If you are able, save my friend, Tyler. He has been through enough." "But what happened to you?" "I was very angry and screaming at this man in a military uniform whose name tag read Guerrero." "I'll kill him!" Drex shouted to the non-existent sky above. Drawing his face back down to hers, she kissed him till once again their hearts beat as one, and then continued, "No, I was hit from behind by something. Everything just went black, and next, I was in heaven with you." Refusing to tell her she was not in heaven but a crystal, Drex squeezed her tightly and slowly leaned down to kiss her only to awaken on the floor. "Is there a base 600 miles of the coast of Florida?" Drex asked loudly as he jumped to his feet. Otto started to respond but was stopped by Creek. "Yes, 30°03 49.8 N, 70°32 11.0 W. Other name is Bermuda Base. Would you like to travel there?" "Wow, sir, what just happened to you?" You let out an agonizing sound of pain, collapsed to the floor, then jumped up asking about a base 600 miles off the coast of Florida. "Wait, forget it, carry on." Spears threw her arms up in the air, not curious about the answer to her question, but why, after all they have seen, she even asked. "Yes, Kermit, we want to go there and say hello to Miss Piggy." "Very well. These bands will allow you to access this facility's vortices. Travel is limited only to a place you are going and back. I apologize for the limitation, but there was not enough time to build further access points to the bridges." Creek stated a pre-programmed apology from his builder. As he spoke, a pedestal rose from the floor displaying 3 metallic bracelets. Just a few feet away, a tall archway appeared alongside it, showing the entranceway for a curving hallway. "I have heard about these but never used one. It is a fold in space. You just walk down a hall and end up where you want to go," Otto said excitedly, snatching up one of the bracelets seconds before Spears. Picking up the last bracelet, Drex looked to the other two while drawing his sword. "We don't know what's going to happen at the other end of that hall, but be prepared for anything." Drex could see they were already prepared as Spears gripped her weapon tight, still marveling at her appearance in the metallic green glass, and Otto peered down the hallway holding his staff with long, thin spikes at each end. That was probably the most ready any team under his command had ever been. Chapter 33. Only the Beginning. Looking around the hangar from a dead Prime Minister of England over to Jake, who shot her, then to soldiers at each side of the room pointing guns at each other, Tyler had no idea what was going down at this point. The one thing he knew for sure was that Azita lay motionless on the floor, and he couldn't let her death along with Sarah's be for nothing, so he made his move. He took a few steps closer before bending over and picking up the crystal. Tyler then stood with it in his hands before any of the others realized what he had done. Those 3 seconds' anonymity passed quickly, and then everyone screamed for him to place it back on the floor. "No, here is what's going to happen." The room fell quiet just as his mind went blank. Really didn't think that would work. Now what? "First, lower your guns. You shoot me, you take a chance damaging the crystal, and I'm guessing this Bakla person will not like that much." "What, is he from Hungary or something with a name like that?" Tyler said with a slight tremble to his voice. "Try another solar system, kid, and so are most of those wearing suits," Jake said, nodding in their direction. Unable to distinguish alien from human, Tyler asked, "Well, how do you tell them from humans? Everyone looks alike." "Easy. The halflings are pointing their guns at us. Now walk over this way." Jake directed Tyler while still bluffing about shooting it with his broken Luger. Seeing Tyler starting to move over toward him, he realized nothing good could come from their current stalemate. Turning to his soldiers now pointing their weapons at the halflings, Jake decided to make his own move. "Men, train your weapons on the crystal. If these halflings don't drop their weapons, shoot it." Suddenly, Tyler began regretting picking it up as all guns were now pointing toward him. "Really?" he asked weakly, staring Jake in the eyes that he read as assuring him, "It's all going to be good. Nothing's going to happen." Or, "Don't worry, with this many guns, you won't feel a thing." Jake turned his attention back to the halflings, who looked to each other for suggestions. The second one of them lowered their weapon. The rest followed. "You're not going to get away with this," one of them said while placing his rifle on the floor. "I don't intend to. Just remember what I said. Tell Bakla he can have the crystal when he brings back my personnel from those damn Zoetarians." Without another word, all the halflings exited the hangar. "Check the wounded and dead. Get this mess cleaned up. Also, gather up those weapons. I have a feeling we may need them soon. Now, what am I going to do with you?" Jake asked Tyler while checking out the Luger. After giving the charging toggle a few tugs with it only moving slightly, he looked to Tyler for his answer. "Are you shitting me? That pistol was broken? You were bluffing them." Tyler might not have been the best with guns, but knew enough about them to recognize a malfunction. "What do you expect? I got it off a dead Nazi. Now follow me." Jake allowed Tyler to continue holding the crystal as he led him out of the hangar. While doing what he was told, Tyler watched as 4 men lifted Azita's body up on a stretcher after covering her with a sheet. Images of Sarah flashed in his mind, only to be pushed to one side as he attempted to stay focused on the here and now. The more he focused, the more something didn't make sense to him. "Hey, what race are these halflings and this Bakla?" "Norcox." "Why?" Jake replied. Tyler thought of what Azita had told him about a dream she had. "You do know Norcox are a non-violent race. They're never going to attack the others you were referring to, the Zoetarians or something." Jake stopped, curious in what the skinny man had to say. "What led you to believe that?" Staring at the officer, Tyler couldn't decide whether he knew or not, but decided at this point he might as well tell him everything he knew. Starting from the day Azita showed up unexpectedly and ending with her being shot in the hangar, Tyler left out nothing. By the time he finished, they both noticed the number of people with suits had increased. For most of my time in service, I have known of the Norcocks, but during all that time, I didn't gather as much useful information as you did in a week. Right now, though, we need to move. A full Norcox may not fight, but these halflings do. They have no physical stamina, but are quick with their weapons. Looking around the main area where vortices were located, the number of halflings had doubled. With only a half-dozen men and women ready to fight, Jake saw Montgomery's lab as the only spot they might have a chance, but he knew it would only be for a short battle. Montgomery walked over to where Jake was preparing personnel for what was to come and picked up one of the weapons they had gathered, asking, "Show me how to use this?" "We have this covered. Just get this information out and see about getting help," Jake ordered Montgomery, who was clearly more suited for the task Jake placed him in charge of than fighting. "Everything is down. They cut the power. Nothing is getting out," Montgomery half-whimpered. Slapping Montgomery on his shoulder, Jake pulled back the charging handle, then ensured the rifle was on safe before handing it back. "There you go, Monty. When you're ready, just move it to fire, point at what you want to destroy, and pull the trigger." Seconds after Jake handed the rifle back, gunfire erupted throughout the vortices chamber. Only no bullets were striking in their direction. After getting everyone in place and Tyler secure behind the barricade, Jake still could not get a clear picture of what was happening. Suddenly, a halfling came soaring through the air, landing just feet from the doorway, almost sliced in two. "What the hell is going on out there?" Jake mumbled, along with everyone else behind the line. "Do we shoot, sir?" one of the soldiers asked. "Not unless they fire at us, soldier," he quickly replied, knowing every second that passed and every shot fired in the transport area caused their finger to apply more pressure to the trigger. Little by little, the battle began to die off till there was no longer any gunfire. That's when he heard it. "Jake! Jake Guerrero! Get out here!" "Drex?" Jake's first instinct was to smile at the thought of Drex somehow rescuing them, but his tone sounded more like a battle cry. Still, that was not going to stop him from going out. Handing his rifle over to a soldier behind the wall, Jake walked out. When he stepped outside the doorway, Jake could not believe what he was now witnessing. Blood and destruction lay at the feet of a man he barely recognized, a man holding a strange, deadly-looking sword dripping with blood of those just slain as the man who used to be Drex called out Jake's name. "Jake!" Setting aside how strange-looking the three before him were, Jake focused on one person. "Monroe Drex. Damn, brother, I am glad to see you," Jake said happily, but with a touch of fear due the unknown beast standing before him. "Don't brother me! Brothers don't turn on each other!" Drex shouted, running over and grabbing Jake by the throat with his powerfully large hands before slamming him high up on the wall. "What are you talking about? I never—" Jake struggled to speak with Drex's grip tightening. With every breath Drex took, Jake felt heat as it was exhaled across his face. Seeing what was happening and realizing quick that Spears wasn't going to say anything, Otto shouted to Drex, "You kill him, we will never know for sure!" Even though he wanted to slowly continue crushing, Drex also wanted to be sure. As his fingers released Jake, he dropped to the floor coughing as he fought for a second to remain standing. After a moment to get everything working properly, Jake looked to Drex and asked, "What do you think I did?" "You betrayed us to those psychotic twins that kept trying to kill us. Well, I killed them," Drex said with a gratified smile. "Wait, I had nothing to do with them. That was all Elizabeth," Jake swore. "Really? Then how did she know where to find us on 4 different occasions?" Drex growled while clenching his fist, as the anger grew so great inside him not even his suit could fully regulate it. At that moment, Jake had a thought while rubbing his throbbing head from where Drex slammed him against the wall. "Wait," he said, throwing up a finger as he turned back to Montgomery's lab. "Get back here," Drex demanded. "Give him a chance, Drex," Otto suggested. Jake entered the room using hand signals to order everyone to stand down as he called out, "Monty!" Walking through the same door they had just entered, Montgomery replied, "Here, sir." His walking through the door didn't only startle Jake, but everyone else. Seeing that, he said, "Sorry, nobody ever notices me. Sometimes I feel I could just walk in and out of Fort Knox with bars of gold." "Did you see him?" Spears asked out of the side of her mouth, directing her words toward Otto, who simply shrugged his shoulders and gently moved his head side to side. "Sorry, sir. I left to turn power back on while big guy here had you up on the wall," Montgomery said, making his way over to his computer. "Monty, I need you to pull up cameras in my office. Go back to earlier when Elizabeth was using it," Jake requested. In seconds, they were watching the late Prime Minister pulling a black set of glasses from her bag and taking a seat. A few minutes later, she stood up and left. "Corporal, locate that bag. We're going to need it." "This doesn't let you off, Jake," Drex growled once more. "Bring up all the times we had private meetings in my office," Jake then requested. One after another appeared on the screen, each showing nothing but Jake seated behind his desk and Elizabeth in a chair on the other side. That was until the most recent was displayed. "Make that one full screen," Jake ordered. As it played, they all watched Elizabeth pull a small pyramid-shaped crystal from her bag and show it to Jake. "I don't remember that," Jake added as they tracked her every movement from one side of the desk to the other, holding the crystal near the back of Jake's head. "Where is she now?" Drex asked. "Dead. I killed her." "This explains a great deal," Jake said, tapping the screen. With his anger receding after finding out Jake was not to blame for the multiple attempts on their lives, Drex's thoughts quickly turned to collecting Azita's body. "Where is she? Where's Azita?" Spears and Otto glanced at each other, baffled by what he was asking. "Who is Azita?" they both asked. Tyler stood up from where he had been ordered to hide with the crystal still in his hands. "I knew it. You're like she was. You should have this. It was hers from a young age." He walked over, handing the crystal to Drex. Drex stared at the crystal and put a hand on each side, hoping to be transported to wherever she was. As they made contact, he felt only coldness. "Take me to her?" he asked Tyler with all anger drained from his body. With a slight nod of his head, Tyler began leading Drex down a short hallway and into a room marked medical. "I saw them take her inside. Forgive me, but I don't wish to see her like that again." Tyler lowered his head and walked away. Drex stood facing the door like a young boy too scared to ask a girl out to prom. Only there was no prom, and this girl, the love of his life whom he had never met in reality, was dead. Slowly he turned the knob and applied pressure to the door. As it opened, he could smell her sweet scent rushing from the room, a scent so powerful it drowned out all other foul odors. Instantly he spotted the sheet formed to her shape as everything else in the world vanished, but the reality that she was no more. Standing next her body, a battle raged within him, with one side demanding she remained covered, and the other being the desire to see her beautiful face once more. Pinching the sheet's edge between two fingers, Drex gently pulled it down, revealing Azita's face. Without realizing tears were already falling from his face, he leaned in, giving her a soft kiss on the lips. He felt a slight tingle as his tears fell on her cheeks. Noticing his tears caused a sudden release of emotion Drex had never felt in his life, more than even over the last week of crazy events. Slowly, he placed a hand along each side of Azita's face, caressing her lifeless cheeks. Almost as if life were leaving his body, he buckled at the waist till their foreheads touched with a slight tingle of energy between them. Nothing had ever prepared him for such a loss, nor did he ever want to care for someone so strongly that it would cause such pain. Now he found himself with unending streams of tears falling from his face. "They only hide what I love." Drex's heart stopped beating for so long after hearing Azita speak. He thought it would never beat again. "You're alive? How?" Drex asked. Instead of waiting for a response, he scooped her up from the table as she began to stand. After steadying her feet, she looked up to him and placed her hands on each side of his face, wiping away his tears. "These only hide what I love. Never hide from me again." After multiple long kisses, the two exited the room with one goal in mind: to free the human race from all alien control. Chapter 34. Fighting Back. "Look at this place. You really think there is a chance in hell all this can be covered up? We need to act now before they can prepare or follow through with Solar Warden. Hell, they already have ships heading this way, and my guess is it's due to the Zymer Elizabeth, not to mention all these dead halflings." Otto stressed in an attempt to convince Jake to move on the moon. Jake held out hope a deal could still be struck with Bakla to have the Zoetarians return his personnel. He kept trying to convince himself he would be doing the same thing had Shepard not been taken, but in truth he wasn't sure anymore. They may not be a violent race, but they still have political pull. "For God's sake, man, they have warships heading this way as we speak to wipe us from existence. You want your personnel back? Then let's go get them," Spears shouted while spinning her weapon like a cheerleader's baton. "Wait, if they are a non-violent race and created us for fighting, who is manning the warships? Let's ask our good friend Creek." Drex's voice boomed out across the Vortis's chamber as he and Azita walked out from the hallway. Tyler's mouth dropped open at the sight of Azita walking side by side with Drex. "How is this possible?" Azita looked to Tyler, knowing he was really asking in hopes the same thing could happen with Sarah. "I think it has something to do with my connection with the crystal from an early age. 1 minute I was among thousands of Norcocks, then in a space of human history, the next looking through blurry eyes at the man I love so." Spears and Otto looked at each other, still wondering who this woman was. Not being able to take not knowing, Spears asked casually, "How long you two been together, sir?" "Just met," Drex replied. Before further questions could be asked, he continued, "Like I said, let's ask Creek. We must move fast and we are short on intel." "Who is this Creek?" Jake asked. Drex pointed as he spoke. "Spears, hold Jake's hand, and Otto, Monty's. Not sure if this will work, but let's try." "Great, another one that won't use my full name," Montgomery whispered as Otto took his hand. Azita and Drex headed down the Vortis's hallway from which they arrived with Jake and Spears following behind them. With a puzzled expression, Jake looked to Spears as they began walking down the number 4 vortex. "This one leads to a lake in China. Nothing really special there." As they came around the curving hallway, Jake couldn't believe what he was seeing. With a big smile, Spears pointed to her metallic bracelet. "But you never had jewelry like this." Drex called out his request while struggling to let loose of Azita's hand. "Creek, who is operating the warships for Solar Warden?" "V-159, they are not," Creek stated. "Wow, this place is like a dream," Montgomery almost shouted. "Glad you like it. You might be here a while," Drex informed the overly excited scientist before moving on to his next question. "Can they be operated by humans?" "Yes, V-159. Would you like to board?" Feeling that this was way too easy, Azita asked, "Can we take control once we board?" "No, V-160. In order to pilot vessels, you must first end origin link with the core," Creek informed them, still not providing everything necessary but enough to confirm what Azita suspected. "We need to work on your communication skills. For now, tell me where the core is located and what needs to be down in order to end the link. Also, call me Azita because I have no clue what V-160 means." "Azita, core is located on Moon Station. Only High Chair can end the link. This is not likely since the fail-safe will end his consciousness and mark the High Chair as a traitor to Norcox for all to see." Looking over to Jake, Drex knew if anyone gathered around knew where to locate the High Chair, it would be him. "You know who this is?" Jake nodded. Drex couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. "Have the ships moved?" V-159, yes, they will arrive in 27 minutes. Creek's voice never changed in tone, even when giving such bad information. Spears looked around at all the shocked faces, but then smiled. Well, I don't see any reason to stick around here. Let's take control of a warship. No, wait, I can do better. Let's go be pirates. Damn, still not quite right. Nevertheless, she is right. Bad tagline and all. We have little intel and we'll simply have to gather it along the way. First thing is to find this Bakla, Drex advised. Jake stood silent for most of their time at the Sphinx facility, but after watching videos play all around him from human history, he felt like this was his best chance to have his childhood question answered. All around space, at equal intervals from Earth, there are large ships blinking blue, red, and white lights. What are they used for? Creek looked to Jake before replying, almost as if he was unsure the question should be answered. The lights are a byproduct of gravity drives, energy dispersed as light. The ships are human processing centers. Each year, 3 million humans pass through to be used as workers, warriors, medicine, and food for a variety of other planets. Humans have become an important trading source for the Norcox in this sector of the galaxy. Would you like to see? Not now. We need to free the people on those ships, even if it means killing them with it, Jake said, looking to Drex with fury blazing in his eyes. All these years he had been looking at such places believing they were something of beauty when they were anything but. Nodding his head, Drex addressed everyone in the room. Okay, here is the plan, and it shines new light on the old military adage, keep it simple, stupid. We go to the moon, capture Bakla, use him to end the link between their core and warships coming to destroy us. Also, free or destroy the human processing ships. Everyone know what they're doing? Great, let's move. Drex didn't wait to answer questions because he had no further information. Turning to face the vortices, Drex noticed Azita wasn't budging, and blue light was rising up from around her feet. Oh shit, he mumbled as light encircled her. Drex! Otto called out, directing his attention to Jake, who was also fading into the blue light. An overly enthused Spears ran over to Azita. Relax and concentrate on what you wanted to become. Then she stood waiting for her to emerge from the light. Knowing the pain he had gone through during his transformation, Drex prayed for Azita to heed Spears's advice as seconds passed. To his surprise, Jake stepped from the light first, with the same expression on his face he and Otto had due to intense pain. Then came Azita, but rather than take notice of what she was wearing, he became captivated by her eyes. Beautiful eyes surrounded with shades of purple and outlined in black lines coming to a point off to each side of her face. Even as she turned, taking her pistol from a stand, he could still feel her eyes watching him. Then Drex watched as Azita picked up a thin metal ring opened at one end. Turning to face him, she slid the open end through her thick black hair. Before his eyes, he watched as it took shape, forming what resembled the electronic circuitry they both shared. Once it had completed, short golden spikes grew through her hair with what looked to Drex as long purple hair growing out braided together. To her left, rising from another hole in the black floor, appeared a large, solid purple and black blade with a 3-foot handle. Wow, that is kick-ass! What does it do? Spears asked, beaming with excitement. Not sure. He was really vague, Azita replied. Your weapon is only limited by you crap? Yeah, not much to go on, Spears said while rolling her eyes. Looking over to Jake, placing one of 2 strange-looking pistols on each leg of his new uniform, Drex knew they had to get moving. Okay, everyone ready now? He asked, smiling at Azita. Just one last thing? Anyone have a watch? She asked. Montgomery raised his hand while removing it from his wrist. He said I was new consciousness. What does that mean? We'll explain later. Right now, I need your watch. I set it to count down. There is less than 25 minutes remaining, Montgomery replied while handing her his watch. Anxious to get moving, Jake reached out, taking Spears's hand for the trip back to Bermuda base, only to have her say, Listen, this is nice, but wouldn't you prefer your own? Kermit, bracelets for all, while twirling a finger high in the air. The same pedestal rose as before with a metallic bracelet for each of those who were without. One by one, they placed it around their wrist and walked down the vortice's hall. Before following the others, Jake looked back. "Montgomery, you've done great work. If things don't go well in the next 44 minutes, I just wanted you to know that, Monty." Then he quickly followed behind Spears, who again looked a little too excited for what was about to happen. Once back at Bermuda Base, Jake was pleased to see the soldiers had returned from their wild goose chase Azita had sent them on. Taking just a minute to bring them up to speed, he took the lead, running down the vortice's hall to the moon station. With Drex and Azita breaking out of the narrow hallway to either side of him, he almost felt pity for the little Norcocks running in fear. Noticing they really didn't react till seeing the other four making their way around him, it was almost if they had witnessed this happen before, as they ran in fear. "Damn, you two know how to clear a room. Quick, this way." Jake directed Drex with him and Azita practically moving as one. Down one hall, then another, making many twists and turns, Jake led them toward the high chairs area. Since the Norcocks didn't sleep, they had little rooms where they would go to contemplate, and Bakla's was just around the next turn. Azita and Drex looked to each other as their nostrils flared after catching a strange scent in the air and Creek's symbols coming to life. Reaching out, they both grabbed Jake by his shoulder and pulled back violently, snatching him from the floor just as a repetitive, rapid thumping bass sound erupted, smashing in the wall to his right. From where he stood with Azita and Drex still holding his shoulders, Jake looked at the wrinkled metal wall. Zoetarians, they're the ones who attacked the Theron base. He recognized the sound their cannon made from transmissions during the attack. "They're on? Not here? You named a base not here?" "Guess they didn't get the joke," Azita said, amused by the base name. The Zoetarian in charge spoke in his language, which sounded much like sonar static. "You are not able to pass. Our weapons will turn you into melted guano." Holding his ears, Jake asked, "What the hell is that sound?" Instead of an answer, the same sound soon came from Drex. "We give you 10 seconds before killing you." "Seriously, what the hell?" Jake asked, noticing Spears and Otto also protecting their ears. While checking his weapon, Drex explained, "It's their language." "And you speak it?" "You know, I don't even realize when I'm doing it. You will also soon enough. Ready, beautiful?" Drex asked Azita before pushing the soldiers behind them back a few feet. With a few powerful steps, they dove for the floor, sliding halfway into the adjoining hall before taking aim and firing. Azita fired to the left side while Drex went to the right. With their 10-second warning passed, the last Zoetarians fell with large holes in their torsos and remaining body burnt to their core, leaving a shaking Norcox with a golden skull alone floating on a disc. "You must be Bakla," Azita said, rolling to her feet. Jake had never before witnessed the amount of emotion in the Norcox as when he looked upon Drex and Azita. "You don't have humans to fight for you, so you hired Zoetarians?" Jake asked, disgusted by the sight of the well-cooked creators. "Oh, humans still fight for us." On his quay, people came out from all over, filling the corridor and blocking them from moving forward or back. "Sir, what do we do?" one of the commandos asked. That was his last mistake. The first expressionless human neared the soldier, reaching out with a hand covered in purple cloth. Upon contact with the soldier's skin, he began screaming in agony seconds before falling dead with flesh turning into a liquefied gel. No longer needing a reply to their dead companion's question, everyone began firing as a few who hadn't reacted fast enough screamed in pain. "We have to move. The little bastard's getting away," Drex ordered while placing his pistol in its holster and drawing the sword from his back. With each slice and thrust, it looked as though many others fell that he could not have reached. Puzzled by what was taking place, he pulled the sword back and with one hand on the handle and the other placed palm first on its base, he thrusted the blade forward into two of the disfigured humans. Instantly, he noticed not only the two now held up by his blade were dead, but those behind them also fell with deep wounds to their abdomen. Overwhelmed by its power to reach out beyond the strike, Drex turned to Azita. His pulse began to race and anger built at not seeing her there, but he knew for at least now she was okay. Otherwise, he would have felt burning in his neck. "Where did she go?" he asked in a thunderous voice to whoever around him could answer while slicing through the last gloved, mutilated human in the hall. The last thing he wanted was to lose her again. Having heard Dreck's call out, Otto turned, looking across an insanely large open room toward his location, only to spot Jake slumped over, firing at an endless stream of Zoetarian warrior. The suit, Otto thought, remembering how weak he felt shortly after transformation. Otto assessed events in his area to ensure soldiers from Bermuda Base had their 6 under control. Satisfied, he moved with speed that all his knowledge of human anatomy said wasn't possible in hopes of reaching Jake. Otto focused intently on everything between him and Jake, but as he did, everything seemed to move slower, though he didn't feel that he was slowing down. Otto quickly explained his observation by knowing it could only happen due to increases in light-detecting cells in his eyes containing more mitochondria, giving them supercharged vision. Though fascinated by this new ability, he found himself equally thrilled with faster reflexes as he deflected blasts from a Zoetarian weapon with his staff. Though time seemed to be moving much slower, balls of energy from their staff weapons still traveled at great velocity. Gripping tight to one end of his staff weapon caused its energy blade to grow at the end farthest from him while vanishing from the end he held. "Amazing!" Otto shouted while slicing the Zoetarian's weapon, followed by a quick spin and his staff dividing his attacker diagonally from left shoulder to right hip. With no other threats between him and Jake, Otto held his staff in his left hand and drew his pistol. Even with having never fired it before, each time he took aim and pressed the trigger, it felt like the only one he had ever used. "Jake, stay down!" Otto screamed, firing one blast after another into advancing black mass. Not hearing Otto over a deafening roar of Zoetarian weapons being fired at him, Jake wondered how anyone was able to function. With one of his pistols in each hand, Jake held them up, pressing them hard against his ears in an attempt to block out some of the noise. "Are those damn things vibrating?" he grumbled, referring to a high-frequency vibrating sound emanating from each Zoetarian in their agitated state. He crouched down behind a metal cube-shaped structure, one of many which Jake often pondered their purpose, but he now knew it was a holographic projection of some Norcox. With all the debilitating noise causing his inability to fight, Jake thought as he fell to the floor looking up, "Great, I'm going to die looking up at a Norcox ass." Between slightly opened eyes, Jake caught a glimpse of hope as Otto appeared between him and the large Norcox ass. Even with seeing Otto's lips move, Jake could not make out what he was attempting to communicate. Moments later, Jake felt himself moving as a great deal of noise dissipated, leaving Otto's voice becoming the most dominate. "It out! Filter it out! You have to decide what to hear. Filter it out," Otto repeated, staring down at Jake after dragging him off into an adjoining room. "What?" Jake asked, reluctant to remove his hands from his ears. That reluctance left as he pointed one pistol at the entrance behind Otto and fired, striking a Zoetarian in the center of his black faceplate. Unfazed by a bolt of energy screeching past his head from Jake's pistol, Otto said, "You control what you hear. Regulate your hearing. It will come to you." Otto hoped Jake understood what he was explaining, but could hear large numbers of Zoetarian bodies vibrating as they entered. Holding the center of his staff, Otto rose while spinning to face the entrance. There, the Zoetarians flowed through with their arms running almost the full length of their bodies and back up to a dual-forked weapon with electricity sparking between them. Otto watched as they filled the room, encircling them to, Otto presumed, prevent them getting away once again. Placing his pistol back to his side, Otto felt he would be able to strike faster with the staff once the attack began. The sight of the overwhelming numbers didn't bother his nerves, but something brushing up against his back sent an instant rush of fear that almost paralyzed him. "Damn, these suits really drain a person," Otto heard Jake state as he stood back to back with him. Thankful it was not a Zoetarian, Otto replied, "Yeah, it'll pass. You have everything else under control?" He continued to keep track of enemy movement around them. "Roger that. Now I can almost feel them vibrating. How about we put a stop to that? Jake asked, only to answer his own question with blasts rapidly exiting his pistols and striking the nearest Zoetarians in the chest. Like a black cloud of death trying to overtake them, Otto and Jake focused on those closest, slashing, blasting, and stabbing. Neither of them lost contact with the other, always keeping their backs, butt, shoulders, even at times just a foot in touch with the other, allowing each to know their backside was secure from attack. With each focused on threats in front of them and to each side, the number of Zoetarians surrounding them decreased rapidly. Making his finale thrust to the only remaining enemy, Otto looked about the room for any that might still pose a threat while retaining his contact with Jake. "Clear," Otto declared. Seconds later, Jake confirmed after one last blast from his pistol. "Clear." Then, with a light sigh, he fell to the floor. "Otto, I have to rest for a minute. My body is drained." Then his eyes closed. Knowing how tough of a soldier Jake was previous to his transformation to have it affect him so severely, Otto feared what might have happened to Azita. Did she become too weak and they captured her? He looked down at Jake, and knowing he was out of the battle, Otto dragged him over behind another cube displaying a Norcox hologram. "Damn, these creators enjoy statues of themselves," Otto said while shaking his head and exiting the room to assist Drex in searching for Azita. Chapter 35, Ladies' Night. "There you are, my dear," Spears said with a devilish grin as she spotted one of the largest Zoetarians she had seen yet. From the beginning of the battle, her mind began studying Zoetarian movements and strategies, looking for a weakness. Just as she had figured there was going to be a number of differences in their fighting style and humans, however, one thing always seemed to remain constant. Someone had to give orders. At first, all Zoetarians attacked with none standing out as command, but then she spotted him standing far away in the shadows. Without a second thought, she bolted through the large cathedral area where battle raged, certain this was the Zoetarian giving orders. Stealthily, Spears moved as other Bermuda-based soldiers spread out to provide her with cover fire. As she got closer to the long, tall corridor, she could hear a change in the Zoetarians' vibrations, followed by many of them turning in her direction. "Oh, so it's going to be like that, huh? Here I thought we could be friends," Spears joked in Zoetarian, unsure if it could even hear. Now she had proof that this one was their commander, but she also found herself the main focus of at least half a dozen Zoetarian warriors. "Is your papa scared of little old me?" Spears asked, studying their movements as they closed in to attack. Swiftly, Spear rose to the balls of her feet, spinning about as part of a graceful and beautiful ballet. To those watching from a short distance away being struck by Zoetarian body parts and splashed with their blood, it was very gruesome. Before the last winged arm had come to rest on the floor, Spears had stopped in a runner's starting position with her spear held in her right hand, extended in front of her. Captivated by Spears's speed and dismemberment of their enemy, a few Bermuda-based soldiers lost large portions of their bodies after being struck with Zoetarian staff weapons. Now, that wasn't very nice. I would suggest sending more next time, but for you, there won't be one. Launching up in the direction of the Zoetarian commander, Spears continued to marvel at her new abilities and the ease with which they came. In just a few seconds of sprinting, she entered the tall hallway, slowing to a leisurely walk. Feeling a crooked smile form on her face as she stared him down, the thought occurred to her, is it wrong to enjoy this so much? Probably, but I am having too much fun to care. Here is an idea, see what you think about this, Spears said, pausing for a second to ensure she had the Zoetarian commander's attention. Stepping to center of the hallway, he removed the black helmet, revealing his snow-white fur and long spiked ears before saying, "You have nothing I want, but you may taste very good for a snack." Tightening her grip around the shaft of her spear, satisfied she now had its attention, she continued, Now, Snowball, hear me out. You apologize for trying to kill me back there, and I allow you to be my new pet. That is assuming you are housebroken because, let's face it, it's just too much work otherwise. Losing all discipline he had containing anger, the Zoetarian commander let out an ear-crushing squall that would have made her deaf without her new abilities. Before what she suspected to be some type of battle cry had ended, her emerald green and black spear flew through the air to its desired target. Attempting to turn and retreat to the shadows only changed where in his head her spear struck, piercing the bone with a loud crunch. Pleased with herself, Spears began walking over to where her weapon had only been stopped by penetrating a steel wall. With the sound of boots striking the floor behind her, she knew the fight had not ended and picked up her pace to retrieve her spear. Effortlessly, she pulled it free, then spun around, facing the quickly approaching Zoetarian. Using her left foot to push off from the wall, Spears began her charge toward him, picking up speed before jumping into the air with enough power in her kick to separate the helmet from his head. Quickly maneuvering her body on top of the Zoetarian, she raised her spear back over her head before plunging it down into its face. With a big hole where the Zoetarian's face once was, Spears stood still, looking down at her kill, happy with her accomplishment. While stepping to one side of the body, she heard deep bass sounds coming from another Zoetarian staff weapon nearby. She began to turn in anticipation of another kill, only this time, as she heard their weapon fire again, she felt a burning sensation in her lower left thigh. Just a second later, she was lying on the floor looking up at two charging black figures, then down to investigate what had happened. The room around her began to grow dark as she spotted her leg off to one side and blood flowing freely from where it had been blown off her body. Realizing there wasn't much time, she threw her spear, striking one of the two black figures in the chest. Before everything went black, she wondered how the other had a glass-like thin blade appear from its throat. "Spears!" Otto screamed, sliding his blade out to one side and slicing through the Zoetarian's furry neck. Chapter 36. New Beginnings. "Faster, faster," Azita told herself as she struggled to keep Bakla in sight. With every step, the tips of her boots pressed harder against the floor, picking up speed, but it still wasn't enough to keep up with Bakla's glowing disc. "You're not getting away. I'll find you no matter where you glide off to." Azita knew that even with her new abilities, she wouldn't be able to maintain her current speed. Also, there was just no time. With each corridor she passed in her pursuit, she wondered if anything could be used to head Bakla off. Just then she heard a light humming noise and felt movement from a device running through her hair. Not knowing what was happening didn't distract her from attempting to push herself harder with every step, and then within the blink of an eye, everything changed. A holographic screen now appeared just in front of her eyes, displaying the base layout along with Bakla's projected path. With merely a thought, new path appeared before her that turned rather than followed Bakla. "Only limited by me, huh?" "Okay, let's see," Azita said as she took the first turn her display indicated and then another. Without slowing down, she decided to try more out and called, "Remaining time till Solar Warden attack." Nothing happened. The next turn was in a narrow passageway, so to prevent loss of speed, Azita grabbed the entrance frame, gripping it tight as momentum pivoted her body around. Keeping a great deal of speed, Azita thought of just how much time they had remaining. With that thought, it appeared on the lower left corner, Euro 2443. Now understanding how the device worked, and concerned about only having 24 minutes till elimination of mankind, she pressed on, determined to have a home when she returned. "I have you now," Azita said gleefully, seeing on her screen where Bakla had stopped a few turns away. Before rounding the last turn, 3 images appeared on her display along with the mark on her waist vibrating. For the first time since giving chase, Azita cautiously slowed to a walk while reaching above her shoulder. Wrapping fingers around the long handle of her blade, she prepared mentally for what was to come. She fearlessly stepped out into the large open area where Bakla cowered behind 3 large Zoetarians. She motioned with her blade for the 3 to leave. You really want to die for him? From behind his Zoetarian protectors, Bakla spoke, still perched atop his glowing disk. They will not leave. Unlike you, Hoganlos, they are loyal to the end. In the end, they will be in pieces. With her statement, all three pointed their staff weapons in her direction and began firing unbelievably fast. With Azita's perception of time, she moved around the room, sliding to one side then another and flipping through the air. After a few deflections with her blade, their firing stopped. Keeping low, Azita could see where all three stood, even with smoke filling the room around them. Like a lioness stalking her prey, she waited till the last moment to strike, springing from smoke, slicing the first from between the legs up midway before vanishing once again into the smoke. Both Zoetarians began firing into the smoke, not just where she had last vanished, but all around the room. Few sections of wall had sustained enough damage that they began to crumble. As large holes opened up, smoke began to exit through to the other side. Hopeful their target would now be easier to locate, they stood at a slight angle from each other, ready to fire soon as she appeared. By the time the first had spotted her, it was too late. She grabbed his leg, pulling up hard while swinging the glistening blade through his body. Holding up the lower half of the Zoetarian, Azita locked eyes with Bakla as she thrusted her blade up under the other's helmet, splitting his head through the middle. With the helmet still stuck on her blade, she let out a powerful roar before saying, "Now you are going to shut down the core." Rather than responding, Bakla began moving on his disc once again in an attempt to escape. "Oh, I don't think so." Releasing her grip on the Zoetarian's leg, allowing it to drop, she placed it alongside the other. She drew her blade back quickly and then lunged forward with all her strength. Azita watched as the black helmet came free, flying through the air and striking Bakla, knocking him from where he stood upon the disc. With little physical attributes allowing him to escape, Bakla began speaking. "We can settle you and the others on your own planet. You can rule." "We already have a planet, and I have no desire to rule anything." "Why now?" "Why, after all this time, kill the human race?" Azita asked, feeling her journalistic nature revealing itself. Bakla moved slowly till his back made contact with a wall as Azita approached him. "We received word from Elizabeth of the missing portion of transmission from we who are not there. They were clear you had to be destroyed before you destroy our galaxy." Remembering her display was created by a Norcox, Azita began concentrating on how to abort Solar Warden mission. Two things appeared on screen. First was the path to take, and second was time 00.1123. "Shit!" Azita exclaimed, knowing they were a long way from where it was located. She wasted no more time chatting, snatched him from the floor, and began running. "Look what I found," Azita called out from down the corridor, holding Bakla by one of his short three-toed legs. All around her lay body parts, guts, blood, death, and devastation, yet all she could focus on was Drex. Running over all bodies as bones crunched under his large boots, Drex wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her in tight. With Bakla dangling in the air, Azita placed her arms around Drex's neck, allowing the Norcox high chair to bounce off his back. Partially recovered from the effects of his suit, Jake approached, laughing at the sight. He bent to be just inches from Bakla's eyes, a position the High Council liked to converse from, but that made Jake want to bat him away. Probably should have followed the message of the "we who are not there" to a T, huh? After all, they did say to destroy us and not allow even one to live. Seeing the expression on Bakla's face change slightly, he knew he had struck a nerve. "That was not the message," Bakla tried to say while keeping his posture as High Council. "Well then, guess you didn't get the full memo. Now, where is the core so we can cancel the Solar Warden command?" Jake demanded. "I am the High Council entrusted to do what is best for my people. Since your earlier aggression on my people, it has been determined." Before he could finish his thought, Bakla found himself swinging through the air. When he stopped, he was staring at Drex and Azita, who struck an ancient fear within him, fear of being eaten like so many during the war. "In this room," he said with his small body shaking. "Thank you," Azita said politely, already aware of its location thanks to her holographic display. She began walking into the room with Bakla held out front, just in case they ran into any more yellow-gloved surprises. This room, like most, was covered with hieroglyphic writing as holographic portraits of Norcox moved about just inches above it. "Where now?" With her question came screams, then gunfire from the corridor, followed by a fast-thumping bass weapon. "Hurry up! We're running out of time!" Jake screamed back into the room as Drex went to assist, leaving Azita to deal with Bakla. Looking to her watch along with confirmation on her display, there was only 2 minutes remaining till the ships opened fire. Suddenly she regretted wasting time kissing Drex. "What now, you little mole?" she asked in a growling tone, the anger within building and making it difficult to concentrate since her suit had not had time to fully bind with her system yet. Shaking more than before, Bakla replied, "Soon, nothing you do will matter, and the Norcox's past mistake creating you will be erased." Azita looked around the room and thought how many holograms reminded her of images in the cave she played in as a little girl. These were digital and those were painted, but they were much the same, including small hand indentation just below that of Bakla's historical hologram. An idea suddenly struck her. Flipping the small creature through the air, Azita grabbed hold of Balka's arms as they came around and began walking over to the wall. "What are you doing? You can't! We must end this! Stop! I will be trapped forever," Bakla begged. Azita smiled as she placed Bakla's hands in the small cutouts, which caused him to convulse before glowing bright red. She tightened her grip as he squirmed uncontrollably. With her watch facing her, she could see the seconds ticking by with the numbers racing down to 0. Suddenly, she felt an intense heat, and in a final flash, her hands closed, only holding dust. Slowly, she opened her hands, allowing the dust held within to sprinkle onto the floor as the alarm on her watch began to sound. "Did it work?" Drex shouted into the room as the weapon fire began slowing down. Walking over, standing next to the only woman that made him cry, Drex reached over and took her hand. On the wall next to them were Bakla's ashes in a small pile at the base. Azita read the hieroglyph that began to appear. "Displayed here on this galactic date, 548-86575 in location of EX3, is High Chair Bakla. Forever frozen consciences, a traitor to Norcox. Bakla, 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 I have read enough. I know where there are heavily armed ships ready for a crew. What do you say we go be pirates?" Drex shook his head, smiling. "Okay, but you and Spears can't be on the same ship." He chuckled, yet unaware of Spears's condition.